and so it can actually be utilized by everyone, old and young. I urge you to promote safety, promote economically efficient transportation investments, and to support walking and biking wherever you can. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, and now at this time, we close the fiscal 2027 budget open house. Have a great evening, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We're done.
Move it, body, body, move it, baby. Move it, body.
All right, thank you so much. And welcome to Skyway Lofts, formerly 65 units, now 131 affordable housing units for our city's hardest working families. My name's Scott McDonald, a principal with Blue Sky Communities, and I want to welcome everyone here today. I'd like to start off by recognizing the dignitaries that are with us. Mayor Kenneth Welch. Council Chair Lizette Hanowitz. Councilman Mike Harding. And County Commissioner Renee Flowers. Is there anyone I missed? Okay, thank you so much. I'd like to invite our Vice President of Asset Management, Brad Bartlett, up, who's a veteran of the Army National Guard, to say the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Brad, thank you so much. The Skyway Loft sits in the Skyway Marina District, and I want to take a second and talk a little bit about the district before we get going. I think this area represents what can happen when state and county and city and local interest groups come together to really revitalize an area. Over the last 5 years since we first put a shovel in the ground across the street at Skyway Lofts, the changes have been incredible. Thousands of units, improved transportation, commercial, like Zaxby's, a Starbucks, and a Sprouts Market. It's extremely exciting what's happened here. But I think what I'm most excited about is with all this growth, through the hard work of many people in this room, we've been able to preserve affordability in the Skyway Marina District, and that's something we should all be proud of. And that's growth that's hopefully going to continue to happen, but the affordability will not be pushed out. The land under all three of these buildings will be affordable in perpetuity, and that's extremely exciting. The team that came together to make Skyway Lofts occur is truly a public-private partnership, all the way from the federal level down to the city level, and there's a lot of people in this room without whom that could not have happened, and I want to thank them. St. Pete was really at the forefront of setting aside ARPA dollars to go towards affordable housing, almost $50 million, in fact. And Blue Sky was fortunate enough to be entrusted with 2 awards. The first was for Bear Creek Commons that we opened last year, and here at Skyway Lofts Phase 2. I want to take a second and just thank the City of St. Pete and the staff, Rob Gertis, Amy Foster, Mark Van Loo, Avery Sliker, I think I saw, and the whole staff. The administration of federal funds and state funds that they take care of is a huge responsibility, and getting those dollars out the door to make sure that they go to work for the citizens of St. Petersburg. So I want to thank them so much for everything they do. And with that, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Mayor Ken Welch.
Thank you, Scott. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing? What a fantastic day, and I'm so honored to be here. We prepare to cut the ribbon on 66 additional new affordable homes right here in St. Petersburg. Now, as Scott said, it wasn't that long ago when we cut the ribbon for Skyway Lofts 1, and although I live in the neighborhood, I literally live 3 stop signs away. And although I lost my shortcut to Dunkin' Donuts, I was upset about that. But we were so excited to partner with Blue Sky and all the other partners to make this a reality. And as we finished Skyway Lofts 1, we looked out at what was then a vacant lot, or used to be a Ponderosa here back in the day, right, Commissioner? But we looked at this and we said, can we? And the answer is yes, we can, and yes, we did. Today we celebrate the completion of Skyway Lofts 2. And this is an important moment for our city. As Scott said, it reflects the power of partnership and vision and intentional focus on the critical issue of truly affordable housing. As part of our city's Housing Opportunities for All program, the City of St. Petersburg is proud to invest $6.5 million to help turn this vision into a reality, and as Scott said, in perpetuity. I want to thank our council for your strong partnership. Thank you, Scott, for recognizing the best housing team in the business in our St. Pete housing staff. Y'all stand up. I want to identify you. Doctor, get up. I know you hate it. Where's Amy? Well, since you didn't stand, I have to call you out, Administrator Foster, as well. They just do such innovative work, and they're always focused on the goal. These 66 homes will serve residents, and you've got some information in your handouts. For residents earning between 22% and 80% of area median income. That is folks making $6.50 an hour, up to $22 an hour. So that is real affordable housing right here in the midst of all this market rate development that we're seeing and proud to have. That means working families, seniors, and individuals who are essential to the strength and vibrancy of our community. Skyway Lofts 2 was thoughtfully designed to meet real needs. These homes are both beautiful and functional. That's why I love working with Blue Sky. These homes are supported by amenities that truly enhance the quality of life: an outdoor play area, a library and computer space, a fitness center, and bike parking. And the fact that this community is already at full occupancy shows how critical investments like this are and will continue to be. Across our city and county, we're seeing impactful housing projects take shape, and one thing they all have in common is partnership, and I want to end on this. Skyway Lofts 2 is no exception. I want to thank Blue Sky Communities, the Pinellas County Housing Finance Authority, TD Bank, the Pinellas County Commission, the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, Raymond James Affordable Housing, and everyone who played a role in bringing this almost $25 million development to life. And so today we celebrate real progress, and tomorrow we will keep moving forward. And to the Skyway Lofts 2 residents, welcome to your new home. We are St. Pete. God bless you.
Mayor, thank you so much for being here and being at Phase 1 as well. So
I notice you still have all your hair and no braiding. I need your help.
If you look closely, there's a couple gray hairs that come in with every one of these projects. Before we move on to our next speaker, I want to take a second and acknowledge some of the private funders in the room that the mayor just mentioned. One of Blue Sky's core values is stewardship of public dollars, and we hold that near and dear to our hearts. And one of the ways that we do that is to leverage the public dollars that go into these communities with as many private ones as possible to extend how far those dollars go. Raymond James Affordable Housing Investments was responsible for purchasing the low-income housing tax credits that funded this property. Raymond James, obviously based here in St. Petersburg, they actually are officed in the same complex we are, and they are one of our most valued relationships. I was totaling it up, and we have now invested over $500 million together in affordable housing across the state of Florida. So, thank you. TD Bank was the investor through Raymond James, and they also provided the construction loan for Skyway Lots 2. And Raymond James Bank, another local institution, will provide the permanent loan that will remain with the property for the next 15 years. So thank you very much. Next up, we have newly elected Chair Hanowitz. And before I bring her up, I just want to thank her for the time she spent with me and the interest that she has shown in learning more about affordable housing so we can make a difference in this city.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. This is such a wonderful day today. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership. And I must also thank my colleagues who are also the reason why you're here, because it doesn't just take one vote to make this happen. It takes a majority, and this was unanimous. And that is a testament to the work that Blue Sky Communities does in our community. The ribbon cutting, by the way, that was mentioned earlier, was one of my first ones as a city council member for Skylofts. And this is one of the first ones I have as a city council chair. So it's especially meaningful to me. And I can't believe how lucky we are to have Blue Sky Communities in our community doing this meaningful work. It is a full circle moment and a reminder that progress happens in phases. And today's ribbon cutting marks a very special phase, one that brings people home. And as been mentioned before, we have 60 new affordable homes. That adds a total of 131 affordable units in the Skyway Marina District, which has changed drastically since I first came to the first ribbon cutting. Just like was mentioned, these homes are reserved for households earning less than 80% or less of the area median income and will remain affordable for perpetuity. And I have to emphasize that, perpetuity. It means forever, a very long time. That permanence matters because public dollars are best invested in solutions that are built to last. So I'm very proud that the city of St. Petersburg stewarded $6.5 million of ARPA funds alongside with Pinellas County's $3.4 million in investment to bolster significant private and nonprofit financing of this $22.9 million project. Because when public, private, and nonprofit partners align around shared goals, we can actually deliver real outcomes. I want to thank Blue Sky Communities, the Pinellas County Commission, Pinellas County Housing Financing Authority, TD Bank, the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, and Raymond James for your partnership and dedication in bringing this project to life. We may be celebrating a building, but at the end of the day, this is about people, and it's about ensuring that individuals and families can afford to live in what they call their community, and this city, St. Petersburg. It's about creating stable housing to support stable lives. So congratulations to everyone that made this project a reality, and to the St. Petersburg residents who are going to call this their home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to take a second and talk a little bit about the team that came together to make this community a reality. Teamwork is another core value at Blue Sky, and that means not only our team within Blue Sky, but also the external partners that we work with. So the ones that came together for this property was civil engineer High Point Engineering. The architect was Place Architecture and Tim Clemens from St. Petersburg. General contractor Park and Eliezer. Landscape architect Dark Moss. And our sister company, Carteret Property Management, who will really keep these buildings community assets for hopefully as long as Blue Sky owns them. And we have the utmost confidence that they will, because they have on every building that they've done that with in the city of St. Petersburg. And we're so thankful to call them our partners. And last but not least, I want to take a second and recognize the Blue Sky team. There's about 20 of us, and every single one of them has a hand in every project that we do. And it's truly an honor of mine to work beside you every day to create assets such as this. Before I introduce our last speaker, I just want to talk about Pinellas County a little bit further. As both the mayor and Chair Hanowitz stated, they invested $3.4 million of penny funds in Skyway Lofts 2. That came in the form of $1.4 million for vertical costs and construction costs here, and $2 million for the purchase of the land underneath this building. And I want to take a second and thank the staff at Pinellas County, Bruce Bussey, Stephanie Raymond, and Sherry Harris that administered those vertical funds, and Catherine Driver with the Pinellas County HFA, who administered the funds to purchase the land here. And with that, I would like to introduce Commissioner Renee Flowers.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not going to recap some of the things that was said. They stole my thunder by sharing how much money we gave. You know, I could spend $1, can't I? But about 4 years ago, we were just across the street celebrating the number of units that were going to open over there so that residents would have a safe, clean, and affordable place to live, to call home. And today we have an opportunity to put into the fold 66 more units. And while we know that that does not put a significant dent in the needs of our community, we know that we are well on our way to make sure that we are working extremely hard to put a roof over the heads of those who not only want one, but deserve. I am so grateful for the Advantage Housing Pact that the city of St. Petersburg and other municipalities are a part of, along with the county. Instead of fighting over projects and fighting over land, we've come together and pooled our resources. And that's why just not long ago, you guys were up in Ridgecrest, dedicating units for our senior population, who are also finding it very difficult to find a place to live and remain in our community. One of the other concerns that we've had is allowing individuals to stay in the heart of where they grew up at. Projects such as this, for individuals earning $16,000 a year. Wrap your head around that. $16,000 a year does not adequately take care of a family during these economic times. That's 22% of area medium household income that a person will be paying to live here in these particular units and the units that are to come. That is huge. I don't know if you've been able to grasp the significance of that. We're talking about people who are on Social Security. We're talking about families who receive SNAP benefits, temporary assistance to needy families, and are still working a 40-hour-a-week job just to make ends meet. I am forever and eternally grateful for the residents of Pinellas County who thought it not robbery years ago to vote for the Penny for Pinellas. We are doing exactly what we said we would do with your tax dollars. And that's important, especially in a time when individuals are looking for elected officials to keep their word, to be honest, and to be true to the residents who voted for them and put them in office. And I believe the partnership between the county and the city is strong. I am forever grateful for the city council members, as well as the mayor, all of the staff. I have to throw in a name, though he's not here, and that's Tom Almonte, who is over the housing department with the county. They knew that coming in, housing was my heart and soul. It has been for a long time, having grown up in Jordan Park and knowing what it is like to have people look down on you because you need a little help and a little support to be able to make your ends meet and have a place to live. So I don't want to forget him and the staff that's here from the county. Again, on behalf of myself, on behalf of Dave Eggers, who is our chair, and Commissioner Chris Latvala, our vice chair, Barry Burton, the administrator, and the remainder of my colleagues. Thank you all so very much. And I have to say, it is an honor for us to be able to be a part of Blue Sky Communities.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And I want to thank you for highlighting something very important and kind of bringing it full circle to how we started talking about this project in this district. You know, Ford Pinellas and the city of St. Petersburg both worked hard to make sure that this district came to a reality, and the county was willing to step up here and put dollars into the city, and they continue to do that. And a lot of places that we work around the state, you don't see that kind of collaboration, and that's something that's incredibly important and valuable here, and I don't take for granted. So thank you very much. That pretty much concludes our presentation for today. I want to thank all the speakers and everyone in attendance for helping us celebrate today. And before you depart, we will be cutting the ribbon out front, so I'd like to ask all of the speakers and dignitaries to join me out front. We have refreshments in the club room, and then we'll be gathering by the elevator to in case anybody wants to tour a unit. So thank you very much, and travel safe.
I might take my little.
We have a plan, Housing Opportunities for All, that shoots for 9,000 units by 2030, and we are making progress every day. We've got investment and plans going forward to try to meet that goal.
We have a brand new building that's been designed to be used as a laboratory, but it was also designed to withstand hurricanes.
So before we moved in, we actually did a tour. And just seeing their expressions on their face was priceless. And they couldn't believe that this is our building.
Selfishly, I'm thrilled we get to enjoy this here in District 1 on a daily basis. Thank you for joining us on one more piece of art that makes St. Petersburg a beautiful place to live.
What do you see? What do you notice? A shell. A shell?
One, two, three. Yeah!
Across St. Petersburg, progress is happening. This is what it looks like.
Sit. Hike. Go. Go, go, go.
I'm Officer Middlebrooks. I work with the City of St. Petersburg Police Department. I am assigned to the Police Athletic League.
And I'm Officer David Lopez, and my role here is to interact with the kids, create a positive environment, and be a positive role model in their lives. The idea of a police athletic league is very important.
It is important. It's important to have police officers interacting with the community.
It gives us as police officers the opportunity to create those relationships and change that mindset that police are there just to take you to jail. That's really not the case here. Kids know they can come here and have a good time and interact with police officers in a positive way. A lot of times they don't have certain resources, so we try and provide those resources for them. We have mentors here, we provide homework help, we provide recreation, we provide snacks.
My favorite part personally is probably the mentoring aspect of my job. There was a kid, they were having some problems in school. I started mentoring and having lunch with them and just giving them some positivity. And the teacher told me that they were doing better in class, that they were looking forward to having lunch meetings with me. So that made me feel really good, and it felt like I was definitely making a difference.
When these kids come in, it brightens their day to see the consistency of having a positive role model in their lives.
Foul on 3. 1, 2, 3.
A lot of times when they first start here, they may not take on to us as well, but as time goes on, you can see a relationship develop. There's one kid that started when I first walked into the center. He would hide behind tables. The beginning to the end period, from when he wouldn't even talk to me, he would hide from me, to now all of a sudden he can come up to me and give me a hug. That was a huge, huge difference. I always feel great coming to work. I mean, I know I'm gonna be having a good time with these kids, and we're here for a cause. We're here for the kids, and we want to make sure that we're putting them on a path to success. So being in a position where I can directly impact these kids on a one-on-one basis every day is a pretty good feeling, knowing that, hopefully these kids are changing for the better, and hopefully I have a role in that.
Before I got to Whispering Pines, I was actually in the process of being evicted from my apartment in Largo. I had just lost my child care, and then I lost my job, so we were kind of scrambling to figure out what our next steps were gonna be. I first heard about Whispering Pines from an outreach center that I went to in Clearwater to try to help with my eviction. Whispering Pines has been one of the best things that has helped my life within these last few years. There is so much help from the people here. You never feel alone. You never feel stranded. You always have someone to talk to, always have someone to work through your problems with. So I'm very grateful for that. It's given me an opportunity to work on myself and become someone that I can be proud of, someone that my kids can be proud of. They've given me the opportunity to go back to school. I should be graduating next year, so I'm really excited about that. And I don't think that any of that would have been possible without affordable housing. There's just so much help in this city. There's so many people that care about people and families that are going through a rough time. Go to outreach centers, call 411, anyone that you need to speak with. There is so much help out here for us. You just have to find it.
Hi, I'm Mike Perry from the Stormwater Pavement Traffic Ops Department. I'm the Senior Stormwater Operations Manager, and I'm here to talk about floodwaters. First and foremost, here's what the city does to get ready for wet weather events. Our department sends out street sweepers in low-lying areas to get rid of debris on the streets. We also have special crews that do stormwater inspections to make sure our stormwater systems and the conveyances are clear, including our pipes and our ditches. We do have our sandbag operations mobilized citywide, and where we can, we also pump down lakes to provide storage in the community to get ready for any extreme weather. Should you encounter any floodwaters, do not walk through that area or try and drive through that area for safety reasons. You are the eyes and ears of the community, but please do let us know either through calling the service center or using C-Click Fix on your phone so that we can prioritize that work.
My name is DeWitt Miller. I work for the city of St. Pete. I'm equipment operator 2, operate street sweepers for the city. I'm a second generation street sweeper operator. My dad did it. I like it, I'm by myself. It's no rush, get a certain area done. The object is to get the area clean. Like you gotta go and say, oh, you gotta get the area done in one day. That's not how we operate. The object is to get it clean and do the best that you can. Street sweeping is very important, I think, because without street sweeping, we would have all the pollutants build up in the curb line and the gutters, and then it would make the streets flood. Pollutants, what I mean by that, you got sand buildup, leaves, trash along the gutter lines. My job is to keep it clean, pick it up. On an average day, you might get anywhere from 5 to 15 cubic yards of material. Mileage-wise, you might get anywhere from 8 to 10 miles a day sweeping. Some of the challenges we have to deal with, you have cars that are in your way, you might have trees down, pond fronds, stuff like that. We have to go around some of that stuff. We're trying to get every street in the city swept at least once a month. Enjoy seeing the citizens out, come giving you a high five, telling you what good job you're doing. I just enjoy my job. Well, as a kid, I used to get excited when I see my dad come down the street in a street sweeper. As a kid, one day I would like to do that. So I guess you could say I fulfilled the dream that I always wanted to follow in the footsteps of my dad and drive a street sweeper. Well, I get a sense of pride with every neighborhood I do. I go out and try to give it 100%, because I feel like every house that I go past, it's my house. So my job is to go out and do the best that I can. I take pride in that.
District 8 is located from the interstate to Tyrone Boulevard and runs north to south from Central Avenue to 40th Avenue North. I'm Richie Floyd, your council member for District 8. I'm standing along the shores of Jorgensen Lake Park, located directly behind our main public library. a place where students and residents throughout our city have visited and utilized over the decades and still frequent to this day. The newly renovated President Barack Obama Main Library will be an impressive, well-known asset to all in our community. Another major landmark in District 8 is St. Pete High. This highly rated school, built back in 1926, has served as a campus for generations of Green Devils in the Sunshine City. You haven't experienced all of St. Pete if you haven't stopped by Mazzaro's Italian Market. This true Italian market serves as a destination for lunch, fresh roasted coffee and beverages, and homemade pasta. District 8 is also home to one of our best business districts, Grand Central, with plenty of places to eat and shop. Grand Central was also the birthplace of St. Pete Pride and the Pride Parade, and still plays a role in our city's annual Pride events. If you're looking to escape the grind of the city, this district also features several city parks, including Gladden Park and Booker Creek Park, which includes new pickleball courts. District 8 has the right mix of people, neighborhoods, parks, shopping, and culture. In a lot of ways, it's the best representation of what St. Pete is all about.
So if you live in St. Petersburg, right, most people know that the world's first commercial airline flight was here.
True.
Right, from St. Petersburg to Tampa. But what a lot of people don't know, could have been disastrous for the whole idea of the whole airline business, the chain came off the sprocket. The engine was basically powering a propeller like a bicycle chain and a bicycle sprocket that turned the propeller. And halfway across the bay, the chain came off. And he had to land the airboat in the middle of Tampa Bay and repair it. Remember when you were a kid and your chain would come off and you have to put it back on, your hands would get all greasy and dirty? Well, him and AC File both had to do that, and they both got their hands all filthy and stuff, but they put it back in the air and they made it. That could have been game-changing for the whole airline industry if the flight didn't work.
If they'd had to come rescue these guys out in the middle of Tampa Bay after all this publicity.
That's exactly right.
Oh, my goodness. You know, the other day I was down close to the ballpark and I stopped at a fountain to get a drink, and a woman came up to me and said, you know, that's really the fountain of youth. You're going to turn younger. Do you have any idea what she was talking about?
Do you feel younger?
I do.
Good, it must have worked then. Our first tourist attraction here in St. Petersburg. You know, what allegedly Juan Ponce de Leon came looking for, we have here in St. Pete. A gentleman by the name of Edwin Tomlinson came to St. Petersburg and purchased a tremendous amount of land and owned actually land from 4th Street all the way down to the water, kind of where the Mahaffey Alang is today. He decided one day to do some drilling because he saw a natural well and he hit it, I guess it was an artisan well. And when the water came onto shore, I think the people in St. Petersburg were going to run him out of town because it smelled really bad. It was, I think, the story I read, someone equated to a dozen raw eggs being broken open in an August afternoon in Florida set on the sidewalk. I don't know who was brave enough, but someone drank it. They tasted the water and they actually felt pretty good, and it made them feel good. And before you know it, word got out. St. Pete had this reputation of being the healthiest city in the, in the nation. People were coming and filling their water jugs and drinking the water, and everybody was feeling great. And then someone finally had to test the water, and they did, and had an unbelievable amount of lithium in it.
Oh my gosh! So
what does lithium do?
That would calm you down.
Happy water, right? So of course it was the fountain of youth. Everybody was drinking, and they were happy, and they were great. So finally it got shut down and capped, and regular potable water came through.
Why are we drinking beer? We should have.
We should have the water from the fountain of youth. It made everybody younger again.
Sign painting was a very blue-collar job. It wasn't a glorified art by any means. The people that were practicing sign painting, they had to find the most efficient means of going about it. So oftentimes they would draw it directly on and paint from there. And when you take that approach, it's prone to accidents. Sometimes you'll have the proportions a little bit off, or you'll see a little bit of these imperfections. And I think that's really charming. I think that catches people's eye. They feel a little bit more connected to the personality of the lettering or of the sign. At an art studio, it was a warehouse, and there was a lot of other great artists, and I realized no one there was really focused on lettering. In that time, they asked me to start painting signs for each different art show that came about, and that really got me the experience and working on a large scale. I totally fell in love with crafting the letters and building them up from scratch. There's reverse glass signs, there's wall signs, A-frames, we have blade signs, hanging signs. There's a wide array. One aspect of the work I do is gold leaf work. It's pretty magical to watch it happen. You're applying these thin sheets of gold to either glass or on the surface, and you paint the background and then remove the excess of the gold, and it kind of reveals the lettering that you painted. St. Pete has a really great small business community, and I've had the opportunity to work with so many great people that started out as clients and become good friends. I really appreciate the trust that people give me to help them and advise on what sign's gonna work best for them. At the end of the day, you eat with your eyes before you do with your mouth, so having a good sign will leave a lasting impression. And you might not always know why you like it or dislike it, but it sticks with you.
Hay un alfiler en una orilla de una ciudad en un mapa, como una esmeralda en la oscuridad o un ojo de pelícano. Oh península de sol, mar y baños. Aquí somos tan diversos como las conchas, la flora y las muchas aves que nos visitan cada invierno. Sí, somos bami, empanadas, knishes, injera, roti. Somos reggaetón, rap, cumbia, trap, jazz, rock y folk. Caminemos por el St. Pete Youth Farm para encontrar todo tipo de raíces entrelazados, alimentándose de la misma tierra. Aquí hacemos espacio para todos. Mira las historias pintadas en las paredes, calles y intersecciones. Neón, prismáticas y sin miedo de hacer ruido, porque el arte brilla aquí, donde pintamos el arco iris por la ciudad con orgullo y decimos gay, donde las vidas negras importan y donde una hija de inmigrantes puede ser su poeta laureada. Thank you. Hay un alfiler en una orilla, en una ciudad, en un mapa. Acércate, respira el aire salado. Mi gente, miren a su alrededor. Somos St. Pete. We are St. Pete.
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620. And I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm inluminated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's this makes complete sense.
I came to printmaking actually as a writer. I was getting my creative writing degree from Florida State. I took a class that was called Book Structures because I was really interested in the idea of self-publishing, and just discovered a whole world of this kind of like tactile, experimental, hands-on medium that I wasn't really aware existed before. So we do two types of printmaking here, letterpress printing and risograph printing. It looks like a copy machine, but it actually functions like screen printing, where you're layering colors one at a time. So it's color separated. It's really great to have the opportunity to be out at different markets and events to sell our work. Since we don't have really a retail space, it's our opportunity to get our work out there and also be there to kind of tell folks about the process. And there's kind of this excitement when they pick up this card and you can tell that a hand made it. It's a small but mighty, kind of like print-loving community here in St. Pete. We've been able to connect with everyone from local bookstores to local authors and poets that are interested in publishing their own work and making zines, to just art education groups. We're able to kind of connect with all different types of people and excite them about this process. And then this lever here, you press it with your thumb. We're really grateful to have such a supportive community here in St. Pete for local businesses. People get really excited at events, and there's all these fun little mom and pop shops and artists selling their work, things that you can't find in other cities, right? It makes St. Pete very unique. We've been able to make a lot of great connections and collaborations with our fellow local businesses.
So Bobby, how has St. Pete's history influenced you as a creative, as an artist?
Well, two things. When we still lived in the one-bedroom apartment, my mother was going off to work. She worked as a domestic. She was taking the bus, and she was leaving out the door, and then she turned around and she said, "You know, Bobby," she called me Bobby. She said, and she put her hand on my face and said, "We must stay in our place." And I didn't even think I understood what she meant. I've later come to understand, she said, he's an inquisitive, investigative child, and he might get into situations he is not equipped to handle. Growing up in Southern California, it wasn't as quite precious as it was in the South, but my parents are both from the South, and all of my plays, virtually 90% of them, are set in the South, even before I ever set foot in the Southern United States. And I think history informs your granddaddy, your grandmother, your auntie, your uncle, and it informs your parents, and even if they are not from the South. So one of the things that having a creative life, Live Arts Peninsula Foundation, who presented Web City, I was doing Uncle Ben's, a home cooked Negro narrative at American Stage, and they came up to me after one of the performances and said, "We'd like you to write a musical about the Manhattan Casino." In writing that, Bill Leffingett and myself interviewed dozens of people, and I learned a lot about the city by interviewing people. Was started by Elder Jordan, and there are many stories in the Naked City, and these are 6 of them. And it just started me and dovetailed with me already being interested in history and finding out the particular history of this community.
Hey, Bubba. Hi, good morning. Hey, you ready to come out? You ready for breakfast? My name's Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore, but when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about their diet and feeding them, so we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care, but aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you, and other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling saying, "Come in here and feed me." So it's really, really, probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds.
Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old.
I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
Hey guys, Ken Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg. Now I'm with Dex Fabian, the publisher of I Love the Berg. Thank you for being here with us on our Sunrunner tour. Tell us how this changes life in St. Petersburg.
Coming from New York, it's one of the things I missed was mass transit. And I think having something like the Sunrunner now actually happening in St. Pete after so long, it's a game changer. Riding it today got us from point A to point B so much faster. Don't have to worry about parking. It just makes life so much easier for locals and even tourists.
And I think it helps us to change the culture. We really don't have a transit culture here.
Yeah, so I think this is a good starting point for more developments in our mass transit system.
Thank you for being with us, Dex. We'll talk to you next time on our Sunrunner tour.
about you two?
Welcome everyone to the Committee of the Whole.
I can do it with one hand.
Hello, we're starting and we're on air. Thank you. Welcome everyone to the Committee of the Whole for April 23rd, 2026. I please have a roll call.
Hanowitz.
Here.
Sanders. Driscoll.
Here.
Gibbons.
Here.
Floyd.
Here.
Curtis.
Here.
Gabbard.
Here.
Harding.
Here.
We have an agenda before us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We have the March 12th, 26 minutes for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we are here for the FY27 Capital Improvement Program budget, which is pretty much the subject matter of the day. We've been talking about capital improvements all day, as Vice Chair Floyd said. And my understanding is that we are going to get directly into it. And Liz, you're going to start us off.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair and members of City Council. Today we will review the preliminary FY27 CIP budget for the City of St. Petersburg. And first, I'd like to thank our colleagues within the city departments who have participated and contributed to the development of this preliminary budget. The budget development process is a team effort. And on behalf of the budget department, I'd like to say thank you to all of our city departments. I'd also like to thank and introduce the members of the city's budget team who are here today and presenting along with me. I have Stacy McKee, who's our CIP coordinator. We have Caitlin Berger, who's our budget manager. And we have our analysts, Patricia Pena, Emily Rapchek, and Noah Caprio. So we've circulated an agenda, and subject to your approval, we propose to start with a quick summary of the CIP budget process and overall CIP plan, and then review each of the 19 individual CIP funds in the order in which they appear in the workbook. And as we complete each fund, we'll stop and pause for any questions. And this presentation is based on the information contained in the workbook with pictures, tables, and charts to help illustrate the CIP plan. So this slide shows the city's vision and the mayor's principles for accountable and responsible government and pillars for progress. And each capital project request includes the relevant principles and pillars for that project, and they are listed in the project description for each project in the workbook. For the FY27 budget, we are building on last year's foundation of resilience and strengthening that focus by advancing economic and community resilience as the city continues to recover from the 2024 storms and prepares for current and future pressures on our long-term stability. As community needs continue to increase and trend towards outpacing projected resources, strategic decisions will be required and some will be difficult. To continue building resilience, we will prioritize infrastructure that is built to endure, invest our public dollars wisely, and improve our capacity to deliver critical city services in an era of challenge. The city CIP program is a 5-year plan that gets updated annually as part of the city's budget process. The first year of the CIP is appropriated by City Council as the year's capital projects budget, and the remaining 4 years of the 5-year plan are a look into the future at the city's CIP program, and the projects included in the out years may change as the plan is updated each year based on new information received and as priorities and needs of the city change. Held in early January, the kickoff meeting for the CIP budget starts the formal budget process. At this meeting, the budget department provides information, direction, training, and important budget dates to the departments. We then have a City Council Priorities Committee of the Whole in January, and it's a chance for City Council members to share their priorities with the public and city administration. During the departmental review stage, departments internally complete a needs analysis for their various divisions and programs, and includes a review of projects that are currently funded and projects that are in the 5-year plan. Modifications to these projects may arise based on updated information coming from this analysis. Next, the CIP departments meet with engineering and capital improvement staff to discuss the status of the projects. Does a project need to be advanced based on the needs analysis, or are there delays that require the project to be pushed out? We have a submission of prioritized projects to the budget department, and once the department has prioritized its projects and incorporated any feedback from the engineering and capital improvement department, Their official request is sent to the Budget Department as that department's CIP budget submission. We then have line item review meetings with each department where budget and city administration review and discuss prioritized projects. And during this line item review process, administration and the budget and management department further prioritize these projects in an effort to make sure we balance each fund in each year of the 5-year plan. Annually, we hold a budget open house where the public has an opportunity to participate in the budget process by sharing their thoughts and priorities with the city. And after the open house is held and the line item review process completed, we have a committee of the whole meeting with City Council to report and review on the FY27 preliminary CIP budget. And that's where we are today in the budget process. Some other important dates include that in late June, but no later than July 1st, we will receive the certified values from the property appraiser's office. On or before July 15th, Mayor Welch will submit his balanced budget recommendations to City Council. At the July 23rd City Council meeting, we will ask City Council to set a tentative millage rate and the public hearing dates. And we have an additional committee of the whole scheduled for July 30th on the mayor's recommended budget. The first public budget hearing is currently scheduled for September 3rd, followed by a second public hearing on the 17th. And at this meeting, City Council will adopt the 27 budget, which will run from October 1st to September 30th, 2027. So there are a number of projects planned in the FY27 preliminary CIP budget that addresses City Council priorities. And the next few slides will show additional detail on some of these priorities from City Council. Funding for the street and road improvements project increased by $1.275 million in FY27 from $7.5 million to $8.775 million. It increased $1 million in FY28 through 29 from $8 million to $9 million in 28 and from $8.5 million to $9.5 million in 29. And $1.5 million in FY30 from $8.5 million to $10 million and $2 million in FY31 to go from $8.5 million to $10.5 million as compared to the FY26 CIP plan. There's a total of $7.834 million in funding for bicycle and pedestrian safety improvement projects programmed into the FY27 budget. There is funding in 4 different CIP funds for this category of projects. There's grant funding in the bicycle, pedestrian, and safety improvement funds in the amount of $2.034 million. There's penny funding in the citywide infrastructure capital improvement fund in the amount of $4 million. There's $1.45 million in the multimodal impact fees capital improvement fund. And new for FY27, there's $350,000 in the parking and transportation capital improvements fund. Programs that are or projects that are included in this bicycle pedestrian safety category are sidewalks, complete streets, Pinellas Trail neighborhood connections, Salt Creek Trail extension, curb ramp and reconstruction, bicycle pedestrian facilities, the neighborhood transportation management program, downtown intersection and pedestrian facilities, a traffic safety program, and First Avenue South Bikeway from 2nd Street to 7th Street. All in all, there's 10 projects in this category. Looking at sidewalks, there's $2.7 million in funding for sidewalks for each year of the 5-year CIP plan, $1.3 million for sidewalk reconstruction, $1.05 million for sidewalk expansion, and $350,000 for sidewalk neighborhood and ADA ramps. The Complete Streets program funding increased by $400,000 in FY27 from $1.115 million to $1.55 million, and by $450,000 in FY28 through FY31 from $1.5 million to $1.6 million.
1.15.
Oh, sorry, $1.15 million. And this is compared to last year's CIP plan. For FY27, there is $650,000 in the citywide infrastructure capital improvement fund for complete streets, $550,000 in the multimodal impact fee capital improvement fund, and again, new for FY27, $350,000 in the parking and transportation capital improvement fund, for a total of $1.550 million in funding for complete streets. And this again is an increase of $400,000 over the 26 adopted budget and that amount will increase to 1.6 in FY 28 through 31. This slide shows a comparison of three of these programs, the street and road improvements, complete streets and sidewalk projects from FY 22 to FY 27. And funding since FY 2022 for each of these funding categories has approximately doubled. The Public Safety Capital Improvement Fund 3025 has a fund balance assignment for public safety training facilities in the amount of $20.9 million across the 5-year plan, and this will fund the K-9 compound and the fire training facilities projects. City administration is currently working with Pinellas County to amend the in-town redevelopment plan and establish a revised financial policy for the in-town TIF. There are amendments in the proposed Table 2 that are currently showing as unfunded in the Tax Increment Financing Capital Improvement Fund, pending approval of the amendment. And these amendments include funding for Mahaffey Theater, Vinoy Park infrastructure, marina rebuild and seawalls, pier, and the ferry dock. Potential GEO bond funded projects are not included in the FY 27 to 31 CIP plan. Appropriation of funding for these projects would be done outside of the normal budget process and or in future 5-year CIP plans after voter approval of the issuance of the GEO bond. And we had discussion earlier today in the Budget, Finance, and Taxation Committee meeting regarding that financing mechanism. And there's another discussion scheduled for Public Service and Infrastructure Committee on May 14th. So on page 1 of the workbook, there's a summary table of the 5-year CIP plan, and the FY 27 CIP plan totals $202.861 million in projects. The Water Resources Fund is the largest fund here with $111.98 million in projects, and that makes up 55.2% of the FY 27 CIP plan. The Stormwater Drainage CIP fund is the next largest fund, making up just under 22% of the plan with $40.050 million in projects. And then the 4 penny funds combined equal about 16.8% of the plan at $34.047 million. The total 5-year CIP plan contains just over $1.2 billion in projects, and all funds are balanced in all 5 years of the CIP plan. Looking specifically at the penny, the 5-year CIP plan includes an estimated $213.7 million in revenue and $163.59 million in projects. The difference in these two amounts is in the funds held in assignment for of the fund balance for future appropriations, including the amount I mentioned earlier for public safety facilities. There's also assignments for transfers for debt payment, affordable housing land acquisition, bridge replacement, and future city facilities projects. The Penny 4 allocation began in FY 20, and the majority of penny funding was planned to be invested in core infrastructure improvements, including underground wastewater infrastructure, streets and roads, bridges, seawalls, etc., and leaving a little bit less funding for the projects traditionally funded from our penny amounts in the prior year penny plans. Starting in FY 24, we gradually started reducing the amount budgeted for the underground wastewater infrastructure from $9 million a year to $7 million, and then we reduced this amount to $5 million in FY 26, and we're proposing to reduce this amount to $4 million in FY 27, and for the rest of the penny 4 plan years. The penny revenue estimates for the 10-year plan remain the same at $385 million for the 10-year span of the penny 4 plan. And before we move into the specific funds, is there any questions on the overall introduction piece?
Any questions? I don't see any questions. You can move on.
All right, I'm going to hand it over to Stacy McKee to do the next section of the presentation.
Sure. So we'll move into the housing and general funds. The housing CIP fund information starts on page 3 of the workbook. The Housing Capital Improvements Fund was established to account for capital projects for housing programs. Initial resources for this fund came from the general fund, and it continues to be supported by general fund through transfers. Beginning in FY15, funds provided to the city by developers in lieu of producing a workforce housing density bonus units on site in accordance with Chapter 16 land development regulations were accounted for in this fund, and they continue to be accounted for in this fund. Other revenue sources here include transfers from other city funds and earnings on investments. There's one project in the fund for FY27, and it's the Affordable Workforce Housing Programs project at $1.124 million. And then here we have a rendering of the ARIA development that was funded through the Housing Capital Improvement Fund.
Any questions? Nope.
Okay, we'll move on to the General Capital Improvement Fund. This information part starts on page 5 of the workbook. Resources to the fund total $1.834 million and include $1.823 million in transfers into the fund and $11,000 in earnings on investments. The transfer amount is entirely from the Municipal Office Buildings Fund this year to fund repairs and improvements at City Hall, the Annex, and the Municipal Services Center building. Projects currently funded for FY27 total $3.825 million and include 2 projects, $3.7 million for MOB repairs and improvements and $125,000 for Walter Fuller capital improvements. And then the following pictures show projects that were funded in the General Capital Improvement Fund that are either under construction or have recently been completed. And here we have the Tropicana Field Emergency Repairs Project while it was in process. And then we have that same project at completion. And then we also have a picture of the cooling tower at MSC that was funded through this fund as well.
Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, the $125,000 appropriation here is for Walter Fuller Baseball Sports Commission capital improvements, right? That's an agreement. I thought that was at $100,000. Why is it $125,000?
It increased.
It increased this past year?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Thanks for the clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, next we'll move into the Penny for Pinellas Fund section, which begins on page 9. And we'll start with the Public Safety Capital Improvement Fund. And when building the FY27 through FY31 Penny Fund summaries, the following revenue assumptions were made. Penny revenue again comes from sales tax revenue, and our current Penny round 4 estimate is $385 million. We continue to look at this estimate throughout the year, and when we get state and county estimates during the summer, we may update it in the later versions of the budget as needed. And we also look at our actual FY26 collections. The 5-year plan assumes that the Penny for Pinellas will be reauthorized for another round, and for planning purposes, we've kept the FY30 and 31 allocation the same as the Penny 4 allocation until we have a new Penny 5 plan developed. So overall, for FY27, the preliminary CIP budget, the 4 Penny funds have a total of $34.047 million in projects, and a total of $163.6 million in projects over the 5-year plan. Specifically for public safety, there is $1.967 million in projects for FY27. Projects included in this fund are $709,000 for the replacement of fire engine 14, $778,000 for the replacement of ladder truck 11, and $480,000 for new police take-home vehicles. Over the 5-year plan, there again is a total of $20.947 million in assigned funding for the 2 public safety training facilities that are in progress. The following pictures show some projects funded out of the Public Safety Capital Improvement Fund. Here we have the recently replaced hazardous materials truck and a picture of a new police take-home cruiser.
Any questions? Nope. Move on.
On page 12 of the workbook starts the Citywide Infrastructure Capital Improvement Fund information, and the fund has a total project requirements of $23.568 million for FY27. 47% or 11.175 million is invested in various street and road improvement type projects. This amount includes 8.775 million for street and road improvements, which again is about a 1.27 million increase over last year. We have 1.3 million for sidewalk reconstruction, 700,000 for brick alley reconstruction, and 400,000 for curb ramp reconstruction. 17% of the funds projects are in the sanitary sewer collection system project, or 4 million. 10% or 2.3 million are for transportation and parking improvement projects, including 650,000 for complete streets, 1 million for the sidewalk expansion program, 350,000 for sidewalks, neighborhood and ADA ramps, 100,000 for bicycle pedestrian facilities, and 200,000 for the neighborhood transportation management plan. 2 million or 9% go to the seawall renovation and replacement project. There's 6% or 1.5 million for both bridge life extension and affordable housing land acquisition projects. 4% or 868,000 for the transfer for repayment of debt issued for the issued in FY20 for the 40th Avenue Northeast Bridge over Placido Bayou, and 1% or 225,000 for neighborhood enhancement. And this fund also has assignments for affordable housing land acquisition, bridge replacement, debt service payments, and future city facility replacements in the 5-year plan. This slide will show a picture of some street milling, which is funded out of the Citywide Infrastructure Capital Improvement Fund. And any questions?
Move on.
Moving on to our third penny fund, the Recreation and Culture Capital Improvement Fund on page 18. There are 6 million, just over 6 million projects in this fund. 35% or 2.15 million is for parks and open space, with 800,000 for play equipment replacement, 400,000 for Roser Park sidewalk improvements, 400,000 for Maximo restrooms and maintenance shed, 350,000 for park facility improvements, 100,000 for both parks lighting improvements and preserve improvements. 20% of the funding in this fund, or 1.6 million, is for the transfer for repayment of debt service for the Shore Acres Rec Center and the President Barack Obama Main Library renovations. 12% or 700,000 is for library improvements, including 525,000 for the Obama Main Library renovation project for a generator, and 175,000 for general library improvements. 12% or 700,000 is for pool improvements, including 400,000 for swimming pool improvements and 300,000 for North Shore Aquatic Center ADA improvements. We have 6% or 400,000 for Mahaffey Theater, 300,000 for rec center improvements, and 200,000 for athletic facility improvements. And this fund, again, has assignments of a fund balance for debt service payments and future city facility projects over the 5-year plan. And we do have a picture of the Child's Park recreation restroom enhancements and a shade structure at the Meadow Lawn Park Playground.
Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so 2 questions. One specific, we had discussed this in our meeting last Friday together about the Obama Main Library generator project. And Rob, I had brought up to you, and I just wanted to just bring it up, I think, for more general conversation and thinking in the future. So I've been continuing to work on trying to do the shelter mitigation fee bank with the county. And one of the things that was shared with me was not necessarily a need for there to be additional shelters, but the need for additional step-down shelters and generators to be able to use at these facilities. So whenever we had the conversation about this, and I saw that this is specifically for a generator, I wanted to bring that up for conversation in this piece because If we could use the Obama Main Library, that would be great. If not, we need to kind of start to think ahead about facilities within our city where maybe we could partner with the county. I know we did the Coliseum last time, but that was, kind of okay, we've got to find a place, and we had a plan after the fact. I want us to kind of start thinking about that going forward and working with the county to make sure that just like we are, bringing a generator in to make sure that this facility can still continue to be maintained for operations base, permitting, mobile, whatever we want to do with it, we really need to be looking at the step-down shelter situation. So since I asked you about that on Friday, do you have any other thoughts about that?
Yeah, thank you, council member, and good afternoon to all of council. I want to say a couple things. One, we really have tried to improve our relationship with the county. We did do the step-down special needs shelter at the Coliseum, which we haven't done in the past. We work well with Barry Burton and his team, and through Amber Bolding. And I don't know if this is something that we've shared with City Council, but we've also recently agreed to provide more security for the county at some of their shelters, for the police department, because of some of the issues that they had through Milton and Helene. So we're trying to be very cooperative. Like we discussed last week in the one-on-one, I'm not sure that the Obama Library is going to be a good place for a step-down shelter just due to the collection there and the books, but we'll certainly keep that in mind, and we continue to try and help the county.
Absolutely. I would like us to have, a really good plan around that pre-storm so that it can be easily implemented. And specifically, if we could get this shelter mitigation fee, being able to partner with the county to utilize that for generators specifically, that was one of the asks that they had. Because regardless of where you do those step-down shelters, you still have to make sure they have power after the storm. So just wanted to bring that up for conversation for all of City Council, and just awareness that I am still working on that issue. And then I have one other thing, and Mike, I see you coming up, so this probably will be for you. So as I've continued to talk with Penny, and I understand from our February PSNI meeting, the Sunshine Center. So the first thing that I'm going to ask is, I didn't see anything in here specific to the Sunshine Center, so are there any current improvements or major maintenance issues with the current facility that we want to talk about within here?
Sure, we definitely can. We have a project that's on the books right now that we're currently navigating, and that is the HVAC replacement.
Yeah.
Again, looking for that sweet spot between, how much do you put into a building that is at end of life, so we're navigating that. And we think that our plan, we've got several irons in the fire, if you will. One would be to include Sunshine Center replacement in the next round of Penny and make it more of a premier project in that round.
Yeah.
And then we continue to investigate the possibility of doing a private-public partnership at the Sunshine Center. So we're looking at all different options and continue to investigate those as well.
So as it relates, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Liz?
You can go.
As it relates to the Penny 5 round, and obviously this is premature, but in that PSNI meeting, it was discussed, and Rob, you had mentioned that you'd be meeting with county commissioners, and you would start talking about Penny 5 round. When do you start doing that?
So thank you for that question. We have a meeting scheduled next month internally with all the administrators and the chiefs.
Okay.
And so we'll start looking at, their list of projects. Obviously Mike will bring the Sunshine Center. There'll be others. So we'll start talking about those with the mayor. We'll anticipate having conversations, obviously, with City Council as we go along on what your priorities are for Penny 5. The Penny 5 referendum is going to be in November of 28th. And so we'll start working with the county on the education program around that. I would say, Tom, do you think within the next 8 months or so?
Okay. All right, very good. Well, I just wanted to keep it top of mind, so thank you.
If I may, I have one quick comment on the shelters that I just kind of wanted to kind of let everybody kind of ponder, because it is a question that is lingering. And one of the challenges that we're faced with is that the facilities that we have are so well utilized that to do a step-down shelter, we're potentially pushing someone else out. And especially in the rec centers, when we're looking at the licensed childcare, we're not able to legally mix the two populations. So that's always been a challenge of ours, and we've always been very cautious of pushing our licensed childcare program out, because we know that families need to get back to normal as well. The other thing that I wanted to mention on the generator component is a strategy that council has fully embraced, and it's been successful for us. We rent and have a contract for several generators that allow us to be nimble. So many of our locations have automatic transfer switches so that we're able to kind of be nimble and move where we might need to be. The Obama Library is slightly different with the size of the collection, and as you can imagine, mildew and mold with books is really sort of a big liability for us. So I just kind of wanted to level set and explain kind of what the logic was behind the generator that was on the paper.
Well, and it's absolutely very complicated to be able to figure it out, but the county is wanting to partner with us on it, and so it's my hopes that we can come up with some sort of plan that hopefully we never have to activate, but it will be ready before a storm instead of having to kind of figure it out in the moment, because I know how stressful, not only for our residents, but for you all. So, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I wanted to just bring attention to the Rosa Park sidewalk improvements, still parks, but also engineering. So this might be more upper Shash. Although, Mike, I'm sure you're as happy as I am to see that we have some improvements coming to Rosa Park with the sidewalks. I know that you've both heard from the residents and from me quite a bit about the years that everyone's been waiting for these improvements, but it really goes beyond just your typical park improvements because of Booker Creek. So I want to point out this to say thank you and hooray and more please. So this is a step in the right direction, and it's part of a bigger picture. Don't need the full presentation on that today. But can you tell us where this is, where this fits into other improvements that will be taking place in the future?
Thank you. So thank you for bringing this up. So yes, this is a part of a bigger picture. There are sidewalk improvements that we will have to do in the future when we replace the walls and do any major regrading within the roadway itself. But that may be such a longer period in time. These are simple sidewalk fixes that we can do today while we wait for the longer term modeling of the channel itself and the structural replacement to be designed and constructed. So it gets us a step forward, but these are other elements. There are other elements that we have to work with in the historic preservation, getting the COAs, getting everything aligned before we get into the bigger pictures. But thank you for bringing this up.
Oh, yes, and thank you. I know that you're continuing to work diligently on that the bigger project, but having the sidewalks repaired and giving people something now while we wait for the full solution that comes in the future. I know it means a lot to the people of historic Rosa Park neighborhood, and it means a lot to me too. So thank you.
The meeting with the neighborhood association was extremely beneficial, and I think we both have a good unified plan moving forward. Thank you.
Oh, yes. And now they're very familiar with your drawings and your maps, and that helps.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'm glad that the Sunshine Center was brought up, just because that is something that we have talked about in the past, and I'm glad to hear that we have the HVAC project and that we do have kind of a long view on this. Again, it's about what we can do today to make things better while we work towards that bigger solution. So that makes me very happy. Mike, I wanted to ask you if you're comfortable with where you're at so far with CIP. You guys are so popular that your playground equipment, all of those things get worn out pretty quickly. And you have quite a list of improvements here. Anything from, park lighting to, the libraries, and, you've got quite a bit that's unfunded. And that always concerns me. I wanted to give you an opportunity to let us know how you feel about where we're at this point, and if there is something that is yet unfunded that you would put at the top of the list if you could add one more thing.
So I'm clearly sitting next to Administrator Gertis, so his elbow can reach me, so I'll be careful as I chat. But yeah, I'll slide over closer to legal. Exactly. Here's the situation. I've been very transparent with council, and when we look at the number of facilities, the number of amenities that we have in all of our departments, I see CIP as the biggest challenge. As we look at the shift in the economy and as we look at penny funding, we are doing some things. Mayor and council, you all have supported kind of a shifting from some of the non-recreation space infrastructure. So that's been happening, which is allowing us to do more. We feel like the list that we've brought to the table has been triaged and has been prioritized. Everything that's on the list is something that we know will need to be done at some point. But if I'm comfortable with where we're at, if that's the question, I'm comfortable in the current economic situation that we're in. I'm comfortable with the projects that we brought forward as being the most pressing.
If I could just real quick, and I appreciate that, I think this is a good opportunity for me to thank City Council on what you've allowed us to do together on the pipelining money in the penny that was in water resources. And look, I understand it's difficult to take away some of that, but it has really helped. And when we started that conversation a few years back, we really saw some of the impacts that was having in community enrichment. And it's kind of why we came to you and asked if we could start. And I know, look, it hasn't solved every issue for Mike that he has out there, but I think it's helped a lot. Absolutely. I think you would agree with that. And I want to just thank you all for letting us make that transition.
Mm-hmm. And I want to add just another little wrinkle here is that we've also, on the operating side, work to provide additional resources for repairs and renovations in that line item. So that's been an increased investment over the years as well.
Oh, thanks for pointing that out. And I think some of the smaller things that are on here, I think about how much our neighborhoods appreciate the parks, and some of them are looking for opportunities, a project to do. There could be some items on here that could qualify, since they're unfunded. I believe they would qualify for a neighborhood partnership grant. And it could, not that it sounds kind of weird to put money into that and then tell Parks to go ask the neighborhoods to help get that money. That's not what I mean. The neighborhoods want to do things. They want to know what they can do. I can tell you in Coquina Key, they've got things they want to do. But if there was something on this list, they could say, let's work together and get that done. And I bet you can find that all around our city.
And that's a strategy that we've been working on and we've had great success with. So again, as we look at kind of the future and we look at the list, that is a strategy that we work on. Liz and her team have been absolutely fantastic at giving us, a call saying, hey, we have a little more in penny than we had thought. So what are you, where's your next priority? Has it changed since the last time we did, a workshop or whatnot? So as it continues to evolve, we are looking at all strategies. We're also hitting grants and we're hitting, private funding and different options very hard as well. And with David Thompson and some of his work, we've been very successful in a lot of different areas. And I think solving this problem is multifaceted, and we just absolutely, as Rob said, we couldn't do it without your support, and each and every one of you has been fantastic at giving us those ideas and supporting those when we bring them forward. So thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Bob?
All right, our fourth and final CIP fund is the City Facilities Fund. For FY27, we have just over $2.4 million in projects that are funded out of this fund. There's $800,000 for the Jamestown Complex roof replacement, $650,000 for city facility roof and waterproofing, $276,000 to transfer for repayment of debt for the completed Jamestown unit renovations, $200,000 for both city facilities HVAC replacement or upgrade and fire facilities major improvements, and $150,000 each for Jamestown replace exterior structural metal and infrastructure to be determined. We have a picture of some recently completed work out at Jamestown that painted for painting and waterproofing, and we have in progress of the Manhattan Casino renovations.
I see no questions. Oh, Councilmember Gibbons.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Liz. I want to talk for a moment about city facilities because I think this is a very important pot to examine. I haven't had the opportunity to get over there yet, but I look forward to my visit next week. The Manhattan Casino. I want to talk for a moment about that because as we look ahead to the future, to future revenue streams for our city and look at how we can close this budget gap, what are some new and innovative ways that we can get some more revenue streams coming into this city? And I think this is one. We've got an event space, we have a ballroom, and I know initially construction started almost a year ago, if not longer, and here we are now. We have projected going back in there, I think around the spring of 2026, and here we are now. So I just want to know what our timeline is and are we on track?
It is. So regarding the Manhattan Casino project, we have completion scheduled for July of 2026. So there's some other work that we may identify since we're in there at the same time, but July 2026 is our completion date that we're scheduled for right now.
So when you say other work, Brajesh, can you talk a little bit about that? Maybe not in detail, but what other work do we anticipate may be in store?
So there's some landscaping right now, some minor work on the exterior that we'll coordinate. And as we're out there, I know there were some future CIP projects that were identified, but we're not at that stage of actually verifying if we need to move forward those right now.
Gotcha.
But just some minor, as I said, incidental work.
Gotcha. And I know we had spent, $5 million on some additional renovations that needed to be done over there. So, the community is asking questions. That's why I'm asking. So just want to make sure that we're being transparent and accountable and staying on deadline. So thank you so much for all your hard work.
problem.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move into the enterprise funds. They start on page 27 of the workbook. The first one is the Parking and Transportation Fund. Projects in this fund are funded through transfers from the Parking Revenue Fund and earnings on investments. The fund name is being changed for FY27 from downtown parking to parking and transportation. There is sufficient revenue in the fund's balance to support the 27 projects, so there is not a transfer planned in 27. The two projects planned total 1.1 million, and it's 350,000 for complete streets and 750,000 for parking access revenue control equipment.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I think this would be a good time to I express my gratitude for the increase in the overall funding for not just complete streets, but helping with bicycle pedestrian safety. I mean, it got like a whole slide worth of stuff this time.
Finally.
I told Tom and Liz, I said, I don't know how many people have like a favorite slide in a presentation, but mine would be number 10. And it's important to point this out because the funding that goes into complete streets and improving the ways that people can get around our city is not just on one page of the budget. It's in multiple places. And being able to have this and really demonstrate all of the funding that is being put into this. And there is an increase too. Can you tell us, remind everyone about the increase for complete streets?
So for FY27, it's 400,000 from last year's plan, and it goes up to 450,000, or another 50,000 in each of the 4 years of the 5-year plan.
Right. And over time, we're going to see that is that means substantial improvements. So this really shows that the administration is listening. I know it was a big point of contention last year with some of our residents who, and I as well, didn't feel like we put enough into this. And for this upcoming year, I feel very satisfied with where we're at. And I'm excited to see a lot of these improvements happening quickly once the funding comes through, because Often, the big stuff that we celebrate, you don't see it right away, but there are a lot of smaller projects where people are going to notice a difference very quickly. And I couldn't be happier about that, so needed to put a pin in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gibbons and then Councilmember Harding.
Thank you. Well, Councilmember Driscoll stole my sentiments because that's what I wanted to do is sing your praises for this investment in Complete Streets. Last week we heard from quite a number of our residents in the city who said that is what they felt was quite important. Investing in public transit, mobility, safety, transportation, that is what this budget reflects. And to her point, it's throughout the budget. You see it everywhere. And I'm grateful that we see it in sidewalks, 2.3 million, Complete Streets, an increase by 400,000, other traffic safety programs, 150,000. So this is what we are about, practicing what we preach. So I'm grateful to see that. But I do want to note, as a city, our budget reflects our values, and we have to, as a council, try to define what are our priorities. And that's exactly what we're doing today. There's $90 million. We talked about this, Tom, the other day, that could have gone into other projects like Complete Streets, but we've invested that into water resources projects. And so I'm excited to see that these dollars are being put to good use. So thank you all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding, then Vice Chair Floyd.
Thank you, Chair. The Complete Streets is new this year, transferring it from parking and transportation, if I remember right.
It's it's a new funding source for Complete
Yes.
Streets.
And the parking and the equipment, if I remember right, and I may be off on, but I think that's a purchase for this year. It wasn't part of the budget last year. And regardless, if I'm right on one or both, I guess my question is that's $1.1 million. What was it spent on last year, or what did we take this away from? Do we know?
No, there was fund balance in this CIP
Okay,
fund.
it was just in there.
Yes,
It was
from
just accrued in
projects,
there.
prior projects that had funding, remaining funding, when we closed them, it dropped to the fund balance. So
That's
we're
what I was hoping
utilizing
you were
this
gonna
that fund balance for these two projects.
That's the best answer we could have, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Floyd.
Thank you. Wasn't sure when to ask this, but since we're on this and people are asking questions, first, I appreciate all of this. This is really good and a big thing that I wanted to see out of the budget this year. But, between this slide and the one at the beginning about bike ped and Complete Streets and whatnot, I didn't see the commercial corridor improvements that I know we put in the South St. Pete CRA listed, and I was under the impression that funding would also impact bike ped projects as well. So I just didn't know.
So I think that's an operating funding source.
Oh,
as of
yeah,
current
yeah.
year. So
Mhm.
once we go through, if it's a CIP project, we'll come to you to transfer it during the year to a
Okay.
CIP fund and then appropriate it.
Mhm.
But that's why you're not seeing in the plan, it'll happen during the year.
You're right. That makes perfect sense. Yeah, I got my wires crossed because I imagine I know the intent is to use that for capital stuff, but yeah, you're right. Without it being obligated and transferred, it wouldn't appear here. Okay, well, I bring that up to say that there's potential for even more bike ped funding in the budget later on too, for anybody who's watching and cares. So that's all good news. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Evan, this might be for you. So remind me, because we had our conversations about expanding parking to utilize that funding for business improvement area downtown. And I kind of anticipated to see funding here to do new meters or whatever it was that we were going to do, but I don't see that now until 2028. And so can you give us an update on where everything is with expanding parking, paid parking downtown to utilize for that program?
Sure. So since we reached consensus to expand the meters downtown to pay for that, we've already moved forward with plans on that this fiscal year.
Okay.
If we run into any expenses that we don't have funds to cover, then we would ask council for an allocation this year outside the budget cycle but we're already in the process of putting in new meters, and then also some areas that are just signed for paid parking.
Oh, okay.
And we wanted to start that sooner rather than later, so we're not waiting till next year or the year after. We're doing it now.
Okay, and that was going to be my follow-up. So it's going to be, some will be actual new meters, but some will be like the signs with the QR code?
Probably not QR
Depending
codes,
on the
but yeah,
area?
It'll say pay parking.
pay park mobile.
Use park mobile, zone number, whatever.
Okay, all right. Yeah, one-
Councilmember, if I
Yeah,
could,
yeah.
just so everyone knows, also, my understanding is the evaluation committee did make a selection on that procurement process.
Oh, okay.
So we'll be working on that agreement and bringing that forward to the city council.
Oh, that's good news. Okay, very good. Yeah, when I didn't see any funding for FY27, I just got concerned. So I wanted to make sure that was still moving forward. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we can continue.
Okay, next up is the Tropicana Field Capital Projects Fund on page 29 of the workbook. FY27 resources for this fund total $512,000 and include $250,000 for naming rights, $250,000 for ticket surcharge, and $12,000 for earnings on investments. Projects will be brought to City Council for appropriation as needed, so you won't see anything budgeted in the 5-year plan outside of those resources in this fund. Any questions there?
Nope.
Okay, we'll move on to the Water Resources Capital Projects Fund on page 31 of the workbook. The resources in this fund consist of transfers from the Water Resources Operating Fund, customer connection fees, public utility revenue bonds, water closet, or otherwise known as impact fees, assessments, and investment earnings. Including the $4 million in penny funding, we are at a 50-50 ratio of cash to debt funding in FY27 for this fund. Projects in the Water Resources Capital Project Fund total $111.98 million in FY27 and are distributed in the following major project categories. There's 27% in the water distribution system improvements at $29.9 million, 25% for water treatment supply at $27.8 million, 20% for water reclamation facility improvements at $22.4 million, 11% for sanitary sewer collection system at $12.5 million, 8% for lift station improvements at $8.4 million, 7% for water resources building improvements at just over $8 million. And then there's a transfer to the Water Resources Debt Fund at $1.4 million and reclaimed water system improvements at $975,000 in addition to computerized system improvements at $650,000 in this fund. For FY27, the Water Resources CIP project budget amounts can be broken out into the following categories: master plan projects at $62.225 million and resiliency projects at $74.305 million. Just to note, some of the FY27 CIP projects are listed in more than one of the categories. For example, the automated metering infrastructure project of $4 million is included in both the master plan and resiliency amounts above. Of the $115.98 million in water resources projects, including the $4 million of penny, $99.63 million or 86% are associated with one or more of these categories. And we've got a few projects, pictures of projects that were recently completed. First is Lift Station 25 generator replacement. Then we have the Northwest Water Reclamation Facility Flood Protection Walls project. Any questions on water resources?
Councilmember Gabbard.
Two quick questions. One on, and I'll just start where you kind of ended on the AMI. So $4 million, that is just for what we have been budgeting to do it a little bit over time while we're now going through a process based on the unsolicited bid, correct?
That's accurate.
Okay, and can you remind us, I should have pulled it and I apologize I didn't, is this consistent funding with last year or was there an increase? Hopefully you can remind
So
us.
this is additional funding beyond what was last year.
I thought,
Last year was our normal meter replacement funding. This
Right.
is accelerating that from an AI implementation standpoint.
Okay, very good. I think that's a win, so I'm glad to hear that that is additional. It felt like it was a higher number, but again, I didn't go back and look at it. We recognize, obviously, it's going to be, a lot more money than that to do the entire city, and I know, we're looking at all of that, but this was a conversation I didn't want to take the time this morning to have in the GEO bond conversation, but one of the things I think I was anticipating, and Claude, maybe this is for you, one of the things I think I was anticipating in your list of projects would be AMI, and I didn't see it there.
Mm-hmm.
So can you speak to how you believe Go Bond might influence AMI at the end of the day?
Absolutely. So our team, there's actually two projects that I think are of interest to the public. One is the private lateral, and the other one is the AMI. Both of those are in both of the normal CIP through utility rates as well as the GEO bond. And so the thought was that if the GEO bond passes, we'd be able to accelerate more money into both of those projects more quickly and get them done more quickly.
Yeah.
If not, we have the alternative plan to continue to fund both of those projects 100% through utility rates.
Got it. Okay. And then follow-up question, and this again I think would be for you, on more of kind of the Go Bond conversation earlier today that I didn't want to get too into. So on page 38 of the workbook, we talk about $2 million for Water Resources Department SPAR program management.
Yes.
And the way that I read this definition, the simplest way that I can define this is that staff augmentation that we've been talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fair assessment?
That's a very fair assessment.
Okay, so then on it's the memo, page 3 of the memo, in the beginning of the book, there is a table of anticipated project types that Go Bond financing would support. And there is $8 million for SPAR management. Now, granted, that's probably all departments, not just Water Resources. But can you speak to that table and that $8 million? And is that to do the same in stormwater, or?
I'll do my best to speak to it, but I invite my staff to.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're the ones that came up with the numbers.
Okay, got it.
Absolutely. And so when we look at SPAR and GeoBond, we know that GeoBond will fund SPAR projects, but SPAR will continue without GeoBond. SPAR is accelerating projects. And so the funding for SPAR without GeoBond is to fund staff augmentation to manage those additional projects that we'll be performing out of our CIP. Should we get GeoBond, that is going to add a lot more to everybody's plate. And so there is additional funding for SPAR program management and staff augmentation should we receive that GeoBond fund.
Okay, that's good news, because I think one of the big concerns, and you might actually want to stay, because I might have one more question for you as a follow-up. That was, I didn't want to get into it this morning talking about projects and stuff, but I think after the exercise that we went through last year, really digging into our utility rates, what we recognize is it isn't always money. It's also bandwidth and staff time and the ability to actually get these projects done. So I'm happy to see the forward thinking of the staff augmentation piece, because residents could give us all the money in the world tomorrow, but can we actually get these projects done? And that, I think, is equally as concerning.
Yes.
So I'm glad to see that you're doing that.
No, thank you very much.
My last question, and because it does say Water Resources, and I guess it is for you, is on this same chart in the memo, the contingency. Can you talk a little bit about that? It's like $20 million. 20 million.
And so Claude and I worked on that, and so it is to acknowledge that a lot of the pricing that we developed were long-range pricing. Bringing that and accelerating that, there is a lot of uncertainty.
Yeah.
We're not even working with engineers' estimates. We're working with conceptual budgetary level estimates, and so that contingency is to address the potential cost uncertainty in our budgetary estimates.
Okay. Well, and I just bring all of this up because this chart does delve in more than what we saw in the presentation this morning. And I brought this down with me this morning, but we didn't have time to really get into it. So I wanted to kind of take a moment and just kind of connect those two conversations since we were having them all in the same day, but the numbers are a little bit different and there's some categories that are different as well. So
Yeah.
just kind of, if it's confusing to us, then I just imagine what residents who are trying to put all of this together as we're asking them in November to go and vote for it. We just want to make sure we're really clear about the dollars.
I appreciate that. And,
Okay.
and what we tried to put forward was something that was clear and consistent with what our knowns are today. And so being able to plan for those knowns while also having contingencies
Right.
for the unknowns, like potential geobond. So.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Claude, don't go anywhere. This is for you. Sorry. First of all, thank you for the increase in the private lateral line program. That's a major movement, and I very much appreciate it. It's my understanding we've already ran out of Phase 1 for 2026, right?
Yep.
So, and this is a continuation of Phase 1, or does this move us into Phase 2?
This is continuation of Phase 1 and moving into Phase 2.
Okay, so it'll cover both. Okay. Do you know, because we have a wait list currently, right?
Yes.
Do we know, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
Okay.
Do we know if this covers the current wait list we have?
My understanding is that our current wait list is around 800. And I think we've been seeing an average of around 9,000 per project that we've been doing.
Yeah.
Now, those have mostly been the Phase 1 projects.
Yeah.
As we start doing the Phase 2, those are limited to the 5,000.
Yeah.
And so, without doing the math, I mean, we're going to have a wait list for a little while.
Okay. All right.
And that's one of the, if I may, that's one of the reasons why we included it in the GEO bond. That way we can start accelerating that spending.
Listen, I appreciate it's a massive jump from last year's. I'm not trying to complain one bit, just trying to understand the delta. That way we can communicate it. So I'm very thankful. Thank you very much. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, I guess it's good that we know that there is a demand and people want it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing to know. Okay, thank you. Next up.
Okay, next fund is the Stormwater Drainage Capital Projects Fund on page 44 of the workbook. Resources for this fund include a portion of the city's stormwater utility management fee through the operating fund transfers, bond proceeds, grants, and earnings on investments. We're also at a 50-50 ratio of cash to debt funding in FY27 for the Stormwater Capital Projects Fund. FY27 requirements total $44.05 million and include $20.15 million for stormwater drainage improvements, which is about 46%, and then 54% or $23.9 million for stormwater management projects. For FY27, the stormwater drainage capital improvement project budget amounts can be broken out into the following categories, just like water. A master plan at $6.2 million, and then resiliency projects at $38.75 million. Some of the FY27 CIP projects are listed in more than one category, an example being the MLK South of Salt Creek to 32nd Avenue South Drainage Improvements Project at $2.5 million. This is included in both the master plan and resiliency amounts above. Of the $44.05 million in stormwater drainage projects, $38.75 million, or 88% of them, are associated with one or more of these categories. Any questions on stormwater?
Councilmember Capron.
Just maybe more of a comment than anything. So I just want to say, as it comes down to really laying out these projects, there's two projects here that are an example of, I think, where residents are really looking for us to get with our return on investment equation. And I've talked a lot with Brajesh about this and Claude. So the 88th Avenue project, 46 properties removed from the 100-year floodplain. The Shore Acres Denver Storm Drain Project, 54 properties removed from the 100-year floodplain. would be great if it was possible within these descriptions. And I would love to see that on all of these projects. If there's a way that all of these projects could be quantified like that, I think it really helps residents to understand that ROI again. But even more granular, like I would like to see, because I know like this 88th Avenue project, there's only $250,000 here, but that is a like $9+ million project, right? So doing the math, it's like 200 and something thousand per property, you know, and so I think that people need to start to really understand that as we are explaining why we're doing the projects that we're doing. So I would just love to see that broken down even more for that total cost of the project, because it's a little deceiving. People look at this and they go, oh, it's only going to be $250,000 for that? Well, no. That's one piece, right? And then we're getting money from other places and it all comes together. But there at the end of the day is a return on investment equation that I think is really important, not only for communication to the public, but for our purposes of, well, there's so many projects, how do we prioritize? And where does this money really go the farthest? So I appreciate this detail because I'm kind of a nerd like that, but at the same time, I think we could go even deeper on it to really start to prioritize and communicate better. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Stormwater didn't get their own picture?
No.
Okay.
Just a picture of a storm drain.
I guess it wasn't exciting enough.
Not sexy.
Next up, we've got the sanitation fund. This project, this fund starts on page 50. Current resources in the sanitation capital projects fund are transfers from the operating fund. Past resources in this fund have included bond proceeds and earnings on investments. There's one project planned for 27. That's the sanitation CNG refueling station upgrade project for $450,000. And we do have one picture of the new sanitation building here for this.
Very nice.
Any questions on this one?
No question.
Okay, next up is the Airport Capital Projects Fund on page 52 of the workbook. Typical resources for Airport Capital Projects Fund include grants, transfers from the operating fund, and earnings on investments. For FY27, the estimated revenues totaled $2 million and include $1.825 million in revenue from FAA grants, $136,000 from FDOT grants, and $40,000 transfer from the Airport Operating Fund. There's two projects planned in FY27, the Extend Runway 7-25 and Taxiway D project in the amount of $121,000, and also the Taxiway A rehabilitation project at $1.88 million. Any questions on airport?
Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Tom, I think you'll be able to answer this. If not, Rich can jump up. But the $121,000 study enables us to go and then apply for FAA funding if we were going to implement that, right? We have to do that in order to get that funding, right, Rich?
I believe that's correct, but I'll let the professional answer.
Yes.
And that's the extension into the bay?
It is,
Yeah.
correct. So that's like the first phase of like a four-step process. So
Okay.
that'd be the
And then the reason this is important, I think it's important to touch on it real quickly. The reason this is important, obviously it's the first step of many, is because our midline aircraft now is pushing us to needing a longer runway. Or there's probably a more technical word for midline, but.
That's part of it, but it's actually more about currently right now on the west end of the airport.
Yeah.
There's a airport runway zone. Currently, it sits on top of USF's campus. And so the idea is that zone gets moved. Shifted on the airport, and that causes a chain reaction.
Perfect. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I want to ask something real quick, since we talked about the airport today. I was looking at the unfunded list. So we have a total of $56 million that's unfunded right now? Okay, and that does not include the ones that we discussed today. These are other things.
I believe they're all the other hangars and other stuff in the master plan.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, the next fund is the Marina Capital Project or Capital Improvement Fund on page 55. The typical resources for Marina Capital Improvements Fund include transfers from Marina Operating Fund and earnings on investments. The total revenue estimated for FY '27 is $11,000 in investment earnings. There's sufficient funding in the fund balance to support the 27 projects, so there's no transfer planned for FY '27. The two projects planned for in FY '27 are marina facility improvements at $200,000 and the North Basin development at $250,000. Any questions on marina?
Nope, no questions.
We'll move on to the Golf Courses Capital Projects Fund on page 57 of the workbook. Resources for Golf Courses Capital Projects Fund total $155,000 in FY '27 and include a transfer from the Golf Course Operating Fund in the amount of $150,000 and earnings on investments in the amount of $5,000. There's one project planned in FY '27, and that is the Twin Brooks Driving Range Shade Shelter at $150,000. And then we've got a picture of a recently completed project for golf cart paths at Mangrove Bay and Cypress Links. And they also just completed some work on the pump station at Mangrove Bay and Cypress Links as well. All right, we'll move on then to the port. It starts on page 59. There are no projects planned for the Port CIP fund in FY '27. Resources to fund the projects in this fund would include transfers from the Port Operating Fund, grants, and earnings on investments. Any questions on the port? All right, so I'll turn it back to Liz for the other funds.
All right, this is our last CIP category for today. We'll look at the other funds category. Our first fund is the Bicycle Pedestrian Safety Improvements Fund that begins on page 62. The FY '27 budget for this fund includes grant resources in the amount of $2.034 million. These resources are for two grants, a $1.195 million FDOT grant and an $839,000 grant from Ford Pinellas. And they are for the Pinellas Trail Neighborhood Connections Project and the Salt Creek Trail Extension Project.
Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, I just wanted to say thanks to the grants team. They just continue to kick butt, and I didn't want to pass up the opportunity to say a great job. It seems like every time we're talking budget season, we get a few more grants every time. Just wanted to say thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Now we have a picture of some work out at the 9th Avenue North and 37th Street main intersection.
Yeah, I got caught there a few times.
Moving on to the Tax Increment Financing Capital Improvement Fund, which starts on page 64. There's currently one project plan in the Tax Increment Financing Capital Improvement Fund for FY '27, and that is the Al Lang Stadium Improvements Projects, and it's funded by a transfer from the Downtown Redevelopment District Fund. And other projects will be brought to City Council for approval or for appropriation when requested. And this fund, as I mentioned earlier, on the unfunded section has those project changes that are in the TIF amendment that we're looking at getting approval for. And we do have some pictures of some improvements to the home locker room at Al Lang Stadium. Going over to the Weeki Wachee Capital Improvement Fund starts on page 67, and resources for this fund are transfers from the Weeki Wachee Operating Fund. There are no projects currently planned for FY '27, and projects will be brought to council for appropriation when requested, and usually these projects come from council for appropriation through a committee process. And I believe this is our last fund of the day. It's our multimodal impact fees, and it starts on page 69 of the workbook. Revenues to this fund include transportation impact fees, grants, and earnings on investment. For FY '27, the estimated revenues are $962,000. And we have $1.45 million in project requirements for FY '27, and that includes $550,000 for complete streets. And this is a $100,000 increase over FY '26. We do have $300,000 for downtown intersection and pedestrian facilities, $250,000 for Pinellas Trail Neighborhood Connections, $150,000 for traffic safety program, $150,000 for First Avenue South Bikeway from 2nd Street to 7th Street, and $50,000 towards our sidewalk expansion program. And we do have a picture of the 71st Street Trail Connector.
Any questions? See none?
Yep, and that is the end of our presentation.
That's it? Great job. Fantastic. Well, Councilmember Fig Sanders.
So I think I have missed it. Hi, everybody. I did want to ask, I did the wash down, push in ceremony at Station 11, and I saw that we had a hazardous unit that has been budgeted for. But then when I look at the website, it says that, and I'm inquisitive about us only having one marine unit for the entire city when we did the actual wash down. And I was so interested in that particular unit, but we only have one. So I went and looked at the website and it says Station 12 is having one come soon, but I couldn't find it anywhere in the budget. Is that still a conversation? Because if not, I need to make it a budget priority.
I believe, council member, that that's happening now, and I know that Chief Siskowski and Chief Watts are here. They may want to speak to that, but I believe we're...
They left.
They left.
Oh, they're here.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, my understanding is that we have redeployed a former police marine unit, that we're having it renovated to work for the fire department, and I believe it's going to be stationed here at the marina for service on the east side of town.
And that's Station 12, as it apparently to the website is stating Station 12.
I'm not super up to speed on station numbers and locations.
Tom.
I have to
You're
admit.
so good with numbers.
So, wait, you said hazmat, and then you said marine unit.
No,
So
I
which-
saw that we have one, the hazardous unit that was purchased in our presentation here, but I'm asking about the marine mobile unit, because the one that they have at Station 11 is really old. And I was educated when we went to do the wash down, push in ceremony for their new engine. And so I was like, okay, mental ask, do I need to start doing a budget priority for that? Because we only have one citywide, just one. And we're a peninsula, so I was really curious.
We can certainly have Chief reach out to you, council member, and
Okay.
follow up on this.
Okay, thank you, that's it. Chief.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you, everyone. First of all, I want to thank everyone in budget. Liz, Stacy did a great job today. Tom, everyone in the team that was working behind the scenes. We really appreciated also the one-on-ones, which were very helpful, I think, which prepared all of us, which also helped probably reduce some of the questions. So everyone benefits from that. So it's 2:45. So I think I know I know what to do. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Evan?
My name is Evan. I graduated from St. Pete.
St. Pete High. All right, good to meet you.
My name is Mario.
Mario.
St. Pete.
Another Green Devil?
We have a license A, B, and C that allow you to move up through the ranks of a treatment plant.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, everybody.
The Mayor's Future Ready Academy is an innovative approach to providing opportunities for our young people and also fulfilling some of our workforce needs in city departments like Parks and Recreation, Sanitation, and Public Works. This was an innovative way that our departments thought to open the doors of opportunity to let our young people know about the career path, not just a job, but a career with the city of St. Petersburg.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. There you go. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send y'all with a field group. I think one is going to be manhole inspections.
For our Future Ready Academy, we really consist of going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. We get to learn a lot.
Well, I'm with Water Resources Department right now, and we came out here to this manhole to see if the float should be moved.
The blower is ventilating the air right now, pushing all the toxin gas out and bringing fresh air in.
Today, we're trying to get the flow meter changed from one manhole to the next one. And one manhole, there's a lot of sludge, and then the other one, we just found out it is sludge in that one as well.
We have to use a blower to blow all the toxic gas out and put fresh air in the manhole so it's safe for somebody to go down there.
It's a good way to look at what they do behind the scenes. Coming out here, you actually see like they test the waters for how fast it's traveling, and they test the waters like to see like the gases and what's in it.
They clean out at the lift stations things that come through the toilet filtration system. That's like the flush wipes, they're really not flushable or biodegradable. There's just a lot of things that people flush that don't need to be flushed.
Today I'm with Park and Recs, the construction crew.
They building a clay pit. We had to stack all the bricks up and then make our own mix and spread it in so it can lock.
Cadets have opportunities to earn some other certifications outside of the classroom. These cadets were working on their CDLB, which means once they complete this particular program, they will be CDLB certified, which means that they'll be able to operate certain vehicles that you have to have the CDLB permits for.
So y'all did it. I'm proud of y'all. I swear I'm so proud of y'all.
Today I'm with the SPTO department and I'm with the traffic group.
Across the road, there's another pole box. Once we pull it through there, we're gonna run it up the pole and out onto the arm.
Today we were setting up radars which kind of scan the cars when they pull up to the lights, giving signals to the lights so that they could turn.
We have sensors that will see cars. And what we did is we needed to add 2 sensors for north and south coming out of the dog track and coming out of apartment complex.
I've never been up that high, other than in like an airplane, but seeing the wires and how everything works was really cool. I want to have a job with the city so I can start my career, and then from that point on, just keep moving up.
You are a leader. You are important. You deserve everything that you desire. And St. Petersburg is a great place for you to achieve those things. Is that right?
The program was good. At some points it was a little hard to kind of, I guess, keep going, keep pushing through it. But being here today, it's really good. I feel very accomplished.
He started out and he continued and
completed everything that he set out to do. So I'm proud of him.
I just think it's incredible when we talk about this program. 9 graduates, 6 full-time opportunities, 3 CDLs, 1 part-time. I mean, it's just incredible to think about what you've accomplished in that time period.
I feel like I'm real proud of myself. I feel like I did a good job throughout the whole program, you know, not giving up and just keep working so I can better myself in life.
I'm just so thankful for the program. It gives him a start in life, and I'm really, really proud of him.
You are the first. You set the standard, and you've proven the concept of this program. We want to make sure that whether you're with us for 5 years or for 50 years, that you know that you have the foundation to move forward in life and achieve anything that you all want to achieve.
I came to printmaking actually as a writer. I was getting my creative writing degree from Florida State. I took a class that was called Book Structures because I was really interested in the idea of self-publishing and just discovered a whole world of this kind of like tactile, experimental, hands-on medium that I wasn't really aware existed before. So we do 2 types of printmaking here, letterpress printing and risograph printing. It looks like a copy machine, but it actually functions like screen printing where you're layering colors one at a time. So it's color separated. It's really great to have the opportunity to be out at different markets and events to sell our work. Since we don't have really a retail space, it's our opportunity to get our work out there and also be there to kind of tell folks about the process. And there's kind of this excitement when they pick up this card and you can tell that it, you know, a hand made it. It's a small but mighty, you know, kind of like print-loving community here in St. Pete. We've been able to connect with everyone from local bookstores to local authors and poets that are interested in publishing their own work and making zines, to just art education groups. We're able to kind of connect with all different types of people and excite them about this process. And then this lever here, you press it with your thumb. We're really grateful to have such a supportive community here in St. Pete for local businesses. People get really excited at events, and there's all these fun little mom and pop shops and artists selling their work, things that you can't find in other cities, right? It makes St. Pete very unique. We've been able to make a lot of great connections and collaborations with our fellow local businesses.
Hi, I'm Andre Allen, Stormwater Foreperson for the City of St. Pete. I'm here to talk about sandbags. First important thing you need to know about sandbags, we have them year-round. We distribute sandbags every second Saturday of the month. You can get sandbags at our complex, 1744 9th Avenue North. The best way to use the sandbags is to get some visqueen or a heavy plastic, tarp, and lay it down like in an L shape from the ground up against your door garage and stack your sandbags just like you're stacking bricks right in front of your doors. If you didn't have no flooding in your area and no flood water touching your sandbags, you should store them in a safe area just in case another storm comes through. If flood waters touch your sandbags, we recommend you take it to Pinellas County Dump. For more information, you can follow us on social media at St. Pete FL.
So if you live in St. Petersburg, right, most people know that the world's first commercial airline flight was here.
True.
Right, from St. Petersburg to Tampa. But what a lot of people don't know, could have been disastrous for the whole idea of the whole airline business, the chain came off the sprocket. The engine was basically powering a propeller like a bicycle chain and a bicycle sprocket that turned the propeller. And halfway across the bay, the chain came off. And he had to land the airboat in the middle of Tampa Bay and repair it. Remember when you were a kid and your chain would come off and you have to put it back on, your hands would get all greasy and dirty? Well, him and AC File both had to do that, and they both got their hands all filthy and stuff, but they put it back in the air and they made it. That could have been game-changing for the whole airline industry if the flight didn't work.
If they'd had to come rescue these guys out in the middle of Tampa Bay after all this publicity.
That's exactly right.
Oh, my goodness.
My name is Catherine Washington, and I'm the first Black female firefighter for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, and I'm very proud to be that and hold that title. A trailblazer is a person, and they go out and they do something that is mostly done by one gender, and they pierce that and they make something out of it that redistributed what people think of each other. I always wanted to kind of do what I call dangerous work. Something that somebody else didn't want to do, So when my sister said, hey, they hiring, so I said, I want to go for the fire department. And I went. In this world, for me to be a firefighter, it was the most unique thing that I could ever think to be. Me being in the Army Reserve gave me a step up to think I could do way more things. I could lift the weights, I could come out of the building and out of a window just like the man did, and that gave me the chance to do it. We used to have the Martin Luther King parade. One time, I didn't want to be in the parade, I wanted to see the parade. Well, I had these 3 African-American older females that I knew knock on my door and say to me, you do not miss another parade as long as you're on this department, because we have young girls out here who need to see you and know that they can aspire to be what you are. So don't be standing over here in the crowd with us. You be out there walking with them fellas. If I could say something to kids who think they can't aspire to be this because they have problems and they think those problems hold them down, don't let what you think you hold you back. Aspire to be what you want to be in spite of that. And then you can see yourself being somebody else.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our Good Neighbor Guide. On this special edition, we will also help you be the most prepared resident you can be. Welcome to our special edition Good Neighbor Guide, coming to you from the City of St. Pete's production studio to talk about something super serious, hurricane season. Here's one thing we can't control, where and when a tropical system will make landfall. But here's what we can control, being prepared. So let's talk about what you should be ready for, before, during, and after a tropical system. Let's start at the beginning. What to do before the storm. Can we roll that before the storm animation? I love that. Right now, even before a storm is approaching, you should sign up for Alert St. Pete. If you haven't heard about it, it's pretty amazing. Also, it's free! You can receive notifications including mandatory evacuations, hurricane information, flooding, and other local emergencies. When it comes to a storm, you've got to have a plan. Prepare your home to weather the storm, know your evacuation zone, and make sure you have an evacuation plan. Stay with family or friends in a non-evacuation zone, in a hotel in a non-evacuation zone, or in one of Pinellas County's public shelters. A disaster supply kit is highly recommended. To learn more about what to include in your supply kit, let's toss it out to our field reporter, Ava.
Thanks, Bianca. When you're in a hurricane's path, a disaster supply kit can make a huge difference. So let's talk a little bit about what items you should consider including in your supply kit.
Wait, Ava, what's happening there? Where are you?
What do you mean?
Well, it's clearly sunny where you are, but it also looks windy and rainy. How is that possible?
Guys, take five. Sorry about that, Bianca. Let's get back to the disaster supply kit. In the event you have to evacuate, a prepared supply kit can make a huge difference. Experts say basic. Emergency supply kit can include the following items. You should have enough water and food packed to last you at least 7 days. Additional suggested items include a battery-powered or hand-cranked radio, flashlight, first aid kit, extra batteries, and chargers for all your electronics, cash if possible, and any important documents you may need, and some items to help pass the time. Prescription medications, glasses, infant formula, and diapers, any pet food, and extra water are also good things to consider. Being prepared will keep you one step ahead of the game. Back to you, Bianca.
Good tips to be ready before the storm arrives. Thanks, Ava. Now let's talk about what to do during the storm. You'll hear a lot of talk about tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings. Being familiar with the difference is important. A watch means the potential exists for severe weather and you should stay informed. Remain ready to move quickly as conditions can change rapidly. But a warning means that severe and disruptive weather is imminent and you should take action immediately. Safety is critical during a storm. Do not walk, swim, or drive through flood waters. If you did not evacuate in time, stay away from windows and take shelter in a small interior room until the storm passes. After the storm, if you did evacuate, do not return home until officials give the all clear. Damage, road closures, and power outages are all possibilities after a storm. So check news reports over the radio or on social media to stay informed. If you encounter an intersection with an inoperable traffic signal, treat it as a four-way stop. Stay clear of any downed powered lines. Report outages to the Mayor's Action Center or your energy provider. And remember, the city has some low-lying areas, so if you see standing water, do not attempt to drive through it. Check the info at the bottom of the screen for ways to contact the Mayor's Action Center. This guide is not all-inclusive. For more thorough information, like checklist, a flood zone map, and other resources, visit stpeprepares.com. And our county's partners website, pinellascounty.org/emergency. A tropical storm or hurricane is a serious matter. If you're prepared, this stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, including our homes, businesses, pets, and neighbors. When a storm approaches, look out for each other. Rescue efforts are most successful when we all keep an eye out for each other. We can all do our part and take care of St. Pete the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
Fire Tech Echo, Engine 5, District 10, District 5, Engine 4, structure fire.
If you truly want to be part of the best, then St. Pete Fire Rescue is for you.
I love this job. We have no idea what's gonna happen every shift. We just go to work. We don't know when the rain's gonna come.
When the public calls on us, it's normally their darkest times and their darkest moments, and they depend on us.
We have to trust each other. In a fire, all we have is the team.
You know, we go into some very dangerous situations sometimes, so we need that feeling like there's someone there right along with you.
The spectrum of how we positively impact every person in our community is huge.
St. Petersburg Fire Rescue responds to over 60,000 calls per year. Of those 60,000 calls per year, over 70% are medically related.
We are fire and EMS. We are one team together, but we also have a lot of other avenues that a firefighter or paramedic can progress in their career.
St. Petersburg has specialty teams, technical rescue team, a dive team, and the hazardous materials team. So it's above and beyond the normal fire training that you get.
It takes a hardworking, selfless person with some good moral character. There's a lot of pride in this job and a lot of tradition that comes with it as well.
We're called to keep the citizens safe, but also keep each other safe. And you have to have that passion, that want to, that drive to not only do better, but be better.
I joined the military. I became a firefighter in the Air Force. It was a natural progression from the military service to a paramilitary organization such as St. Pete Fire Rescue.
The fire department is a semi-military organization, so we take direction through a chain of command. We train to an exhaustive level. We feel that the more you train, the better prepared you are to go.
I went through the cadet program. It was an awesome opportunity. Not only do they take you under their wing, they pay for your education, fire academy and EMT school.
We depend on each other. We live in an intimate setting. We live like in a house, and we're very much like a nuclear family.
It's brothers and sisters. We have our fun times. We like to play with each other. Best parts are always lunch and dinner, because when everyone sits at the table, we go over how our 2 days were when we got off, see what everyone's doing.
It's where you grow as a person. You kind of learn life lessons. Camaraderie is very important. It makes the job easier, not so much of a job.
You know, we're here every third day, so we treat this just like we treat our house. We have to clean the bathrooms just like clean the bathrooms. Take out the trash, make sure it looks good. Clean the trucks, inventory the trucks. You take care of it just like you take care of your home.
Every station has a gym with full equipment.
The department's training division is very involved in health and fitness initiative.
We have an extensive behavioral health program. We assess risk within the fire department in 3 main areas. One is behavioral health, physical fitness, and on-the-job duties that we do, and then in training.
In St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, it's important to us to have a fire response service that reflects the community that we serve.
St. Petersburg is a very diverse city, and we can all work to reach a common goal together.
We've had folks that come to us and reach out to us, and that's the kind of trust we're looking for with our public.
One of our biggest programs is our Home Safe program, which provides free smoke alarm installations to City of St. Petersburg homeowners. Another big component is public education and community outreach. We provide public education on fire safety and injury prevention to citizens of all ages.
To me, being on the front lines as a first responder, I'm blessed every single day. There's no better feeling when you lay your head down at night and you're like, wow, I really had a hand in helping.
It's hard work, but it's hard work towards doing something great.
I know for a fact that I work for a really good fire department. It's an extreme honor.
You want to do something you love, this is the place. If you want to be the best, this is the place. You can't get any better place to work.
I'm Dan Gulick. Join our team.
Hola, me llamo Teresa Bieber Rishi. Únete a nosotros.
제 이름은 김희경입니다. 세인트 피터스버그 소방관에 가입하세요.
I am Aaron Walton. Join our team.
$2 million visitors, 26 acres of waterfront. The St. Pete Pier, a district alive with activity. Outdoor spaces, Spa Beach Park, Family Park, the Glazer Playground, the Splash Pad, Coastal Thicket Boardwalk, fishing deck. 6 buildings, 7 restaurants, retail, a museum, a marine education center, 25 boat slips, public art everywhere you look. More than 100 events each year, concerts, festivals, pop-ups, fitness classes, and holiday celebrations. And behind it all, thoughtful design. Accessible, sustainable, resilient. Protecting our seagrass, recycling oyster shells, planning for sea level rise. The pier is more than a landmark. It's our waterfront gathering place, where St. Pete comes together.
Today it was a ribbon cutting for the Barack Obama Main Library in the city of St. Petersburg. I think it's a fitting tribute to President Obama and his commitment to education and knowledge, and it was really well received. I'm told over 1,000 folks came out here today, and just the joy and the energy from folks really reflected what St. Pete is about.
I could not be more excited. This is not just my district, this is my neighborhood. A big reason we chose this area was because we're so close to the library. My wife and I are avid readers. I'm really excited to be able to walk to such an amazing resource. It'll be full of programming.
I want the community, both our residents and our visitors, to wear the hinges out in this facility. This facility is so much more than just books. We've got 3D printers, we have engravers, we really have something for everyone at this facility.
You can tell there was a lot of attention paid to the small details, and that's what really makes a big difference. From the artwork that's on the wall to the flooring, just little things that when they all come together create magic, and I think that's what you see here.
After 5 years of having the facility closed, it is so exciting to be able to open this facility. I've had the privilege of walking through it numerous times, and to know that everybody that was in front of me was going to get to see it for the first time this morning, Christmas morning is the only way I can describe it.
The same moment I looked at the lake and the back doors of this library, a smile came over to my face and a calmness came over my soul. And I imagined generations to come finding a safe, unbelievably beautiful place to learn, to explore, and to grow. And in that moment, I felt the weight and joy of what this library represents to all of us here in the city of St. Petersburg, and a place of hope for our future. Thank you, and congratulations.
This is the municipal gateway to education. You can come here to learn to read, you can learn to socialize, you can get on a computer if you don't have something like that at home. It's really just an asset that shows high quality public goods can be delivered by your local government, and that's what we're doing here.
This library clearly has been designed not only for the way people are using libraries today, which is very different, but you can tell there was a lot of thought into planning for the future and how libraries will continue to evolve.
We're going to have the next leaders of our city and nation for generations start here at the main library, just like I did and many others did. So this is one of the best investments we can make in our city. Come down, get your library card, and build your journey to success right here.
District 8 is located from the interstate to Tyrone Boulevard and runs north to south from Central Avenue to 40th Avenue North. I'm Richie Floyd, your council member for District 8. I'm standing along the shores of Jorgensen Lake Park, located directly behind our main public library, a place where students and residents throughout our city have visited and utilized over the decades and still frequent to this day. The newly renovated President Barack Obama Main Library will be an impressive, well-known asset to all in our community. Another major landmark in District 8 is St. Pete High. This highly rated school, built back in 1926, has served as a campus for generations of Green Devils in the Sunshine City. You haven't experienced all of St. Pete if you haven't stopped by Mazzaro's Italian Market. This true Italian market serves as a destination for lunch, fresh roasted coffee and beverages, and homemade pasta. District 8 is also home to one of our best business districts, Grand Central, with plenty of places to eat and shop. Grand Central was also the birthplace of St. Pete Pride and the Pride Parade, and still plays a role in our city's annual Pride events. If you're looking to escape the grind of the city, this district also features several city parks, including Gladden Park and Booker Creek Park, which includes new pickleball courts. District 8 has the right mix of people, neighborhoods, parks, shopping, and culture. In a lot of ways, it's the best representation of what St. Pete is all about.
Hi, I'm Austin Smith, a Sanitation Support Services Coordinator, and I'm here to give you the do's and don'ts of residential recycling. Our city crews work hard every day collecting the garbage and recycling throughout the city. Our residential recycling program began in 2014, and every city or county has their own recycling processes. So here's what's important when recycling in St. Pete. First, let's talk about great examples of things that we can recycle. Plastic bottles, jugs, and jars, aluminum bottles and cans, steel or tin cans, paper such as newspaper, office paper, and letters, paperboard, think flimsy cardboard like a cereal box, and of course, cardboard, glass bottles, and jars. Now, there are some common don'ts that we encounter when collecting. Let's talk about them. Nothing in the approved list with food residue or liquids. Think about carry-out containers and pizza boxes. No styrofoam. No plastic bags. Please, let me repeat, no plastic bags. This means no trash bags and no grocery bags. If it's flimsy, please do not put it in our bins. Plastic bags are considered tanglers at the recycling plant and jam up the equipment and can cause damage to the facility. Pro tip, we have a waste wizard on our website and a mobile app called St. Pete Collects, where you can search what items can and cannot be disposed of. And lastly, we have 7 drop-off sites throughout the city where you can drop off items at any of these locations. Visit stpete.org/recycle to learn more about recycling, to use our waste wizard, and to find other handy information, such as the Pinellas County Recycle Guide.
Hi, my name is Megan Orlando. I'm the Emergency Management Specialist for the Office of Emergency Management in St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm here to talk about Alert Pinellas. Alert Pinellas is our emergency notification tool. That's how we get our emergency notifications out to the public and to our communities. Alert Pinellas can distribute a wide range of notifications, watches and warnings for tornadoes, storm surge, high winds. It can alert for shelter evacuations, for boil water notices, and hazardous materials incidents. You can register for Alert Pinellas using the link on the screen. You can register with your email, with text messages, or to receive a phone call. Pro tip, you can add the Alert Pinellas phone number to your phone, so that way you know when you're getting a call from us. Opting into Alert Pinellas is the best way to ensure that you receive emergency notifications from your partners at the City of St. Pete and Pinellas County. Every storm creates its unique hazards, so follow city socials to stay up to date on the most important information.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Schraker's Mini Park where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown, but feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
At this time, we're going to call to order. We go ahead and stand and pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, at this time, we're going to go ahead and introduce the CPAC members, starting to my left.
Hello, I'm Nicolette Love.
And I'm David Russell.
And I'm Terry Ballier.
And I'm Craig Baumgartner.
Ray Petty.
Okay, at this time, we're going to go ahead and do the opening remarks. Welcome to the St. Petersburg Police Civilian Police Advisory Committee meeting, held quarterly, excluding holidays and other changes to the schedule, at 6 p.m. These meetings are held to review, discuss, and make recommendations for the provided St. Petersburg Police Department policies and procedures. The purpose of the Civilian Advisory Committee is to review and analyze the St. Petersburg Police Department policy and procedure from a civilian's perspective. Though it reviewed, the committee will determine if, through the review of the committee, it will determine if there would be any recommendation provided to the chief of police for his consideration. In order to facilitate the committee, it is effort to conduct its business. We ask that we observe the following 1 through 5. If you speaking under the public comment section of the agenda, please observe the time limits and indication. Please do not address committee members or other panelists from your seat. If asked by the chairperson to speak, please do so from the podium. Placards and posters are not permitted at this meeting. Please do not pass notes to CPAC members, panelists during the meeting. Please be courteous to other members of the audience by keeping your side conversation to the minimum. At this time, we're going to transition to the public comment instruction. You must sign the public comment sheet and fill out the yellow cards with the recording officer prior to the meeting. If you wish to address the Civilian Police Advisory Committee about subject within the committee are responsible. Speaker will be called to address the chair in order to which they sign the public comment sheet. Comments are limited to the issues under discussion. Citizens will be given only 5 minutes to state their position, make comments, or ask questions. The nature of the speaker comments will determine the manner in which the response will be provided. The response will be provided by the chair of the CPAC liaison. It may be in the form of a letter or a follow-up phone call, depending on the request. Okay, we're going to move into the policy review section of this board we're having today. General Order Roman number 3-40, mobile video recording system. Policy review process. Policy review process discussed by me. Okay, I'm gonna read the question. We'll start to my right, to my left. Will the St. Petersburg Police Department General Order Roman number 3-4, mobile video recording system policy outline and the review materials?
Yes.
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 Specify in ways the supporting documents did or did not assist your review of the mobile video recording system. My left.
Well, I thought the revisions as well as the additions outline the controls of the process as well as designating the supervisors that are going to, I guess, follow through with any of the recommendations that are violated. So I thought it was very well put together, and it was you can follow it. And to me, it was very seamless with the code of conduct that I was able to review as well. So it was a good job.
I agree to the same. It was well written out, well understood. Any officer who read the policy, they would know they won't go wrong with it. So it was well put together.
Agreed. I felt like it was very descriptive on how to use the equipment.
I agree.
I agree.
Were you able to thoroughly investigate the policy in light of the materials provided? To my right.
Yes, I was.
Yes.
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 Are there any additional comments anyone wishes to make regarding this policy review?
I don't have any at this time. I think it was thoroughly put together. Like I said, the revisions as well as the additions where you can follow it. The officers will be able to get a clear and concise description of what their job entail, and if they follow that, I think they should do a great job. So I don't have any comments.
I agree.
I agree as well.
Agreed.
I agree. When we get the thing you plug in,
Yes, sir.
if there's any changes, it would be nice to put it in a different color so we can find it quickly and not have to go through the entire document for everything.
So, are you referring to any revisions to the policy? Okay. So instead of gray, you're recommending like a highlighted yellow? Is that what you're advising?
Or if it's highlighted yellow, fine, but I haven't seen a highlighted yellow in a long time.
Okay. Yeah, typically how the policies, if there are any revisions and they're distributed, the written directives to the police department, which we all review and sign off on, they've typically been grayed instead of in highlighted yellow.
Oh, that'd be fine. If it's highlighted yellow, that's fine.
Okay.
They usually being gray, like you said.
Right, because the yellow sometimes can get, I don't know, it can be too much, depending on how many revisions.
Right.
But if you have a desktop and you have a preview on the side, you should be able to determine which ones were highlighted just by the color scheme of it, if that helps in the future.
I have a question. So when new policies come out with the PD, and when an officer log in to their MDT or their computer in the office or whatnot, do they have a screen come up requesting them saying a new policy is going into effect? Do they have to like sign off on it and then before they go any further?
Yes, sir. So whenever a new written directive or a new general order or policy is revised or issued, it's broadcast to the entire police department through our internal intranet system, and it's called CARS for the police department, and the officer will review and then sign off utilizing their city payroll number, advising that they've reviewed and acknowledged the newly issued written directive.
Yes, so everybody's in the loop.
Yes, sir.
Are there any recommendation the committee wish to make regarding the St. Petersburg Police Department policy under review? And at this time, I'm gonna open up to any member at this time.
Not at this time for me.
Same, not this time. Well written, as all the policies. And my thought was this here, when the policy was created, they put all thoughts and they put real thoughts into making this policy and cover all the bases. What if, shoulda, coulda, woulda. That's where I read it. So if an officer deviate from that, they ask for it.
I think it's good because it goes through a variety of officers to be approved, including the chief.
Yes.
So it's well reviewed before it's finalized.
Exactly, yes.
So not a recommendation per se, but for you, Detective Deloach, I just want to personally thank you because we've met a handful of times now, and you have been very thorough in your practice, and so in all of our feedback that we've had. So I just want to thank you for that. It definitely makes our meetings go much smoother.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I second that.
Thank you.
Me too.
I'd like to follow up, mentioning the follow through. The last meeting we had, we reviewed our weapons policy, and it was brought up about revisions. So when a policy is revised, when you see the grayed out highlighted portion of, or the gray highlighted portion of the policy, there may have been an addition or a revision, and that's why it's there. You don't see the workflow. It's cleaned up and presented as such with the final revisions that are made and issued to the police department. But to answer Mr. Baumgartner's question from our last meeting, there is an archive. There is, through our professional compliance unit, our accreditation supervisor, Erica Hassan, she spoke at our 2 meetings ago. There is an archive at the police department of prior revisions and additions to policy. So they are retained at the police department. It's just not illustrated on the newly issued policies at the police department.
So when an officer get hired, do they still have that thick binder with the general orders? Did they get issued that, or do they have it on a thumb drive now?
So yeah, everything's electronic, including our.
Yes,
sir. Yeah, the save paper. Yeah, so everything has gone digital and electronic. When I first started, there was a lot of printed copies and hard copies of things, including statute books. I'm not sure if we're still issuing statute books or not, but they're all made readily available through the state's website for Florida state statutes too.
Yes.
But as far as like the policy book, I don't believe so, no, sir.
I'm telling my age now, so. Yes, so is there anyone else, any more comments?
I just have a question.
Yes,
you know, these refer to the state laws sometimes, and I'm sure that's a hyperlink the officers can hit then and see the current state law. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if it's a hyperlink, but it's it's referenced in the index of the policy. Yes, sir.
I saw, you know, I don't know what it was on Instagram or Facebook, but there'll be some changes to the laws effective, I think, June 1st. And so, you know, if the policy refers to that, I didn't know if officers can see what the current law is, if it's changed from now to June 1st.
If there are any applicable statutes that are relevant to law enforcement, we get legal updates through our legal division. So whenever it's job specific, when it comes to statutes, because there's a lot of them, our department does a good job of issuing legal updates and legal memorandums related to updated case law or updated statutes that apply to our job and how we function. So if it's referencing a policy that's relevant to what we do and how we do it, typically our legal division will push out legal updates for that. As far as like a hyperlink, I'm not sure if it's a hyperlink, to be honest with you, but it's referenced. So the officer could easily search it and review it at that time.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So,
No, I'm good.
so I'm not full of question, but every year after the legislature, you know, the state statute book, Miami-Dade, back when I was in, you get they issue another little book with the new laws in effect. Are they still doing that too, or that's the same thing on Thorn Drive too?
Yeah, everything's electronic and digital now.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, okay. Anything else? Anyone else? Question? Concerns? Questions? Concern? Question? Concern? At this time, it's adjourned.
Good job.
You can go ahead and shut it down.
District 2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue Northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after by some of Tampa Bay's premier corporations, such as Jabil, HSN, FIS, and Raymond James. People may come for the jobs, but they stay for everything else we have to offer. As one of the fastest growing areas of St. Pete, we have a diverse mix of housing opportunities that include neighborhoods nestled along Tampa Bay, offering residents plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the St. Petersburg sunshine. You can spend your day grabbing a kayak or paddleboard from Urban Kai, playing some beach volleyball at Rec Deck, or checking out the wildlife and mangroves at Whedon Island. One of the jewels of our district is Riviera Bay Park with its extensive walking trails, playground, outdoor gym, and my personal favorite, the St. Pete Bee Hotel, located within the butterfly garden that is filled with native plants and pollinators. After a long day outside, you can relax and unwind at one of our great local restaurants, such as Noble Crust or Paul's Chicago Pizza. And if you want something a little more exciting, come take a swing at the new Top Golf, located in Carillon, offering fun for the entire family. I am proud to represent this diverse area of our city. You can literally do it all here. Work, live, dine, play, go to school, and worship all in your backyard. If you're looking for a new place to call home or to just spend the day, check out District 2.
District 1 is located west of 49th Street North, from 7th Avenue South to 40th Avenue North. It's where the city meets Bogosiega Bay. I'm Councilmember Copley Gertis, your representative for District 1. Standing here by the baseball fields at Northwest Park has a special meaning to me. This is the park where I spent my childhood racing in the pool, playing youth baseball growing up, and where countless residents have enjoyed all kinds of outdoor activities. Northwest Park is also the home to the J.W. Cate Rec Center. District 1 is filled with an abundance of beautiful large parks. Residents can enjoy a run around Walter Fuller Park, the boardwalks, water views from Abercrombie Park, or a round of frisbee golf at Azalea Park. Swimming pools, dog parks, walking trails, outdoor gym facilities, and more serve whatever you seek this side of town. I love that the neighborhoods surrounding the parks, such as Jungle Prada and Jungle Terrace, inherit the lush landscape and wildlife we love within the park system. As if these parks aren't enough to keep you in touch with nature, some of the best beaches in the world are a quick drive or a bike ride away. The proximity between the Gulf beaches and downtown St. Pete make this part of St. Pete one of a kind. This side of St. Petersburg has become a mecca for local shops and restaurants like Alessia, Two Graces, the Wheelhouse, and the Nosh Pit. With long-standing institutions like St. Pete College, St. Pete Catholic High School, and Admiral Farragut all help support the diverse culture throughout District 1. There's no denying the vibrant display of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses when you spend a little time in District 1.
Hey, that's my house, and this is my ASMR video about water conservation. I use water wisely. Ever have a trippy sink? you should fix it. To not waste water, and also not to go crazy with that dripping noise. Look there. That's my automatic shut-off hose attachment. Super water conservative. Even when nature calls, I call nature and I say, "Hi, I'm conserving water with my high-efficiency tank." Okay, bye. Oh, hey, that's me. Just using my high-efficiency washer. Just listen to the sounds of water being conserved. Go to this website to learn more, St. Pete, and do what you can for water conservation.
Hey guys, Ken Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg. Now I'm with Dex Fabian, the publisher of I Love the Berg. Thank you for being here with us on our Sunrunner tour. Tell us how this changes life in St. Petersburg.
Coming from New York, one of the things I missed was mass transit. And I think having something like the Sunrunner now actually happening in St. Pete after so long, it's a game changer. Riding it today got us from point A to point B so much faster. Don't have to worry about parking. It just makes life so much easier for locals and even tourists.
And I think it helps us to change the culture. We really don't have a transit culture here.
Yeah, so I think this is a good starting point for more developments in our mass transit system.
Thank you for being with us, Dex. We'll talk to you next time on our Sunrunner tour.
Water is an issue in the state of Florida. Do you know where our original water source was?
Back in the day, I believe it came from what we call Mirror Lake today. And back then, because it served as the city's reservoir, they imaginatively called it Reservoir Lake. And it supplied the city water for quite some time. And during the Spanish-American War, there would be troop deployments come over from Tampa to get water from the lake so that they could take back to the troops who were waiting to embark to Cuba.
They did. I remember seeing a newspaper article from the day the ships were leaving Tampa, and it almost became chaotic because a number of the ships that left Tampa had to come to St. Petersburg, take on water, go back to Tampa. The speedier ships wanted to leave Tampa and hurry and invade Cuba, and it became just some craziness in the middle of Tampa Bay there.
It would have been chaotic.
Very chaotic.
I'm Leo Anderson, co-owner of Taste of the Island Marketplace and Restaurant, 2231 34th Street South. I'm a family man and also a minister. I've been here in St. Pete now 5 years, and I've been loving it. Life here is great. It's a great place to live, great place to rear my family. This year makes 30 years that my family's actually been running the restaurant business in St. Pete. Started into it with my uncle, who's my partner in the business, who had the restaurant already, so I kind of bought into the restaurant. The idea of the grocery store was always there. It's just that we fast-tracked it because this was empty and it was right beside. So, came in and started doing, the reconnaissance and what it would take to get the market off the ground. We have a very friendly atmosphere. We have a very, very welcoming family atmosphere. That's number one. We pride ourselves in treating people good, whether you're paying us or not. We want you to feel at home. From spices to ground provisions to just snacks. We bring in chips from Jamaica. We bring in a lot of drinks from Jamaica. We bring in spices from Grenada. We bring in fresh soursop, which is a highly sought after item from Grenada and from Dominica. We really try to take the stuff that we're used to on the island and bringing it into St. Pete, and let people who have tasted it or would like to try it, they can come on over and indulge. From customer to the generals in charge of running the city and so on, we have felt the presence and we feel welcome. As I say, it's a love affair. We are here to stay, really, in St. Pete. I mean, 30 years already, and we're just getting started, because as you can see, what the family is trying to do is pass it from one generation to the next, and hopefully, God tarry, I'll be able to pass it to the next generation.
Hi, I'm Aurelis, and I'm the owner of the Happy Snapper food truck, and we've been in business for a little over 3 months.
My name is Raphael. I am a full-time charter captain here out of O'Neill's Marina in St. Petersburg, Florida. I've been doing it probably for over 20 years. The role that I have in the food truck is pretty much I am the fryer. She pretty much puts everything together, makes it look nice and pretty going out.
I do everything else. I've always cooked. I mean, I've been cooking meals for my family since I was 12, and I'm not talking about like boxed macaroni and cheese. I mean, like full meals. And it's just something I've always liked to do. And my son actually played club soccer for Strictly. We went out of town and we decided to cook for the entire team and all the parents. And ever since then, after multiple teams showed up and ate, everyone was asking us when we were cooking again, and 7 years later, here we are. When I cook, I put my heart into it, so you're getting food that is happy and inviting and
it's fresh. With a little Spanish twist to it, because we do have a couple of things on the menu that is definitely from being from Puerto Rico, we're going to have some plantains in there, and we're going to have some rice. Our main thing is fresh fish with a Spanish twist to it.
Apparently we're putting out food that there's not many other trucks doing, and we're getting customers asking, when we're going to be back, where we're going to be set up. We're having breweries that are in St. Pete asking for us to come back to their location because their customers are asking about us. And I feel like St. Pete is a very good place for people that, they love supporting the local community, local businesses, and it's just a great place for anyone to thrive.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you could just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program is a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street and have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, you know, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, you know, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our Good Neighbor Guide. On this special edition, we will also help you be the most prepared resident you can be. Welcome to our special edition Good Neighbor Guide, coming to you from the City of St. Pete's production studio to talk about something super serious, hurricane season. Here's one thing we can't control, where and when a tropical system will make landfall. But here's what we can control, being prepared. So let's talk about what you should be ready for, before, during, and after a tropical system. Let's start at the beginning. What to do before the storm. Can we roll that before the storm animation? I love that. Right now, even before a storm is approaching, you should sign up for Alert St. Pete. If you haven't heard about it, it's pretty amazing. Also, it's free. You can receive notifications including mandatory evacuations, hurricane information, flooding, and other local emergencies. When it comes to a storm, you've got to have a plan. Prepare your home to weather the storm, know your evacuation zone, and make sure you have an evacuation plan. Stay with family or friends in a non-evacuation zone, in a hotel in a non-evacuation zone, or in one of Pinellas County's public shelters. A disaster supply kit is highly recommended. To learn more about what to include in your supply kit, let's toss it out to our field reporter, Ava.
Thanks, Bianca. When you're in a hurricane's path, a disaster supply kit can make a huge difference. So let's talk a little bit about what items you should consider including in your supply kit.
Wait, Ava, what's happening there? Where are you?
What do you mean?
Well, it's clearly sunny where you are, but it also looks windy and rainy. How is that possible?
Guys, take five. Sorry about that, Bianca. Let's get back to the disaster supply kit. In the event you have to evacuate, a prepared supply kit can make a huge difference. Experts say basic. Emergency supply kit can include the following items. You should have enough water and food packed to last you at least 7 days. Additional suggested items include a battery-powered or hand-cranked radio, flashlight, first aid kit, extra batteries, and chargers for all your electronics, cash if possible, and any important documents you may need, and some items to help pass the time. Prescription medications, glasses, infant formula and diapers, any pet food, and extra water are also good things to consider. Being prepared will keep you one step ahead of the game. Back to you, Bianca.
Good tips to be ready before the storm arrives. Thanks, Ava. Now let's talk about what to do during the storm. You'll hear a lot of talk about tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings. Being familiar with the difference is important. A watch means the potential exists for severe weather and you should stay informed. Remain ready to move quickly as conditions can change rapidly. But a warning means that severe and disruptive weather is imminent and you should take action immediately. Safety is critical during a storm. Do not walk, swim, or drive through flood waters. If you did not evacuate in time, stay away from windows and take shelter in a small interior room until the storm passes. After the storm, if you did evacuate, do not return home until officials give the all clear. Damage, road closures, and power outages are all possibilities after a storm. So check news reports over the radio or on social media to stay informed. If you encounter an intersection with an inoperable traffic signal, treat it as a four-way stop. Stay clear of any down-powered lines. Report outages to the Mayor's Action Center or your energy provider. And remember, the city has some low-lying areas, so if you see standing water, do not attempt to drive through it. Check the info at the bottom of the screen for ways to contact the Mayor's Action Center. This guide is not all-inclusive. For more thorough information, like checklist, a flood zone map, and other resources, visit stpeprepares.com. And our county's partners website, pinellascounty.org/emergency. A tropical storm or hurricane is a serious matter. If you're prepared, this stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, including our homes, businesses, pets, and neighbors. When a storm approaches, look out for each other. Rescue efforts are most successful when we all keep an eye out for each other. We can all do our part and take care of St. Pete the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that you can say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have it made, don't you? I should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut. Did it!
Confusing, we're just one from the other. 'Cause it doesn't mean so much in the end.
Welcome to the May 2026 meeting of the Community Planning and Preservation Commission for the City of St. Petersburg. This commission reviews proposed changes to the comprehensive plan, land use and zoning, as well as historic preservation-related proposals, and makes recommendations to the City Council. Our agenda today includes presentations. Staff, the applicant, and any registered opponent each have approximately 10 minutes for their presentation. After the presentations, each member of the public who wishes to address the commission will have 3 minutes to speak. Please be sure to fill out a green comment card at the front podium and hand it to the clerk. When called on to speak, please step up to the podium and state your name and address for the record and whether or not you have been sworn in. We ask that you make your remarks brief and not repetitive of prior testimony. All questions are to be directed to me as chair. I will in turn redirect the questions to the appropriate person for response. At the conclusion of these steps, the commission will enter into executive session. Commissioners may ask questions at any time during the process upon being recognized by the chair. At this time, I ask that all cell phones be silenced. And Iris, can we have roll call?
Nuccio, Jeffrey, Brasco,
Here.
Davis,
Here.
Monteriero,
Here.
Magnello,
Here.
Nelson,
Here.
Drake,
Here.
Wanamaker,
Here.
Michaels, and we have a quorum.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If there are any members in the audience who wish to speak today, please stand and raise your right hands that you may be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you will give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. You may be seated.
Next on the agenda is the approval of meeting minutes from last month. Is there any discussion or comments? Okay, if there are no corrections to the minute, I will take a motion.
Motion to approve.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Minutes are approved. Next is the public comment portion of this meeting. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak on anything that is not on the agenda today? Okay, seeing none, at this time I will have the clerk read the first item into the record.
Okay, Madam Chair, the first agenda item, F1, City File 26-902000027. This item, if you're here for it, it was the review of a certificate of appropriateness application for roof replacement with a material change at 535 4th Avenue North, the Coliseum, a local historic landmark. This case has been deferred at the request of the applicant and will be renoticed for a later date. The next agenda item is G1, City File LGCP 2026-01. The request is for a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and a recommendation of approval to City Council for an amendment to the land use element to remove policy LU6.1 that regulates new marina slip development in the North Vinoy Yacht Basin. And the applicant is the City of St. Petersburg, and the staff planner is Britton Wilson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, fellow commissioners. Britton Wilson, City Planner, for the record, presenting a city-initiated text amendment. Excuse me one second. Technical difficulties. It's got batteries. Thank you. Just needed your Midas touch. So sorry about that. Again, Britton Wilson, City Planner, presenting a text amendment to the land use element of the comprehensive plan. And the purpose of this proposed amendment is to remove text regulating new marine slip development in the North Vinoy Yacht Basin that is found in policy LU 6.1 that states that marina development cannot surpass the current approvals of 74 boat slips and 26 buoy moorings, and where removal of this policy will allow for a permanent docking location for the Tampa Bay Ferry. For some background context, in 1992, this development restriction was put in place per a settlement agreement between the State Planning Agency, the Vinoy Resort Partners, the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, and the City of St. Pete, where recently all parties have agreed to be mutually released from the agreement. And then last November, City Council approved a resolution for an interlocal agreement stating that St. Pete will provide a permanent dock for the Tampa Bay Ferry in the North Yacht Basin. So as noted in the staff report, the proposed amendments are consistent with many policies of the comprehensive plan, where the downtown waterfront master plan that was adopted in 2012 and updated in 2022 is adopted into the comp plan by reference with the purpose of providing planning recommendations based on community input. And the downtown waterfront master plan contains a list of targeted enhancements where ferry service and its dock are specifically called out as being located in the North Yacht Basin. So with that, staff recommends a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and to recommend to City Council approval of the proposed text amendment that is consistent with the comp plan and the downtown waterfront master plan, and will ultimately allow for a permanent dock slip for the Tampa Bay Ferry as required by the interlocal agreement. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Next, we're going to move into the public hearing portion. I did not receive any green comment cards for this agenda item, so at this time, we'll move into executive session. Great. Would anyone like to start? Yes.
Yep, I do have, first of all, I'm so happy to see this moving ahead. I, for one, will be very happy to see the ferry relocated back to its proper location in the North Yacht Basin. I think as will a lot of the downtown retailers, restaurateurs, business owners along Beach Drive and in that area. The 26 allowable mooring buoys that was the maximum in that agreement. Right now, it looks like there's maybe 10 or 12 large mooring buoys in the yacht basin. The drawing shows 8. What will be the limitations as to the number of buoys? Will it be circulation for the ferry, or how will the placement of the mooring buoys be altered, and how is that going to be restricted and limited?
So, Madam Chair, fellow Commissioner, I mean, that would ultimately be an engineering permitting question.
Okay.
I have to defer to engineering.
Okay.
And Commissioner Wanamaker, some background on that. The mooring field in the North Yacht Basin is per a permit that we have with FWC, and so the placement and the requirements of that are governed by state law for mooring fields. So again, once we have more of a set, once the construction is completed, then I think the replacement of the mooring field and an appropriate configuration will be more finalized. Right now it's kind of moving, but that the number and the maximum, that's set per that permit that we have.
Okay, great. That was my only concern or question. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any comments?
Yes, I'm quite frankly very excited about this development. While I will be using the new Tampa Bay Ferry being car free, it's a great way to get back and forth to Tampa if I want to visit the other side of our bay. I think it's long overdue that we have had progress like this. Making use of our waterways makes a lot of sense. We are a peninsula, right? So it makes a lot of sense to me. It's this port is moving further away from my house, so it's a little bit more of a walk for me, but I think it makes a lot of sense. I think that being able to have a ferry between St. Pete and Tampa, of course, is more environmentally friendly because it takes cars off the road, lowering emissions. But I think more importantly, this will highlight our waterfront even more so and give more business to our local businesses along the waterfront and spur commerce. I think this is fantastic, and I hope that this is one big step forward to more planning like this. So I will be voting in favor of this, and thank you for all your hard work on this.
Yeah, just to jump in, this looks really great. I'm also a fan of the Crossway Ferry, so we'll be using that. I'm just curious about the two bridges, specifically the bridge connecting the Fine Art and History Museum. It seems a little unnecessary, just simply because you can get off the ferry and it will direct you to the History Museum, and then it's like a shorter walking path just getting to the Art Museum. So I'm just kind of curious about why that was put there.
Are you referring to the illustration in the Waterfront Master Plan?
Yeah.
It's from 2012?
The one that you just showed.
Yeah, so that was from 2012.
Okay.
So I don't think has been fully realized.
Okay, so that might not even be in the final design. I got you. I was just curious. Okay, thank you.
I have a question. So you are proposing to remove the language that limits the amount of slips and buoys for the ferry, which I agree is a great addition. But is there a fear removing any limitations to future growth in terms of, we can get a developer that can go in there and maximize the usage of that area and then congest it, as it kind of already is a little bit congested?
Well, as Heather Judd just mentioned, that any future permitting of buoys and docks is under the purview of FWC.
Yeah, the state, understood.
Yeah, and so it would go through very rigorous permitting before it would get approved.
So, but, to apply for any permit, you can meet the maximum. So I'm saying from a city standpoint, is there a fear that meeting the maximum allowable per the state, has anybody analyzed what that's going to look like?
We are the owner of the submerged lands for all of the North Yacht Basin, so we're also the abutting property owner for all of it except for that North Vinoy side. That's what the original lawsuit involved, was the Vinoy building the docks they have now. Their original plan was a larger dock system with a restaurant, a fueling station, more of a marina instead of just a docking facility. And if something like that were to be proposed today, again, we would have to approve that as the underlying property owner because they have a lease, a 99-year lease for that property with us. Also, that would have to be approved through general permitting, but also it would have to have compatibility with the in-town redevelopment plan for as long as that plan exists. So there is several steps of review that would have to go for them to do that, as well as for us to add further docking facilities beyond the ferry. It would just have to go through all of that. All this is doing is preventing that absolute ban from even making the application.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the question is, from a city standpoint, the language was added for a reason, and if the language is now removed, the city has no concern over it since you're managing that body of water.
No, I think that the review processes, any concerns about intensity of scale would be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. It's just, like I said, this prevents even going through that application process.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll add that, this step in the process follows a more comprehensive discussion across the different city departments, and we're at this point now because there is a level of comfort that this will not become an issue in the future. And so by processing this text amendment, you are asking a good question, and to the extent that we can clarify more in the city council cover memo, we'll preview that this commission was asking these questions, and we'll provide a little more detailed response to assist the city council so that they understand as well.
I have a question. I was reviewing the text that is being striked through in the proposed text amendment, and I understand the statement of the policy LU 6.1 about describing the slip marina and the buoy mooring fields. I'm actually more concerned about the other text that's being crossed out. I'd like to read that if that's okay, because I don't think that was covered in the presentation. It's crossing out the statement saying the city's remaining natural resources have been extensively inventoried and analyzed in the conservation and coastal management elements. Protection and enhancement of those resources will be an ongoing priority of the land use plan. Another text paragraph says the city's natural resources shall be protected and where fiscally and environmentally practical, enhanced, and future land uses shall be properly integrated with the natural environment, including topography and soil conditions, vegetation, and other environmental concerns, consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the conservation elements in the plan. Why are those being crossed out?
So that is a very good question, but the way the comprehensive plan is formatted is in goals, objectives, and policies. Here we call them issues. And so policy LU 6.1 that's being struck, it is the only policy underneath these goals and objectives above it. So without the policy, they don't exist either, because there's no policy to further these provisions. And these statements about protecting the natural resources are duplicative and found more comprehensively in Chapter 4, the conservation element, and Chapter 5, the coastal management element. I believe that this LU policy was put here is because it is more specific about very direct development, and the land use element is more development oriented. So I believe that's why planners in the past have put this policy in the land use element instead of, say, the conservation element or coastal management element, where it might get lost. So here in the land use element, it would be more noticeable for any future development trying to go in the North Yacht Basin. But the issue and objective language above it is duplicative and found in more comprehensive chapters in the comp plan.
Those are just really, really big statements to cross out in our comprehensive plan. I'm in favor of the ferry. I'm in favor of the location. Removing language like that makes me very uncomfortable. I'm curious if we're able to, or if city staff can maybe show us, if there's other similar language within the comprehensive plan. I'm not comfortable voting in favor of it if we're like removing statements about the environmental protection, because that is going to have an adverse environmental impact to the bay.
Right, there is an entire chapter on coastal management and environmental protection. So we have, we have Chapter 4, the conservation element, that is an entire element that speaks specifically to conserving the natural resources. And then we have a whole nother element, the coastal management element, that speaks only to coastal management.
I just want to make sure by voting on this, we're not basically removing the protection enhancement.
We have
making this a priority in the land use.
Right, we have much more comprehensive language in their own freestanding chapters.
Okay. I just really wanted to point that out to everyone because that was big language, so.
Would it be beneficial to add a little note? Please reference Chapter 4, Chapter 5 somewhere. I don't know. Just, you even mentioned that potentially the reason it was in here in the first place was so that it didn't get overlooked or didn't get overlooked or lost.
Right.
But
now we're removing.
But now it's removed, so. Maybe Chapter 4 and 5 is in bold. I don't know. I understand what Chair her concerns are.
The issue and the objective there, but then there is no policy. There's only one policy implementing that statement. And because I guess the policy LU 6.1, they didn't have another similar goal and objective to place it in the land use element, so they just set it up on its own. It's like more of a formatting organization of a comprehensive plan, which is a very large comprehensive document.
Is it possible to bring up those two chapters on conservation and show them to us on the screen? Would that be possible?
Yeah.
Let's see. We can,
Yeah.
can we? So here we have Chapter 4 Conservation Element, Chapter 5 Coastal Management Element, and the table of contents.
Page 105, Brenton.
What's that?
105 of 292. You're very close.
Just keep scrolling,
Yep.
you're close.
Right there.
So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We have about 17 goals that are called issues here, and then underneath the goals, we have the objectives and the policies.
But none are directly talking about the flood basin or the Vinoy Basin, correct?
Well, they generally talk about the city in general, and wetlands and protection of listed species, which that was, that's one of the things looked at with permitting is manatee protection, hazardous waste management with the marinas and docking with boats.
Scroll down just a little bit, Iris, right there. So this language under goal conservation C, that's very similar to the language that is being removed from the land use. You can see the similar use of language, I think, because, as Britton said, we had to, past planners were trying to find a place to put 6.1 in the development section. That's why they have the callbacks to these chapters, because they were borrowing language from here to place in that goal and objective so that they could write the policy 6.1 under that. But those goals and objectives in the land use element aren't specific just to the North Yacht Basin. The only thing that's specific to North Yacht Basin is the only policy, which is 6.1. So those general statements are found in the chapters that Britton referenced here in the beginning and then throughout in much more detail, because you do find other objectives, policies under those headings for everything that you could see on the table of contents for that chapter.
I just wanted to make sure we weren't removing language. I understand that it's placed elsewhere, but I mean, it's pretty big language, so I wanted to make sure that that was somewhere else in the comprehensive plan.
Can I just ask? I'm just curious to sort of reduce complications like this. I was curious why the decision was made to strike out all of this language instead of just further refining it to allow this type of particular ferry or taxi service in the water basin, in the North Water Basin. Why was it struck instead of the language just changed to be more specific?
So actually, this type of specificity is not really appropriate for a comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plans are supposed to be broader. I was very surprised to find this here. It's a quirk. I definitely wouldn't recommend if we were sued today and they were talking about doing some kind of agreement. I wouldn't suggest that prohibition was appropriate in a comprehensive plan. It sticks out like a sore thumb. Generally, you find the comprehensive plan is larger overarching goals, ideas, planning purposes, and then you see actual regulations in your land development code. So this is already an outlier. So to make it even more specific, I think would be moving and making it a little more of an outlier, non-conforming in the comprehensive plan. Also, plans of this city can change. Again, we're already making this change because we want to further other goals of the comprehensive plan related to multimodal transportation and enhancing waterways, but we are kind of not allowed to do that because of this one prohibition. So again, I understand the reluctance to remove the language, but again, as Britton said, without a policy under it, it's improper to keep a goal and objective without a policy. It doesn't function.
I'm sorry, I just want to say, you know, the reason we have this natural resource is because of the language that has so specifically been placed in the comprehensive plan. And so that's why, you know, I just want to point out, just to push back a little bit, that it is specific for a reason. So I understand the concerns brought up by my fellow commissioners. The reason why we're going through this process is to ensure that this is the correct plan moving forward, the correct changes that we want to make to the way our city looks. I agree that this particular plan for the Tampa Bay Ferry is a very good change to the way we have planned our waterfront. I suppose I wish that I personally don't see a problem with comprehensive plans having specific language when you're trying to protect a vital resource like this. So again, I'm going to vote to approve this, but I wish that to avoid any complication or concerns like my fellow commissioners have made, that this was just changed to be more specific, have a specific exception, and not strike out the entire section. I think that would probably have made us all more comfortable in moving this forward, because, you know, it does, I can see how it does open up a lot of, it gives maybe a little bit more leeway than some of us are comfortable with giving. I've said my piece.
No, I agree. I wish that had been kept, but
the finalized design will be beholden to Chapter 4 and 5 regarding the environmental impacts.
It's beholden to that. It's beholden to the city charter for parks and waterfront property. It's beholden to downtown waterfront master plan. It's actually got quite an in-town redevelopment plan considerations, as well as our LDRs, comp plans, and Florida Building Code.
So the specific language in LU6 almost manacles the city into not being able to develop that basin.
Yes. Okay. It is a complete prohibition.
I think it would have just been nice in the presentation talking about removing language, maybe explaining that a little bit more in the future, because I mean, that really, really stood out to me. And I think, you know, we all need to understand why we're doing things, and maybe the explanation of, hey, we are removing this, but this is here, here, and here, and this is why, going forward would make me a lot more comfortable voting on things, because like you guys, I have not read the entire comprehensive plan. I am familiar with comprehensive plans and this one, but removing stuff, it would have been nice to know that that was somewhere else.
When this comes before City Council, will there be an updated drawing? Because you said this is from 2012.
There will not. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to say that this isn't this vote today isn't locking in a design, a placement. That's still in the works. It could be changed based on environmental testing, any other things that still need to go on through permitting. This is just allowing anything new to be constructed in the North Yacht Basin. It's not tying us to specific designs.
Okay.
And that does. Oh, go ahead.
You got it. Go ahead.
And that doesn't affect, so this is just, LU6 is only specific to that North Basin?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I was just going to add, and I think Heather Judd kind of described the background on this. It's not locking into a specific design. In the staff report, we did include the illustration from the Downtown Waterfront Master Plan to demonstrate that the discussion about locating the ferry in the North Basin has been ongoing since the original Downtown Waterfront Master Plan was adopted in 2015. So that's why that illustration was included. But the illustration was a concept drawing in that Waterfront Master Plan to highlight higher level ideas. It wasn't a specific design that was intended for any type of permitting or construction. And the other thing we can do as well is, as I mentioned earlier in this discussion, we will highlight this as a second important question and discussion point that came up, and we will provide additional narrative in the city council cover memo that gets attached to your report and package.
Okay, great. Does anyone else have any other comments? Thank you. Sorry for the heat. I'm the local environmental person, so I gotta ask.
No, those are very important points, and we don't go over the comprehensive plan document, hardly ever make edits to it, so it is.
I just think it's, you know, it was asked of us last year in our joint city council meeting with this commission is to giving reasons, you know, why we feel these way. And I think it's important for the public to know why we're doing things, why we don't do things, and like actually speaking about it. So thank you. I feel a lot better.
Chair, I appreciate your comments very much.
Thank you. Okay, well, if there's no other comments, I will take a motion.
I move to approve City File LGCP 2026-01, amending the comprehensive plan text regulating new marina slip development in the North Fennoy Yacht Basin to allow for a permanent dock slip for the Tampa Bay Ferry.
Seconded.
Take a vote.
Carrasco?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Monteriero?
Yes.
Magnello?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Drake?
Yes.
Wanamaker?
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, and the next item on the agenda is H1, agenda item H1, city file number 26-902-00030. The request is a review of a certificate of appropriateness application for after-the-fact alterations to an enclosed front porch at 2709 Burlington Avenue North, a contributing property in the local historic district. The owners are Jason Scott and Kara Graves, and the staff planner in this case is Kelly Perkins.
Hi, good afternoon. Kelly Perkins, Historic Preservationist of the City of St. Pete. We're here for a COA for 2709 Burlington Avenue North. We received no public comments for this item. The subject property is a contributing resource to the Southwest Central Kenwood Local Historic District. The property was built around 1937 in the minimal traditional style. It originally had a front porch, as can be seen in the 1952 Sanborn map on the right. The permit card indicates that the porch was enclosed in 1967 and vinyl siding was first installed in 1973. The earliest photo staff could find of the house is from a 1994 neighborhood survey shown there on the left, which shows the enclosed porch, though it still retained a high level of transparency in the porch elements with these what appears to be sliding windows. Here's a street view from 2009. Appears to be the same windows that were shown in the other photograph. Again, you can see more that it retains some of the porch elements, so it read as an enclosed front porch. In 2015, the property owner at the time pulled a permit to replace all the windows. As what can be seen is that the sliding windows on the front elevation of the porch were changed to be single hung windows with a 3/1 configuration. But in general, again, that transparency was still retained. Staff discussed the permit and COA history at this property. Ultimately, though, work started on the front porch prior to the issuance of a COA application, which is why we are here now for the after-effect alterations. At the direction of the planning director, the siding for the hardy board was issued by staff at the staff level. But because the change of the porch is a change of opening sizes on the front of the house, this requires commission review. So here is the property as it is today. What was done was that the window, that was the XOX window on the east elevation, was moved to the front elevation. Centered framing was built in to reduce the size of the opening, and a new sliding window was installed on the east elevation. There were photographs shown that depicted sort of a deteriorated element of the porch, which the applicant has stated that's why they started doing work prior to receiving approval. When it comes to our design guidelines, they really indicate that the openness of a porch is a key aspect of the character. And when it comes, generally it doesn't recommend enclosing porches, but if you do enclose a porch, it recommends retaining the porch framing behind existing railings and columns as to retain those porch elements, that it should be done to be reversible, and that there should be large window spaces. So it says when enclosing porches, it is preferable to use large window spaces rather than solid materials such as masonry, timber, or other cladding. These materials will dramatically alter the feeling of the porch by solidifying the mass. On the other hand, using large window areas will create the illusion of an open space, retaining the visual aesthetic of the porch, although the area has in fact been enclosed. The photo on the top right is sort of a modern porch enclosure that the design guidelines uses as a recommended way to enclose a front porch. So because the alterations to the porch, solidify, they fill in some of the openness with siding, staff found that the proposal does not meet the criteria. And so we are recommending denial, though we do have a suggested list of conditions below. In the case the commission makes a different determination. Condition 1 for the beam, this is sort of the talk about an element of the front porch is the beam. It's also referred to as an entablature or a frieze, sort of a key element of a porch that is not shown within the current form. So staff is saying that should be replicated to try and reinforce that this was a front porch. This is my very, very poor indication of what it would look like in PowerPoint. Staff does have some concerns because the window on the east elevation appears to be shorter than the other windows that were installed. If this had gone before, would have at least required that the windows be the same height. So that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant have a presentation? Great.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and fellow chairman.
I'll kick it off. Do you have a presentation? Okay.
And then just before you kick it off, if you wouldn't mind stating your names and address for the record, that would be great.
Sure.
Thank you.
It's Jason Graves,
And Kara Graves.
2709 Burlington Avenue North. Since purchasing our home 6 years ago, we've been committed to restoring the property to its original character and contributing positively to the neighborhood. When we moved in, several neighbors told us we had the ugliest house on the block, largely due to the dark green, almost black vinyl siding and the deteriorated chain link fence surrounding the property. As noted in our documentation, the fence was overgrown with weeds and covered in tarps in damaged areas. We replaced it with a wooden perimeter fence and began addressing years of neglect inside the home. Many of the windows were broken and so damaged that visibility was impossible, so we had to replace them. To resolve multiple water leaks, we replaced all the galvanized steel plumbing. We also removed the laminated floor to expose the original hardwood, restoring the home's historical charm. Over time, we began noticing structural issues. The walls in several rooms were bowing out. Moisture testing confirmed water intrusion, and most exterior-facing walls, after the major storms of 2024, the bowing worsened. This made it clear the siding needed to be replaced. When the vinyl siding was removed, the extent of the damage was far more severe than expected. As described in our report, there was much more wood rot. There was so much wood rot, there were no beams or columns holding up the front walls or roof. The front structure was being supported only by the windows, which made themselves damaged beyond repair. Black mold was also present throughout the front room, Kara's daily workspace, posing serious health concerns. Given these conditions, we hired an architect to determine the proper method for restoring the structural support. Our home is a minimum traditional style with front-facing gable, small, simple front stoop. The CCP has recommended installing horizontal wood elements supported by posts, an architectural feature that did not exist in this home. And as stated in our original submission, we'd be doing this, it would be fake and not traditional for our house.
So now we can kind of dive into the PowerPoint from here. So I just wanted to highlight some of the, trials and issues that we've started with once we bought the home. So this is what we've done. So since we've owned the home in 2020, 2019. The home has been bought and sold several times, and to Jason's point, nobody has ever kept anything. We can go through, and we are homesteaded homeowners, so this is our home, and I operate a small business out of that front room, which is actually my office. So this is the home when we purchased it back in 2019. So if you look closely, you can see the vinyl siding and all the deterioration there. Also, this wood fence that was completely not permitted and not legal at the time. I mean, the house was just not in great condition. We removed and put in a nice, beautiful cedar fence. Interior, as he mentioned, we did interior repairs and exterior, so you can kind of see like the before and after what it looked like in the yard. We've also planted fruit trees to promote pollination for, you know, different bees, and just trying to just get like things going in the area just to keep the integrity of the historic neighborhood, which is the reason why we bought there in the first place. We're not looking to flip homes. We're not an LLC. This is our home. If you could see even the before and after with the floors, we ripped up those old vinyl wood floors and restored the old heartwood pine floors, which cost us an extra, you know, relatively a lot more money than we could have just easily like sanded down the vinyl floors. So we do care about the home. So the reason why we move forward, which is the important reason why we're here, mainly we got staff approval to do the siding. So there was the hurricane issues, so there's a Florida state law that said you can start work if you had extensive damage due to Milton and Helene, which we start to see over time. That said, we started the work before a permit. We are very respectful to process and government process. We just really felt like we had to do something because there's, you know, the house can continue to deteriorate over time. I'm sure a lot of you folks are homeowners, you can understand that. Basically, we were unaware of the historic Kenwood laws, so that's why we're kind of here right now. So we redid the siding with Hardy, which was approved, as Kelly mentioned. The issue, we can get into it with the front, was once we ripped off to do the siding, there was extensive damage where the entire foundation was falling down. So the only way to repair that was essentially to redo the entire structure and add beams, and which is also cost us an extra $20,000, to be, you know, blatantly honest, to repair that piece of the structure, which was not in our budget or even intended to do. So in order to save a little bit of money, we moved one of the windows from one side to another, which were also legally permitted in 2020 through a company, I think Home Depot, right? Yeah. So we didn't do anything really without permit. The only thing we did was repurpose some windows and their hurricane impact, and we had to include one new window. So the reason why you're seeing just a small difference in space is simply because we had to put support beams because it was falling down, which you can see here.
Yeah, you can see the one window on the side, there was no room for a beam, so that window had to be moved or thrown out no matter what, and that was a very, very expensive window that's now in front, but the windows were essentially supporting the roof.
So also the black mold, that's evidence of the black mold, and also the interior damage that we start to see inside the house that separates the front porch from the living room. So this is the reason why we had to act, and the reason why we didn't want to wait 4 months going into hurricane season and, you know, and keep our home exposed and put us at health risk. And also we have an engineer report, which I think is documented and has been sent to staff that shows, that highlights that it was a structural issue. As you can see there, the contractor's hand went right through, so they never used any support beams. And our contractor is actually here right now, so if you have any technical questions, he'd be more than happy to. He was sworn in, he could answer any of those questions. Based on the recommendations from the CPPC, we tried to keep as much integrity as possible to meet with the historic neighborhood, which is why we went above and beyond to do the window sills to try to keep a little historic integrity. To Jason's point, the house never had beams before, so why would we add faux beams? So we're not trying to make a facade, we're trying to keep the integrity of the home and keep it structurally sound, which as it was built. So a lot of those examples that you saw earlier, they didn't even have doors on the side. Our door is on the side of the home. So you can't really compare the two. You're not comparing apples to apples. We also kept the original front porch as well, or front door stoop
The front
as well.
stoop, and the one thing that's what we walked around the neighborhood, you know, there's only 3 minimal traditional homes in the area. What I do think would make and pull the house together maybe slightly more is adding an awning over that front stoop, and, you know, putting that in place. There wasn't ever one there, but essentially there's 3 or 4 other pictures that I took of neighborhood homes that have that type of an awning with the same window view out the front of that front porch. But important to recognize, we did not enclose the porch. The porch was enclosed before 1972, it seems, and obviously not done properly.
Yeah, so we're feeling like we're being penalized for work that was done prior to this even becoming a historic district. So, and we're trying to do, the reason why we bought the home is to do everything we can to restore it the way it was, but we also can't put ourselves in risk and financial, just to keep spending money. We're not a wallet, and we can't just say, okay, let's take a loan out. That's not feasible for most people. We already spent a lot more than we had budgeted in the first place. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. So now we're going to move into the public hearing portion. I did not receive any green comment cards for this agenda item, so we're going to move into cross-examination. Does city staff have any cross-examination? And really quick, the applicants, the city staff may come up to the microphone. We just have we'll go a little bit back and forth for a minute. If you guys would like, you can wait right there, or you can go over to the other microphone. Yeah. Whatever works for you.
City staff waves.
Okay. Does the applicant have any cross-examination for city staff?
I don't believe so. I think we've been in touch yeah.
Okay, all right. So now we're going to move into closing remarks. Does city staff have any closing remarks?
Yeah, the only thing I'll just clarify is any porch would have had a beam. That's the structure of a porch when it was built. Iris, do you mind bringing back up my presentation? Yeah, generally minimal traditional houses don't always have like a central front porch the way theirs is. That's definitely, I would say, a less common. So this is another minimal traditional house in Northwest Kenwood, and this is where you're talking about where it's just a very simple beam, a tablature, frieze. I mean, generally frieze and a tablature is a more decorative element, but it's just
Please, no comments.
it's just a simple structural beam that would have been supported by the post that is inherent to every porch. So the idea would have been, this was another house that had vinyl siding. The porch was really deteriorated. It came before this commission because they had to rebuild it. A tree was causing structural issues, bricks were falling out, and part of it was they restored, I mean, this is an open porch, but just to show that is not uncommon, that when you're at this point, you try to re-expose elements to enhance what is the visual aesthetic of the porch. So that's what I meant by that. Thank you.
May I comment?
And then, really quick, yeah, so so now we're going to move into closing remarks for the applicant. So now
Closing remarks, yes.
Yes, so now you go.
So the 2 examples were open porches that we just saw, right? So we bought the house where the windows were actually supporting the structure that was enclosed before we purchased it, and there's no evidence that the porch was even open prior to, I guess the furthest dated 1967. So to say that the beam, whoever removed the windows, I think it was 2015, apparently put in windows and didn't get them permitted properly. I'm not sure if they did, but what they did was just put them in. If there were beams there, they weren't exposed, and they put the windows in which were supporting the entire front structure, which was included in the engineer report.
Okay. Do you have any more closing remarks? Okay, all right. So we're going to move into executive session now. So we are going to talk amongst us, but if we do have questions, we'll call you guys up and we'll ask you all or city staff. So if you want to stick kind of close to the microphone, that's probably a good idea. Does anyone want to kick it off for this? Yes.
I'll just mention quickly, there was reference to the engineer's report. So if you're following the digital copy, it starts on page 17 of 50.
I'll start off. I have a question for city staff. So the application for siding was started, and then I'm trying to understand when the after-the-fact COA application was versus the start of construction.
The building permit was submitted January 20th. It was routed to our office that afternoon. We responded to the applicant July 23rd that it needs a COA. I explained what our standard process is, that we need photos, we need to see when the siding is removed, because that's where you can identify if there is a beam underneath or if there's any other architectural features to restore as part of the siding work. It took a few days to get a complete application. There were issues with photos being sent and received. Then I did came to my office, but I wasn't able to issue it because I was out of the office for the first week of February. So I issued it on, I think, February 6th to the contractor. He responded immediately that they had already started doing work and that they'd found rot on the porch. And I told him we should stop work, and I drove out to the site, and that's when I took those photos. You can also see on the January 2026 street view that that work is being done on the Google Street View. But I do not know when work commenced.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I think, I have total empathy because I went through Hurricane Helene and Milton, and I had damage to my house. So your house looks beautiful, and so getting back to the kind of point of our mission here as the CPPC is to ensure that these historic districts remain, their integrity remains. And so I think it's sometimes confusing for house owners to really understand different periods of their house. So things that happened to your house before it becoming even a historic district might be a period of significance for that design or that house or an element that's put into the house. Sorry. But that being said, I become a little apprehensive I feel like every time we have a new application come in, it's either a COA after the fact, or it's someone who definitely bought their house after the district was made a historic district. So it's like, when you're moving into these districts that there are going to be certain criteria that need to be met when you're updating your house. So I'm wondering, Kelly, you said that they pulled the building permit on January 20th, and then you were able to respond July. Is 6 months typically?
No, January.
Okay, so it was 3 days.
Submitted the permit January 20th. It was not issued.
So typically, does it take about 3 days for you to, or
We would prefer to get sooner, but given our current workload, yes, it can take us a few days to.
Please, no comments.
So not 6 months?
No, did I say July? I meant January 23rd. I'm so
Okay.
sorry. I really did not mean to say that.
Oh, no, that's okay. I just wanted to clarify because it seems like if the timeline is reasonable coming from the city, the COA should definitely be something that's in process before anything happens. I think 3 days, 7 days, even 2 weeks is a reasonable amount of time that if you've purchased in an historic district, you need to be taking those steps to get with the planning department and get the COA going before any of the work is done.
And this district was finalized in 2021, so they would have received notice that it was becoming a historic district at the time.
Thank you.
I'm gonna jump back in. I'm going back and forth on this one, so I'm trying to simplify it by just breaking apart regardless of the timeline. If this was to come in front of us and it was not constructed, if there was no beam there, I still would be on the fence of telling them that they have to put a beam back. That's my perception of it. I think, it adds a lot of clutter to the conversation when we're talking about when it was started, when it was submitted, the storms, and we're talking about January 26th versus August of 24. So I'm saying this out loud to everybody because I'm trying to simplify it to decipher and break apart the two things. After the fact, yes, it happened, but even if it wasn't after the fact, and we looked at something today, and you look at both photos, I was kind of trying to do side by side. The existing structure as it stood in 2020, say, and what the proposed, if we had an architectural elevation up, I'm sure it would come up as a comment of the beam, but is it something that we'd say, hey, owner, go pay the extra $1 to put in a beam that wasn't there? I'm on the fence of saying that.
I'll jump in as well. I'm typically very critical of these after-the-fact permits. We keep getting more and more of them, but I'm going to try to keep an open mind. But one of the things I do have a concern with, which would have been a comment had we seen this project prior to any construction, I'm concerned about the misalignment of the heads of the windows, the front and then the two sides. There's just no alignment there, and certainly that probably would have been a comment from us that we would have made a condition of approval, would have been to align all of those windows. And regarding the beam, I understand that the beam didn't exist originally. There are also no columns or pilasters holding up those trusses, but both of those structural elements should have been installed in a good construction, good construction techniques. There would have been columns, pilasters, potentially a beam, definitely a beam. Whether it was visible from the exterior or not, there still would have been a beam there underneath the siding. And all these wrongs, just because they weren't there doesn't make it right not putting them in now. So I'm curious to hear what everybody else says. Again, I'm trying to keep an open mind,
Yeah, that's a good comment. Ms. Perkins, I don't even see that as one of, if we look at the staff recommendations, out of the 5, I don't even see you brought it up in your presentation, but it's not one of the 5 listed.
Yeah.
To replace the window on the east elevation.
The misalignment.
Well, my recommendation was pretty much to deny, and then my conditions were pretty much to work with what's there. But you can certainly add any conditions you would like. If you do want to approve it, you can certainly add that the window on the east elevation should be replaced with a window that is the same height as the other windows on the porch.
I mean, for me, I know it's after the fact, but for me, it's always hard to deny something that's built and sealed and done. So I think there's going to be a variation of that.
So I understand the sort of struggle that the property owners are facing here with the damage to the house and that they're in a historic district. And normally I would probably side with the property owners. The thing that I'm missing here is, and this is, I should address Mr. and Mrs. Grace directly. The presentation that you gave was very defensive, right? You're not going to design. No, you don't have to talk. We're not going to send you to design jail, right? What we're doing here is trying to find a solution for your home, and so what I'm struggling with is I saw a lot of the problems that you have been facing, and I commend the work that you have done. What I didn't see were the solutions that you're working on now. And I've looked through the files submitted, and I've seen the sketches from the contractor, and quite frankly, it's hard for me to really visually see what the finished product is going to look like. It's very helpful for us to be able to see. We're talking about the exterior of a building that's very important to the historic integrity of the neighborhood. So we're trying to see how the solution that you're providing is going to fit into the character of the neighborhood. So you're talking about an awning, you're talking about fixing the front porch. It would be helpful for us to see those solutions. We'd be able to make a much more definitive judgment here. And I don't know, if the contractor is able to provide more, or, I personally probably would have hired an architect. But I don't know if there's enough for me to really approve this, because I just don't see the diligence done to ensure that the architecture is in line with the character of the neighborhood.
I want to be clear, the COA is for what was in the photos that show existing. The awning, that's the first that has been brought up. That is not part of this current.
Oh, that is not in the CO at all. Okay.
What is being proposed for approval is what was shown in the photos and the staff report.
I see. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's there.
I have a question, and for our architect experts, looking at this picture of how the house is now, and the door being on the side, and then we talk about making the windows even and in the beam, is all that even possible? I mean, I guess it's possible, but how would that be done in the current state without almost tearing the whole thing down? I mean, the whole front.
Anything's possible.
Yeah, and I don't know, anything's possible, but how can they do that without tearing a whole portion?
It's very disruptive. I mean, new construction, they put headers in, so the headers are there now, and that really defines the height of the roof. So to really fix it, you're making the opening smaller. I mean, versus removing the headers and jacking up the roof. I mean, it's much more work to do that.
Yeah, you'd probably make rather than enlarging the smaller window, it'd be easier to reduce the height of the taller window, because then you wouldn't have to destroy what's above the header that currently exists. There's columns on either side of all these windows, so it'd almost be easier to lower the height and install a new header to create the alignment. But then maybe that becomes out of proportion, and yeah.
Double-edged sword.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, yeah.
I'm not in favor of having this couple redo their entire facade. That they've already suggested that they've spent far more money than they were expecting to on this house. And the pictures that they showed, I mean, the house is still lovely. What we want to do as a CPPC, part of our mission is to make sure a lot of these structures are not demolished. And it sounds like they've done their due diligence in trying to keep this house up in an historic district. My concern is that the other part of our mission as the CPPC is to protect locally designated landmarks by requiring a certificate of appropriateness when something's going to happen to a house. And for me, this is somewhat of the cautionary tale, is that when it only takes 3 to 7 days to reach out to the planning department to get a COA, I feel like that is not something that is a huge barrier to homeowners, especially if they are aware that they live in a historic district.
Yeah, I mean, probably my biggest concern is that after being told specifically to stop work, they continued. The work continued. So that...
Well, we have to follow due process. I understand, but like, all right. It's like a 3 strikes and you're out kind of thing, because thank you.
So I have a follow-up question too. So if we can bring back the recommendations, because where we are now is either deny or approve with the recommendations, the conditions from the city, trying to see how realistic those conditions are, again, with your expertise without requiring this couple to completely start over with where we are now. And I agree, it does seem like we're having a lot of these after the fact, and I don't know if it's worse because of the hurricanes, but it kind of it makes it just nullifies the whole purpose if we continue to approve things after the fact. But this seems like a kind of a little different of a situation. So I just kind of want, if we can realistically go through these conditions with expertise to see how we feel about it overall with the conditions, I think for me that would be helpful.
I agree. I want to kind of press pause for a second and like everyone breathe for a second too. I like that idea, and that's typically how I think is a good way of like going through some things. And I would like to hear the applicant's point of view. So we provided, or city staff provided 5 recommendations, 3 of which are standard. And I kind of want to hear your thoughts on, again, number 3 and 4. 3, 4, and 5 are always there. Amongst everything else that we've talked about today, I'd like to hear your feedback on 1 and 2.
So I'm confused on, so the columns, right? Correct. And that's where we were saying, and just to be clear though, so the COA process, I just have to comment on that. It took, and it's all on the government portal. From the time it was submitted, it took months, and it was back and forth with send more photos, send more information. So in theory, maybe it should take a few days, but that unfortunately wasn't the process that we had to deal with. And we did stop working. When we got the stop work order by the compliance folks on, from the city council, we stopped work for months, and it was just sitting there idle. So we were compliant. Once we got the stop work order, that was it. We were done. So just to make that very clear to everybody, and just, so it doesn't look like we were just like, all right, it takes 3 days to get something. Of course we would have done it, of course we would have been compliant. But going to the columns, I don't see how that would make it look historic when it would almost, if you think about like Las Vegas, like a hotel where you're just putting a facade on something just to try to recreate the past or some other history, it doesn't look right, like it's not going to fit the home, and it wasn't there in the first place. So why should it have to be added now?
I'm so sorry. I'm just going to interrupt you. You're saying columns are vertical, beams are horizontal.
So a beam up top, but still that would be a facade.
It's the beam, I think, that we're talking about,
Yeah,
not the columns.
It's also,
Beam.
not only should it, and in the language too, not only, they give an option of restoring it, which I know would be a higher cost, or a trim piece that replicates something that looks like that. So I just wanted to.
Yeah, it could be a trim piece.
We can.
That's applied.
Yeah, we're open to that. That's
Okay.
fine. Okay.
And that's why I
about the columns. So
Yeah, that's why I definitely wanted to talk about these
Yeah.
one by one, because I do think that we could find a solution, and we're
Just have
definitely.
bad eyesight. That's
Yeah, so number 1 talks about the beam of the front porch should be restored, or a trim piece that replicates what that would look like.
do that.
Okay. And then number 2, city staff discuss a faux porch cap should be extended around the sides of the enclosed porch as well as the front. So if city staff, if you'd be able to explain that condition to the applicant.
Yeah, when I wrote that condition, I didn't realize that, because they submitted more photos, that I thought it was only on the front and the east elevation, and it wasn't on the west, but it appears that it's already extending all the way around.
Sills, right?
Yeah, what it's supposed to be, it's supposed to replicate what should have been the porch cap on the pony wall that was there. And that was something we discussed when we met with them in early March, when we told them that once the work was done, we could not staff approve it. That's not the process. And we talked about, I mentioned that a solution would be to replicate some of the items. At that time, I'd spoken about the faux cap and everything, but I hadn't talked about the faux trim piece above, which then obviously the work was done to replicate the bottom part, but I didn't get to speak to them about the top part, so it was not put in. But yes, that condition, in my opinion, is already satisfied.
Okay, so number 2 can actually be removed, because.
I wouldn't remove it. I would still keep it as part of the condition of approval, but it appears to have already been done.
Okay, so let's circle back. Iris, would you mind putting up the recommendations?
Sorry, I changed it, yeah.
Okay. So going back to where we just were, talking about number 1, you feel good about that. It gives 2 different options. Probably the easier of the 2 is just putting up a trim piece that replicates something like that. Number 2 has already been satisfied. Number 3, 4, and 5, they're always there for our recommendations. I think now would be a great time as a group to discuss, okay, how do we feel about, just like Commissioner said, how do we feel about moving forward with these recommendations? Are there additional ones that you would like to see? Are you comfortable as they are? I personally, I feel comfortable as they are. I know we need to give reasoning for why we're voting for certain things, and I think that we've all had various reasons of why we feel a certain way. Just like my fellow commissioner said, I don't think that opening up a sealed building once again and restarting the process is a good way of going about this. I don't.
Iris, can you please pull up the photograph that shows that corner, the northeast corner of the house? Keep going. The one that shows the...
Slide 7.
Yeah, okay, there, okay. So if you look at and you zoom in to that lower right-hand corner photograph, you can see that there is actually, there's a misalignment of all 3 of those windows there. The one on the main house, then the side one on the porch, and then the front one on the porch. I would want to make sure, if we approve this, and city staff, this is important as you're looking at the detail of a potential trim piece. In my opinion, wherever the bottom of the trim piece ends up, it needs to marry up with the head of the trim piece on the side window, so that it appears that, do you know what I mean? So that new trim piece goes all the way around and so that you don't see a gap of green siding between the top of the white trim piece on the side window and the bottom of the new trim piece that replicates a beam. Do you know what I mean?
So are you requesting?
Oh my God. Okay. I'm sorry. You have been, in my view, every single time you raise your arms and do this, you've done this at least a dozen times. Thank you.
It's always important to get contractors and architects that support you and not detract from your case.
He's hurt your case. He has hurt your case. The disrespect that he has shown every one of us is uncalled for. Do you, so
are
going
you
back, do you understand what I'm saying?
So make sure I understand. If I can get this pointer to work.
Didn't you have a photo with your?
Yeah, pull up your photo. I think you, there, okay, there, okay. So this is what to me looks maybe awkward. Do you see how there's a green gap between and I don't, let's talk about that. Maybe it's okay.
That's where I think again, we're architecting this as we
Yeah.
speak, but I feel like the beam's gonna call to attention to the window.
I see.
And honestly,
Yeah.
if it wasn't hardy, and say it
Right.
was shiplap or something, our eye wouldn't even catch the variance between the windows. But because there's this horizontal lines, it's carrying our eye over. And if we put a big white thing on top of it, it's gonna be like, wow, those things aren't aligned. But that's us sitting here analyzing this photo for the last hour.
I think, yeah, now looking at this again, all it does is call attention to the fact that those windows are even more misaligned.
I think just a faux fascia trim piece along the front elevation would be more than adequate. And it would break the line that you see from the front elevation of the street, allowing for it to meet architectural guides, and then
Well, he's saying just along the front.
just along the front.
Not along the
And then it wouldn't
side.
call attention to the east or west elevations of the property, and it'll look great from the street. And, you know, my heart goes out to the homeowners, because this is the kind of stuff that would drive me crazy if
Yeah.
if I was there, because you have, again, it looks like this is a 1937 build, and like most people, that you get in to start doing work and you find a lot of wood rot. It's a wood frame home. This is a 100-year-old property.
And these homes all over the district, you've got mismatched, misaligned windows.
And
of
I don't think
different
it's fair to
sizes, and
homeowners to retroactively try to apply arbitrary
Right.
architectural guides and stuff, especially when our work here is to encourage homeowners to, you know, jump into historic preservation, not deter people from it. Because otherwise, this will be a property that has deferred maintenance. It'll be a tear down. It'll be another McMansion.
that goes up.
I also already like the way on the front gable end, the eave turns back. You can't really see it because it's hidden by the landscape, but you can see how on some of the earlier photos, see how that little trim piece comes down and then turns horizontally back towards the center of the gable at the eave line. I think that's a nice detail, and that if we add a beam or trim piece, maybe that would
feel a little cluttered.
Could feel cluttered.
That feels cluttered to me.
Could feel cluttered, yeah.
I'm not an architect, but that feels cluttered. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think you had a great recommendation. The front only, that would be my thought. But also, I just want to, we're talking about this faux, we're not just slapping a piece of wood up there. As you being a homeowner understand, they're going to have to take that part of that siding off. They're going to have to put a new drip edge on it, reseal it. It's not just applying something. There's some removal work that will happen. I just want to, when you're agreeing to stuff today, I just want to make sure you understand that. It's not just putting something on it. You have to pull some of the siding off to reflash it. Just making that clear.
Is that, to you, sorry to call you out, I think that what Commissioner Wanamaker and I were just agreeing is perhaps adding a faux trim around, where you're saying that roof line comes, again, not an architect, don't know all the words. Roof line comes down, apex kind of goes in a little bit. I feel like adding a trim piece down there and requiring that, even if it's just in the front or on the sides, to me that looks busy, and it's
yeah.
I love that of that house, and I think allowing that to just stand alone.
Yeah.
Again, not an architect though. I know
I'm
that's your
just,
job,
I'm
but
clarifying the logistics of construction. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, we keep talking about something and simply putting it faux. It's not that.
Yeah.
You'd have to pull off the hardy board. You have to raise the drip edge, reflash it, and then you put that trim piece on. So I'm just, regardless of what we do, what we don't, I'm just clarifying that to the homeowners that the decision is to put something up there.
It's not just
Yeah, I mean,
doing something.
honestly, I'd be okay to leave it the way it is.
Okay, so you would be amenable to
Yeah,
just
I agree with all this discussion and pointing out at first, just in the front, but it does look busy, and I think it might make it look worse. And my house is almost the same age, so I completely understand what you're going through. And I don't think what is the saying? Don't want to cut off our nose to spite our face, or whatever the saying is. I think maybe it would look worse with adding that in the front, which is also not what we want to do. And we don't want to affect them being able to sell the house one day because of the busyness that this may cause. So
with that being said, it sounds like we've discussed 1 and 2, which means if neither of those are something that we feel is necessary, although city staff did a great job.
Actually, number 2 has been installed. That's that, and which I really like. That trim piece around the middle part of the facade, I think, is really nice.
So if we're perhaps not going to potentially be requiring number 1 unless
Right.
another commissioner feels very strongly about it, to have that discussion about 1, would the discussion then be going forward with a motion that allows for 2, 3, and 4? Does 2 still need to stay in there then? It basically sounds like, I think that's an interesting place to start, yeah. Is there any?
So, of course, you can, there could be a motion to remove or add or amend any of the conditions. Generally, if number 2 has already been in place, the benefit of leaving that in there is that it travels with the approval, so that they would be violating their COA if for some reason they or a future owner decided to take that off, like when redoing the siding. So that way, in future, if the siding required replacement, then that would require replacing that element. Taking that out would remove that required element.
Okay.
So that's just
Thank you.
why I think that staff recommended, even though it's already been done, leaving it in.
So, as the applicant, I know this is your home, and I want to hear your thoughts on the way that we're moving is taking rid of one unless you feel like you really want that beam piece. It didn't really sound like that was something that was on your radar until we put it on your radar.
It wasn't, to be honest.
Okay, great.
I just,
That's-
I just, again, taking recommendations from the staff is something that we're taking into account, and something that I thought doing a faux thing where it's not going to be a tremendous cost and feasible, depending on the historic board and what your recommendations would be. So that's what, but I would prefer not to be honest.
And I think that that's why it's really important to have the dialogue. And, we also are, what we put on record and how we vote, it carries with these applications, and it's how, the neighborhood is taught, and it's how future applicants, can understand the process too. And so that's why I think it's really important why we have really discussed all the details, why we're voting a certain way, why we feel a certain way, why we'd be removing stuff. So I wanted all of that to be on the record with that. So do you understand then 2 and then 3, 4, and 5, keeping those?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Are we good with them?
We don't understand, actually.
Read it. 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, and take your time reading them.
This one's already done.
Okay.
And final inspection.
Okay.
Any other necessary permits?
So then we get the COA, essentially, if everything is approved?
Once the inspection
Okay.
comes
Once the inspection comes through?
Yeah.
Got it.
Does anyone have any comments or suggestions, or do we feel ready as a group to move forward? I don't want anyone's opinions to go unheard or ignored, so.
The only other thing I would say is that there was a record of adding an awning on the side above the door. That is not part of the COA, and it's not something that we, I believe, are requiring as a condition of approval. Correct?
Correct.
Right.
Okay,
Correct,
on the
yeah.
record. yes.
Yep.
Yeah, so we were just saying that's something that my husband
We were just
brought-
cruising the neighborhood and.
Yeah.
and saying that would make it look nice, but if we now know we have to get a COA in order to do
Yeah.
that.
If you do decide to add one in the future, you'll need a COA.
Okay,
New contract.
great. All right.
I do want to say, in an effort to beat a dead horse, I think we should hear from Ms. Perkins on, this is a major thing we're removing from her recommendation, so I'd like to
That's a great
hear
idea.
from her on, obviously you put it there, so.
I understand not doing that on the sides because it would more highlight the disparity of the height difference of the windows. I'm not sure I agree that it would be busy because this house would have originally had an exposed beam as part of the open porch you would have had, and that element is just a traditional element in early 20th century buildings. But I don't feel strongly either way.
Okay. No, but we respect your expertise and your time.
I mean-
so thank you.
From a best practices, that would be the direction that you're generally recommended to do.
Yeah.
To try and create those elements, so you're really emphasizing that enclosed front porch appearance.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want to say that after this discussion that we've had, I'm going to vote to approve this. I would just like to recommend to the homeowners, if you are going to apply for a COA in the future, I would recommend looking for an architect that supports you and that will speak for you in a positive way.
Okay. Well, if anyone has any comments, I'd like to hear them. But if not, I think at that point, it's good to have a motion.
We need to remove one.
Oh, I lied. Yes, we need to do that. Sorry.
Well, we can still do that. You just have to say it right.
There's 2 ways to do it. You can take a separate vote on removing condition 1. Not to speak for everybody, it seems like you have pretty unanimous support for that. So there could be a motion made that you're approving the certificate of appropriateness request with conditions 2 through 5 only.
All right, I'll give it a shot. Motion to approve and issue a certificate of appropriateness for the replacement of historic windows and front door at 2608 Dartmouth Avenue North, a contributed property in a local historic district.
Wrong project. Beep, beep, beep. Back it up.
You're reading
Not the right one.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong address.
You're on the awning project.
Yeah.
Skipping.
Oh, geez, look at me.
We'll just go this one.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Motion to issue a certificate of appropriateness for the after-the-fact alterations to an enclosed front porch at 2709 Burlington Avenue North, with the conditions 2 through 5 given by staff.
I second.
Great. We'll take a vote.
Brasco?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Ponteriero?
Yes.
Magnello?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Drake?
Yes.
Wanamaker?
Yes.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Everyone feel good doing one more? Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. Just
Y'all are
fast.
done. Yeah, they're done.
You guys are done. Yeah. You can stay if you want, but you probably don't. So. Wanna wait for Derek?
Was it read into record?
Not yet. No.
Yeah.
Okay, this is agenda item H2, City File 26-902, 00033, and 26-902, 00034. The first COA ending in 33 is the review of a certificate of appropriateness application for the demolition of a detached accessory building at 3055 6th Avenue North, a contributing property in a local historic district. The second COA ending in 34 is a review of a certificate of appropriateness application for the construction of a two-story accessory building with an accessory dwelling unit at 3055 6th Avenue North, a contributing property in a local historic district. The agent is Anna Filippione with Anzo Design Associates, and the staff planner in this case is Cindy Kohanek.
All right, good afternoon. Cindy Kohanek, Historic Preservationist with the City of St. Petersburg. This project is a dual COA review for 3055 6th Avenue North. No public comments were received on this project. This property is located in Northwest Kenwood Local Historic District and is listed as contributing to both the Local Historic District as well as the National Register Historic District. The minimal traditional Tudor Revival style house was constructed on site around 1935. Minimal traditional elements include eaves that are flush with the wall plane. The existing one-story frame vernacular garage is not listed on the permit card. However, it is mentioned in a January 1936 real estate ad for the property. The COA requests are for the demolition of a detached one-story frame accessory building and the new construction of a two-story accessory building with an accessory dwelling unit or ADU. The existing garage height, footprint, and location is similar to other accessory structures on this alley section. That's with the exception of 3052 7th Ave North, which is the parcel directly to the north of this one, which was constructed in late 1951. The permit for the second story over the garage for 3052 7th Ave North was pulled within 3 months of the original construction permit, so you're looking at early 1952 for that building. The applicant has provided a letter from a licensed engineer evaluating the current accessory building. The letter cites structural integrity and safety concerns, as well as the cost of ongoing maintenance and a lack of historical significance. However, as staff just addressed, research by our staff has verified that that structure was actually built around the same time as the house and was considered significant enough to be listed as a contributing resource to the historic districts. The engineer's letter acknowledges the potential impact for the demolition to the neighborhood, but states that careful and respectful replacement of the structure can be done in a way that respects the neighborhood. The engineering letter argues that at least 60% of the current structure would need to be rebuilt. No information was provided on whether any other options were pursued to save the existing structure, and the extent of the experience of the engineer that the engineer may have with rehabilitation for historic buildings is unclear. The second application proposes the construction of a two-story accessory building with an accessory dwelling unit or ADU. The ADU will not utilize the existing accessory building location directly behind the main house, but will be shifted more to the east and be visible from the 6th Ave North right away. The applicant states that this location shift is due to a large tree located in the northwest section of the parcel. The proposed building footprint is approximately 32 by 35 feet, or 800 square foot per floor, and with a height about 27 feet. The building includes a projecting balcony as well as exterior stairs. The materials proposed are common for new construction COA reviews. Accessory buildings with a 3-car garage door are not found in this district. The size of this garage will be the largest in the district if approved. The house height is approximately 20 feet. That's based off of a staff estimate. And the new accessory structure is proposed for at least 7 feet taller. Due to its location on a corner lot with a wider than standard lot, the proposed accessory building will be visible from all rights of way. And the proposal's height, scale, and massing are inconsistent with the main structure on site. It is also not secondary to the main structure. The proposed accessory structure is similar to other 2-story accessory buildings in the district in its orientation, flow, directional character. However, 2-story structures do not account for the majority of the accessory structures located in this district. A standalone balcony is not common for an accessory structure in this district. And while the proposed balcony does break up the mass and roof line, it will be highly visible due to its location. A few other minor design details as proposed. At least one window should be provided on the first floor east elevation in a centered location. There are 5 windows on the proposed elevations which have horizontally oriented sash. And while a small square window on the north elevation is not a traditional or typical window, this type of window has been approved by the commission in the past. Any paired windows should be separate units with traditional mullion, similar to what is found on the main house. And typically, a window in masonry wall does not have any trim other than a concrete sill. The applicant will need to work with staff to add or correct any windows, trim, and other details if the application is approved for the new construction. In summary, the staff evaluation yields that most of the relevant criteria were not met for the granting of a certificate of appropriateness, and none of the guidelines for demolition were met. The staff recommendation is for denial for the proposed demolition of the accessory building. An alternate approval with conditions option was included in the staff report for the commission's consideration. And moving on to the new construction COA, the staff evaluation yields that most of the relevant criteria were not met for the granting of a certificate of appropriateness, while just over half the guidelines for new construction were met. The staff recommendation is for denial for the new construction of the accessory building or with an ADU. As mentioned in the staff report, the math came out right down the middle for this one. Reductions in the mass, scale, and height could be a path forward, and an alternate approval with conditions option was also included in the staff report for the commission's consideration as well. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant have a presentation?
Hello, my name is Anna Philippone. I'm the residential building designer on this project, and I'm the agent as well representing the client, the applicant. All right, so this is for Arthur Brake, as you guys know, and we're going to be going through the demo first and then the new construction. So the reason that we're proposing the demolition of the existing garage is for a few reasons. So the first one is, as mentioned, there is a tree on the north western side of the lot. It is a very large 100-year-old oak tree with a huge canopy that currently, as is, extends over the existing the detached garage. And so over time, it has been hurting the roof and damaging it, which has resulted in a lot of maintenance and an inability to maintain it to a certain level. And so that has affected it. The other reason is just by visually walking into it initially, we could see that there was a lot of damage inside and outside of the structure. You can see here in the pictures on the metal, the level of deterioration. That is not a good looking structure. There's also wood rot on the inside, in the roof, on the walls. And the central picture right there shows that the foundation has some breakage, cracking, to the point that the door has kind of like jutted out as well. In order to verify that what was visual was accurate, we had a structural engineer look at all this information, And they cited, as you can see in the document, various reasons for why they said it would take 60% of the structure rehabilitation in order to get it to a place where it would look visually appealing and not also be dangerous. You could use that word. So as far as the new construction goes, you can see here that it is NTM1 zoning. This zone allows for multifamily housing. And so in theory, you could build, townhome, something greater than a single family home. And this is relevant because what we're doing, what we're proposing is not quite as much of an impact as if we were going with like a multifamily structure. This site is also quite larger than a lot of the other sites in the area. That is because it's technically it's a combined lot, so it's 2 lots. We feel that this makes it unique relative to what you typically see, and we also feel that that is another element that makes sense to do a slightly bigger ADU. 800 square feet is the max. We're not superseding the max. We are just proposing to go to the max, which again, in a larger lot, feels like it proportionally from a scale perspective makes sense. And you can see there the NTM zoning. Again, we're citing that you could do multifamily housing, which would impact more of the green space, less FAR, more alignment with the surrounding neighborhood as it currently stands. Another series of details regarding the area in which his house is built. So there's an ADU directly behind him at 3032 7th Avenue. There's also another one nearby, 3029 8th Avenue North. We're citing these because there is 2-story structures. There's also, as you can see on the bottom right, an example of an ADU that's 2-story with a 1-story structure, and from the front you can actually see the ADU in the back. If you look at the top right, you can see Blake's actual house, his property, and you can actually see the ADU behind him on the top right corner a little bit. So the placement of the ADU, as mentioned with the demolition, one of the reasons why we want to demolish that structure, we also want, if we were to build a new ADU, we wouldn't want to place it in the same exact spot. Obviously, it's going to be an immense investment to build a structure of this kind, and to just place it where this 100-year-old oak tree could let leaves down, and honestly, we're not even sure. We think that the 2-story structure might interfere with the tree's canopy. So it didn't make sense. It's either demolish the tree, or if we do a new build, move it over. And we felt that the city would be more in favor of maintaining this beautiful tree and just moving it over a little bit. And speaking with the city, with Cynthia, we had actually moved it even more so to the right, and then after our communications with her, we moved it a little bit more towards the left, as closely to the left as we felt would make sense, so that the new structure would not be damaged over time. Here are some images in the slide where you can see like how massive that tree is, how it extends currently over the existing demolished garage as well. And to get some more feedback, we spoke to a city arborist who also talked about it being a live oak grant tree, saying that the tree appears to be in good condition, that further distance from the tree would be good to avoid potential impact to it, to not affect its critical root zone, and he did not feel that cutting some of these large branches would be beneficial to the tree because it could create off balance to it as well. So that could be dangerous. Here you can see, so another element about where the placement is whether you can see it from the front. You can see that if you were standing directly in front of it, his house being this Tudor revivalist, it has this nice angle in the front. You could not see the ADU directly from the front. We understand that if you were off to the side, because it's a larger combined lot, you could see it. And again, it's kind of like the tree or the ADU, it seems in this case. As far as matching to existing goes, we went back and forth with the city a lot, and we are happy to accommodate meeting the city requirements, and a lot of that is shown here. That includes elements like the siding, the doors, the windows, the trim, making sure that you enter from the rear for the garage, and all of those elements are in line with the existing primary residence house. And if there's anything that you guys feel is not, I believe that the client would be happy to change those elements. We also were very intentional about the placement of the exterior stair. Where can you see at least so that it does not create an eyesore? And for this reason, we put it on the eastern elevation, on the side facing the western street, actually. And the reason for that is that the grand live oak tree is so large that we believe it would be much more difficult to see it from that side than if you were facing the front of his house, his existing primary house. And therefore, it seemed like the best spot to place it. And then the final statement is, why are we doing this project? Why is Brake going after this project? He has lived in the property for more than 35 years, a longtime steward of both the home and the surrounding historic neighborhood. He's requesting to go through with this because his daughter, her husband, and his grandchild would be moving into it. And so he is creating a place for them to live. It's a long-term family legacy project, you could call it. We feel that furthermore, it will enhance the character of the neighborhood by eliminating a deteriorating existing garage that is very visually unappealing and not in great condition, in support of something that is much nicer and serves a greater purpose, and that will be in alignment with what the city asks, while also keeping in mind the unique circumstances of this particular site. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Yep. Thank you. Now we're going to move into the public hearing. I did not receive any comment cards for this portion, so seeing none, we're going to move into cross-examination. Does city staff have any cross-examination for the applicant?
City staff waives.
Okay. Does the applicant have any cross-examination for city staff? Okay, the applicant waives, and now we will go into closing remarks. Does the city have any closing remarks?
Just one minor point of clarification, and it's clarified in the staff report that this lot is not a true double lot. The lot that was actually originally platted in the center is actually split about 2/3 to this property and then 1/3 to the next property over. A lot of this size in this area is not unheard of. In fact, the commission reviewed a project on a double lot last month, and the lot directly behind it at 3052 7th Ave is also a double lot as well. So the larger lot's not unheard of for this district, especially on the corners.
Okay. All right, does the applicant have any closing remarks? Okay, the applicant waives. So now we're going to move into executive session.
Can I start?
Yeah.
So this is an interesting one. I think it's the first one that we've seen in MTM1 as historic, since it's been approved.
I don't know that for sure.
I think it is. So since it's been adopted. And then, so just to clarify, owners had the house for 30 plus years, whatever it was. When was this home turned into historic? Was it before or after the purchase?
It would have been after. I think probably started around 2019, maybe COVID got involved and it was 2021.
So we owned it and then it became historic. Okay, that changes a little bit.
Owners owned this property since 1991.
Awesome. Yeah, I think just for the point of discussion for us, let's just concentrate on demo versus new and starting with the demo. Once I heard that the owner had the property prior to becoming historic, changed my mindset a little bit. But that being said, I made some notes here. I don't think they really did a great job documenting the existing conditions. So it's something we typically do require through this panel is elevations. The photos seem pretty strategic. Some of the photos, they definitely call out some of the stuff around the doorway, but honestly, some of the other stuff I've seen a lot worse. I'm not saying it is in that great condition, but in terms of a existing historic structure, we've required things like this to remain in the past. And then I doubt because of the size of that oak and the condition reading that report, I doubt the tree would ever get approval for demo, and nor would nobody want to. So, it kind of puts it in a little bit of a pickle for what the end goal is with the new unit being double story, et cetera. But I think if we should just, when we're discussing, just concentrate on the demo first and then move into new.
I agree with my fellow commissioner. I don't know if there's enough evidence on the condition of the existing garage to, alone base the demolition on the poor condition of that structure. I do want to say I want to commend the designer for the plans. Like, this is, I mean, this is much better than some of the other things I've seen today. So this is great. I can see everything clearly. Everything's really well thought out. My concern is with the scaling of this structure and the 3-car garage. I'm curious what my fellow commissioners have to say about how they feel about that. I have a question for staff. Is parking required for 3 cars for this property or just 2, giving the NTM designation?
I believe parking is based on the amount of bedrooms, so it would depend on what exactly you have in the main house, and then you have the ADU. So you'd need at least an extra space for the ADU, and then probably at least 2 for the main house.
Does this house not qualify for the exemption that was passed, I think, 2 years ago for the additional parking?
I can research that while you're discussing.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So I have a couple questions and a few comments. First of all, I love the story that this is being constructed for family members and not for an Airbnb or something like that. So that's, when you mentioned legacy, that was that was a nice part of the story. Were all of the window shifts that Kelly suggested in her emails back and forth to the applicant, were those window shifts made? And I want to confirm that those window shifts were all made and that, Kelly, you're happy with the window shifts. And then I also noticed that also in the correspondence, it was suggested that the roof slope be reduced from 8 to 12 to 6 to 12. And it looks like that did occur on the drawing, on some of the drawings, but the drawing 610 still shows an 8-12 roof slope. There was also a comment in your correspondence about a washer and dryer that it looked like originally was located on the ground floor, and Kelly, you had said that needs to be removed from the ground floor and potentially moved up to the second floor, get rid of the electrical on the ground floor. I want to just make sure that whatever happens, we identify that no washer and dryer can be installed on the ground floor. So there's that. One other thing, again in the correspondence, the applicant mentions that the homeowner works on cars and needs a lift in the garage space, which is why the ground floor was 10 feet tall, which also increases the scale of this structure. And so that was one of Kelly's comments too, and I'm just wondering if that is still the case. Is there going to be lifts installed in the ground floor? Does the homeowner still need a lift? I didn't see any electrical for lifts on the ground floor. I know these aren't really detailed construction drawings, but so I just have a question about that. And then I'll just, the other big comment, I did drive by this site yesterday, and as Kelly mentioned, a large portion of the front facade of this new ADU will be very highly visible from the street, almost appearing as if it's a separate single-family home on a separate lot. And I bet that's maybe why Kelly suggested it get shifted back to the left a little bit, so it doesn't appear. So I'm wondering, again, maybe we're getting ahead because we haven't even talked about the demo, but I wanted to talk about this, is, in fact, it really is going to be quite a bit oversized from the existing structure, and especially the height. And should the siding, for instance, because it is going to really appear like a separate structure, a separate home, should that siding go all the way down? Should something different occur on the ground floor so it doesn't look quite like an ADU? It's just something I think maybe we should just discuss. So, yeah. Okay. Sorry,
So
threw a
I'll
lot
address-
out there.
That's okay. I'll address, probably, I think there's the first two, maybe three comments, and then, I don't have any information about the, interior, plan, so I'll let that, be discussed by the designer. The windows, my comments, I know there was a lot of back and forth in the emails, but my comments in the staff report still reflect a little bit more work that needs to be done. Zoning comments were the ones about the washer and dryer that was copied and pasted from a zoning planner that gave me that feedback. Ultimately, what will happen is if they don't pull the washer and dryer from the first floor, they'll have to reduce the ADU size on the second floor. So that will have to get ironed out before it'll make it, because it won't make it through zoning. It'll have to be reviewed by us as well as zoning before it makes it through that. So for the height, I did notice that on the like the site elevation that you still had the higher height listed. You know, when it comes down to actually reviewing these plans for construction, I will make sure it's where it needs to be. Anything will have to be cleaned up in these drawings. And I think you can probably answer the question about the lift.
Yeah, we did remove it from 812 to 612. It's probably just you go in the software and you miss something that was annotated. So we are happy to make it a lower roof. We actually did look at doing siding all the way down, and then in our conversations we decided to go with block. And so that was a change that also happened like through the conversations. What was another one of the questions? If you can remind me.
Tell us why the height of that ground floor needs to be 10 feet, because
Yeah.
that really is making this whole structure quite a bit larger than, for instance, the two-story ADU on the other side of the alley.
Yeah, it's a unique circumstance because he works on cars, and in looking at what the manufacturers required in order to safely put in a car lift, it was a 10-foot floor to ceiling height. And so if we are to have the car lift in there, we need to have that height per manufacturer recommendation. And so for that reason, it's taller. I know that in the zoning, 20 feet is for the eave and 30 feet is for the peak, and we do meet those requirements as far as not superseding them. But yes, for that reason, it is not an 8-foot, it is a 10-foot.
Are the trusses at the second floor scissor trusses, or are they just regular
They are regular trusses.
Because that ceiling height is also 9 feet, but if potentially you lowered that and used scissor trusses, you'd still get some additional volume in that second floor, enabling the whole structure to be brought down just a little bit more. I wonder if that was ever investigated.
It was investigated for a funny reason. I believe his son-in-law is very tall. I don't remember, 6'5"? 6'7". So he is much taller than the average person, and for this reason, low ceilings do affect his livelihood in a space.
Okay.
Yeah.
But did you ever look at scissor trusses, for instance, to gain more height?
Yeah, that's always an option. And so, you know, we're also thinking like we wanted to make the doors taller than standard doors, like than a standard 6'8" door, because he's 6'7". And so for this reason, you need to have the second size up, and that includes the header. And so 9 foot really would be ideal if we are accommodating for the height of the son-in-law.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I love that this is a project that is meant to house multi-generations. That's really great. But as the commissioners of the CPPC, our mission here is to uphold what's in the historic preservation ordinance and, go abide by the design guidelines if we move into that COA. The first COA regarding demolition, I have a few reservations just simply because, like Commissioner Magnello here, when we were looking at the pictures that you took, especially of the garage trusses and the other wooden beams that were in there, it just really did not look all that significantly bad to me. Some of the outside or the exterior issues seemed a bit superficial. Of course, you don't know until you start removing things, but for the most part, the one inside picture that you had of that looked pretty good. 60% is said to needs to be rebuilt, but again, according to the staff report, there's no itemized list of repairs. So
we would have to take that at face value unless we had something that said, this much, and this is all we have to do, and I don't have that in front of me, and I don't know if it was ever submitted. This is not a non-contributing structure, this is a contributing structure in a historic district. Part of our mission is definitely not to demolish things that are contributing in a historic district. So I don't know if the commission wants to go ahead and just talk about the demolition COA first, and then get into the business of a COA if we approve that, or how we want to go about that.
I think we should stay on the demo first.
Okay. I guess I'll add just, this comes up, this is going to keep coming up because, we've got contradictory marching orders in one case. We want to increase affordable housing, and this is and allow homeowners to stay in their home, and allowing them to construct ADUs, and is something that we in the city are trying to, we're changing our zoning to allow that. And then here in the historic districts, we're telling homeowners, no, don't demolish your little garages that don't fit cars anymore so much. And so it's hard because we have contradictory marching orders with this. So that's just what I want to say.
Yeah, as we've all kind of said, I think it's a great story. The unit does look good. I personally don't have enough information to approve the demo, and I'm not saying I would deny the new COA, but to follow the procedure, the existing demo, the engineer report kind of lacks detail, to be honest. It seems pretty high level. And then the photos that we've asked for in the past, and even sometimes we've asked for elevations drawn up of the existing structure if it's to be fully demoed. It just lacks that information. So if I try to simplify looking at the first one versus the second, as much as I want to approve the second, I personally would want to see more information for the first. And, not that I want to add time to anything, but I would say come back on the second, because I just personally don't have enough information to say, yeah, that's enough to go tear it down.
And so as a group, we've done that before, where we've been able to continue a case, a continuance, especially if we feel as a group, if we saw some information that could potentially change the outcome of a vote. And I do think that that's the case here. Having a bit more detail and providing maybe a bit more, reasons why they got to that 60% would be great, because I do think that the end goal, because at least for me, I agree, I really don't have any issues with the ADU, quite honestly. It's just more so the process of approving a demolition. When we do see a lot of these, and I think we always have to give a rationale as to why we're doing something. And I think that it's important to hold everyone to a very similar standard to it. And we have requested this quite a few times, and just holding everyone to that similar standard. And I think we're really, really close to it. So unless there's someone that maybe disagrees with the direction that we're going, if you maybe want to talk to the property owner and maybe some city staff about what a continuance would look like for you guys, I think that might be a good idea if everyone feels similarly to that.
So I would like to add on this, as far as the demolition, I would be inclined to approve this as requested, unless this 100-year-old wood frame detached garage is anomalously in better shape than any of the other ones that we've seen or have come through here. I think it would just be a formality if the other commissioners on the panel want to see more to justify the demolition of it for historic preservation purposes. But I'm sure once the siding starts to come off of this, it's going to look like every other 100-year-old detached garage, and probably in deteriorating shape anyway. So, I would be inclined to approve this as is. Again, homeowners own this property for the better part of, 30 some odd years. And, it doesn't sit well with me to retroactively apply arbitrary architectural codes, to something, especially if somebody's owned the property for a long time. They want to improve it. They want to be able to have a legacy home for generations. So, if everybody else is kind of leaning towards the direction of a continuance, just so that we can say we have more evidence that supports warranting a demolition of the property or the structure, then maybe that's something to consider as well.
I mean,
if that makes sense.
I'm not comfortable approving a demolition of a contributing structure in a historic district unless I have more information to tell me that it is indeed structurally unsafe and just totally too far gone. I think that is our charge here on the CPPC. Is part of the design guide recommendations are to not demolish things that are in historic districts if they are, just because they are somewhat dilapidated, I guess I could say. Not recommended. Demolish a building because it is old or deteriorated. There are things that can be done to bring it back to life. And I think, it's important for us to definitely have some of the information necessary to be the structure, the mechanism, the governing body that saves these buildings. That's what we're here to do, is really have a lot of good. We don't want to make anyone unsafe. We don't want to, detract from anybody's property value or make it, or prevent, multi-generational housing. But I do think it's important, to Chair Nelson's point, to be really consistent in what we're doing here. So
I hate when everyone has to kind of be the guinea pigs and the lesson learners, but it is something that we've become really strict with. And it's not so, I don't think that it's going to be much more than probably reaching out to the person who did the evaluation for a bit more detail and, maybe opening up some walls and really understanding how we got to that figure. Because I think that information allows us, for the next applicant, that we have the same level of review and oversight that we are doing. And I think that it's great that you guys already did that, and that's why I'm hoping that because that's already done, this is going to be a really simple thing for you guys to do next, to have ready. But unless, I know Commissioner Carrasco, you had your thoughts. Does anyone have anything different? Or I think that this might be a good time for you to talk to the property owner and city staff about what that process looks like next.
I want to just reiterate, agreed, consistency. We'd be setting a precedent here. We've denied with more information, and I've done this for 3 years now. We've seen a lot of these come through. And even though it's 100 years old, honestly, nominal lumber 100 years ago will stand up much more than the 2x you're going to buy at home today. So I don't think it's a clear one for one. I'm just saying, for the information that we see here today, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It just lacks that information. We've seen detailed, the walls are open. It's a garage. You can go inside and you can see the inside. I'm looking at a photo right now of some of the cross bracing and stuff like that. So you can see pretty much everything. It's exposed slab on grade, et cetera. So I'm just saying that information isn't provided to us to give the answer yes or no, at least in my opinion. And if we were to say yes, then we're setting a precedent for all the future, because we've done completely the opposite, and at least in the last 3 years I've done this. That's all I'm stating. I'm not trying to make a case here against this application. I think it's a great story. I hope it does happen. I'm just saying I can't make a decision to approve something if I don't have the amount of detail that we've always been requesting.
And so are you able to provide the additional information that is being requested so we can have that to show? Because there was an evaluation, so I'm assuming there is information that can be provided to make everyone feel better about approving the demolition. Are you able to provide the information?
Yeah, I think that knowing how much information exactly was needed, we did the engineering report and she filled out a page and I think tried listing various things. Maybe it wasn't quite to the specificity that you guys are looking for, and that's something that I'm learning in this process. But I see no reason why the engineer would not give even further detail as to the reasonings behind it. I think that would be an easy get.
Okay, so you can work with the staff of the city to provide the specifics, the additional detail, and because it as the commissioners were saying, doesn't really seem like we can even move forward with the second one without this. And I'm sure not approving the demolition is going to it will obviously completely change everything. So and for consistency purposes, it seems like it would be better all around because it seems like the information is easily obtained. So
yeah, at my job, we do things, like there's certain types of like condition reports that can be done, and that's not something that is necessarily here, but kind of like having them look at the different components of it, remaining useful lives. Like, we don't take necessarily a financial figure into consideration, but I think really asking them, like, what components did you look at, in what detail, adding some photos, adding remaining useful life into that will allow us to really examine this as a whole. And I think just really making sure that they get in there and get detailed, because this isn't anything that you guys necessarily did wrong, but we do want to make sure that we're doing this right. And I just want that to be known. And that's why I think that, not speaking for everyone, but it seems like that's the way we're going. Deferring it allows you guys to have that opportunity without us maybe taking a vote and a gamble on it, and maybe not getting the result that everyone wants, because typically when we do say a deferral, that means that if we were presented with new information, it could change the outcome. So,
and not to make anybody's life more difficult, but in the design guidelines, it is suggested, highly suggested, that in any kind of rehab project like this, you're using an architect or an engineer that has experience in rehabilitation projects. And so there are a lot of people who come before us with just general contractors who, frankly, they're incentivized to knock things down and redesign. So I would prefer if people are coming up here with information that helps me to make a decision about a contributing structure in a historic district, when there is somebody that has the experience and background knowledge in updating these properties. Because again, I think, looking at the pictures, it just didn't seem like it was that totally far gone to me.
Yeah, I mean, the engineer that we use does have historical experience. I don't know what amount of years qualifies here, like, as a lot of historical experience, but they have worked with Cast Construction, the GCs, and in various other GCs on historical projects. So I would say there is a degree of, this is not the first, the second, or the third project, and yeah, I mean, apart from that.
Yeah, I don't think there's any specific criteria in the design guidelines, but it does say that it's best to work with somebody with that kind of experience.
Ms. Judd, can you just outline timeline, what a continuance would look like, and what the next hearing would look like for the applicant, when they would have to get their additional information submitted to the city so that the applicant knows what's expected of them?
So generally, if you're going to continue this to the date certain, say the next meeting, that would be the second Tuesday. And the requirements, I think Cindy's coming back with when staff would need the updated information for the hearing.
The hearing date is Tuesday, June 9th.
There we go.
I just want to say I've seen buildings where the walls are hanging by the rafters and they've been restored. So I would need to see proof that there's an undue burden to the homeowner in order to approve a demolition of a contributing structure. I tend to agree with Commissioner Drake. It is our charge to protect these historic districts. I do have a question. I'm assuming that the demolition is related to the construction of this ADU. Have you and the homeowner explored a solution where the existing structure can be restored and an ADU built, or is there some way to incorporate that structure into the ADU build?
Yeah, we have. And one of the main reasons why we keep kind of going against it is because of the oak tree and the repeated, it's so much tree over an existing structure. And why put money into fixing a roof when you're going to have to redo it over and over again and everything around it? And so it just seems like in this case, like had that tree not been there, I think the client would have been a lot happier doing that. But we want to avoid like repetitive maintenance over time.
I understand that, but there are lots of homes in St. Pete that live under oak trees and have been existing under oak trees for hundreds of years. I personally think it's worth the effort to explore being able to keep the structure and adding an ADU. And in my opinion, it only adds value to the homeowner's house. I think it would be doing the property owner a favor to at least explore that option.
I would also like to add, you know, there's other factors in addition to the tree, like the car lift, which is a factor. You could not put that in the detached garage. And then obviously just the amount that it would take to fix the existing structure. I know people do it. I don't know exactly how many, like in what level of condition all the ADUs you guys, the detached garages you guys see are. Like I'm sure there are some that are worse and I'm sure there are some that are better. I don't quite know where this one sits amongst that. But as a residential designer, like, can it be fixed? Yes. Does it look good? Does it look like it's falling apart? Yes, you know.
Okay, let me just throw something out there. So let's say you saved the existing garage and kept it as a garage, okay? And so it stayed a garage. And because you've got such a large property, adjacent to that, you created your 2-bedroom ADU. And so it just sat side by side. And I think this is what Commissioner is talking about. Ideas, brainstorming. We're not talking about 2-story, just adding another, leave the existing and add a separate ADU adjacent to it. So, or you, I don't know, it's because you've got this large piece of property, more options are open up to you than they are maybe to some other property owners. So I think, yeah, have you explored any idea like that?
Yeah, as mentioned, we did. I have a question. Can we raise the roof of the existing detached garage if we were to renovate it? Like, if the money was put towards keeping the garage as is and maintaining, or fixing the walls and all that stuff, could we raise the trusses?
You could raise the trusses to get your minimum 10-foot height inside. That would be something that would have to come, that would be a COA, but it might be more, we might be more amenable to something like that rather. I don't know. I'm just brainstorming.
I think those are great ideas, Commissioner Wanamaker.
And that's a thought that had not come to mind, raising the existing structures to 10 feet, you know, because I think we also are concerned about the tree. But I understand where you're coming from completely as well. And to that extent, we leave it up to you, you know.
And I don't think we're saying that your proposed ADU is, not worthy of potential approval. It's with conditions. It's just that we need to see more evidence that that existing structure needs to be demolished to make this project move forward. And Kelly, did you find out what date you would need additional information submitted by?
Thanks. Okay, so June 9th is the next CPBC meeting. Staff reports would post June 2nd. At the very latest, I'd need documents by May 25th, and that would probably be, I couldn't even take them at the end of the day. I'd probably have to take them at noon, because you're looking at, several staff reports being done in that week, so.
So could your engineer, in the next 2 weeks, put together sufficient documentation if it will exist, if it can exist, that?
Right. I believe so. I mean, if you guys are requiring some sort of testing, then that's where I'm not sure. I wouldn't want to speak on behalf.
City staff can probably help you.
Yeah.
I recommend that city staff will provide some pre-approvals, approvals that have happened for demo structures. And even if we were to approve it today, a note that is always added is to document the building. So the work that you guys would be doing, you're going to do anyway. So really, you're not going to be doing additional work. So we're adding, fee to the project. It has to be documented anyway if you're going to demo it. So we're just asking that it be documented properly, and let's review it. So I suggest that we provide something that's already been approved with the documentation. My recommendation is also provide a, example structural report. I mean, there's really just 2 lines in this report where they talk about, they talk about the framing and then a crack in the foundation, which honestly, the only crack I saw was at the threshold of the door, and then really the only rot I saw was at the jamb of the door from a smaller door trying to fit in a bigger opening. So I think it's just a little bit piecemealed. So if we can see the evidence of real issues, and a little bit more depth in the structural report, and I think if we can provide an example of something that's been provided to the board before, that will help guide you, so you're not just kind of spinning wheels for the next 2 weeks. Because if we were to approve today, anyway, a comment, as I said before, a comment would be added that you would have to go fully document the building, elevations with dimensions on it, so it goes into historical record, so that it needs to be done anyway, is kind of what I'm getting at. Yeah.
Okay. Do we vote on a deferral? I forget. Yes. Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may?
Yes.
Just a little bit of direction. So for staff, so we know exactly what you're looking for. Are you looking for a full photo package? I can provide previous examples, but is it better to have the engineer actually reference photos within the report? And then are we looking for elevation drawings of the existing?
I'm on I'm on both sides of that. I mean, honestly, I don't see the point of somebody drafting it, but it'd be great. But that being said, if there were clear photo elevations, not at weird angles. I mean, we don't even have photos of all the elevations, or they're just part of it. We need a full elevation of all those so we can really fully get. I mean, maybe the pano view of your phone, and then typically we'll see in these reports, the photos in Bluebeam or something, the engineer's marking up like, hey, this is rod or whatever. It's just a little bit more detail in terms of the information, but that's just my opinion. I don't want to step on anybody's feet.
Yeah.
Happy to mark them up. May I say something?
Yeah.
We did twice over try to get elevations of all 4 sides. It's a little bit tough on 2 of the elevations just because of the location of it. But happy to mark them up and go through all of that. Just saying they're not going to change an angle with the 2 that much, and if that results in me having to draw it, I will draw them.
Thank you. So unless there's other comments, I think at this time, maybe we can have a motion of deferral for this agenda item. Is that how that works?
It's a continuance of the public hearing till the next.
Sorry, my brain is not on right.
And it's a continuance for the board to seek additional information from the applicant.
Okay.
I would like to encourage the applicant to think a little creatively about some other potential designs. As it stands now, I'm not sure if I would vote, how I would vote in the future for the approval of the construction of the ADU. I do think the scale is a bit off. I really love Commissioner Wanamaker's suggestions. I think thinking creatively would work in your favor.
Happy to do so.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have a motion?
All right, I will make a motion that city file number 26-902-00033 and city file number 26-902-00034 be continued to the CPPC meeting in June because the commission has requested additional information.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Oh, go ahead. For the record, it was Commissioner Davis for the second, yes. All right, take a vote.
Carrasco?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Monteriero?
Yes.
Magnello?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Drake? Yes. Wanamaker?
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you guys for your time.
Okay.
Okay. At this point, we're going to move into updates and announcements.
I just have 2 quick ones. This is National Historic Preservation Month, as I previewed last month. And the Florida Trust for Historic Preservation is hosting their statewide conference here in St. Petersburg this week. So our staff will be involved with that. There are some events scheduled on Wednesday, but the real core of the conference is on Thursday and Friday. And then on Saturday, Preserve the Burg, which is the community's private nonprofit supporting historic preservation, is hosting a restoration and design expo. And that is on, again, Saturday, May 16th, starting at 10 a.m. It goes till 3 p.m. And that is at the St. Petersburg Shuffleboard Club. They do have a registration option through their website. And the city staff will be hosting a table at that event as well. So that's it. Thank you.
Yes, and I have a legislative update that may relate to the work of this commission. So House Bill 399 is now Law of Florida 2026-7, and that relates to decisions made related to compatibility and design standards. And it's requiring certain generally applicable design aesthetics, but when you are making a determination of compatibility, whether or not, if we're denying something for compatibility, there's any reasonable mitigation has been considered, and written findings. So the way that we do decisions, while we've always made findings, we might have to submit those in written orders going forward, and there may be some adjustments to the comp plan that would come to just reiterate what we find as compatibility within neighborhoods for zoning and for specific applications. So I encourage everybody to read through that and be thinking of it, because we will be having to get that to you before the end of the year. So there's some other things that came up in the land use and planning, but that was the one that I thought you would potentially see, because it may involve some tweaks to the comprehensive plan. And of course, this is one of the boards, you and DRC, that compatibility is a really important consideration in a lot of the decisions that you guys make. That's all I had.
Just coming off of Derek's comment, I will also be attending the Preserve Florida conference, and I'll be presenting on Friday at 3:30 on rethinking significance, restoration, and stewardship at Heritage Village. So come and see me if you'd like. Also, I noticed there is a really great session on historic windows, and we are always struggling on that subject. So I can send it out, or you probably have the schedule. You can send it, yeah. But I will definitely be attending that. I'll take notes. If anybody wants them, I'm happy to provide them.
Is this the same event that was held at the Museum of History last year? Yeah. Yeah, okay.
The expo
Yeah,
on
the expo.
Saturday, yes.
Yes, okay, right.
Okay. Well, I appreciate everyone's help, and I think that was a really, really good meeting, and that was a little bit of drama involved today, so that was a little spicy. That was my first time in all this time, and I've heard rumors about it, so thank you all for the patience and the support. But if that is all, thank you guys so much, and the meeting is adjourned.
In August, our draft action plan was approved by HUD, and we are now working to finalize our grant agreement. We plan to bring that agreement to City Council on October 2nd for acceptance and appropriation. Following approval, the grant agreement will then be sent to HUD. Once our grant agreement is finalized, we will expect the initial Sunrise St. Pete programs to launch in early 2026. The programs expected to launch are residential recovery and elevation programs and our disaster relief reimbursement program. In compliance with federal requirements, Sunrise St. Pete prioritizes income-eligible homeowners, ensuring that 70% of the funds benefit low to moderate income households. More information on Sunrise St. Pete is available at sunrisestpete.org. In the last year, we've also been focused on increasing our infrastructure strength and resiliency against future disasters. The impacts from last year's hurricanes made it painfully evident that the impacts of climate change have exceeded prior projections and that we needed to adapt our plan. This time last year, we were concerned about our city facilities' ability to handle the record predicted storm surge and how seriously our facilities would be damaged or even made inoperable. We do not want to be in that position again. So in response, we launched the St. Pete Agile Resilience Plan, or SPAR, to accelerate resiliency projects designed to harden the city's infrastructure. We've already made significant progress on some of these projects, and I'd like to highlight a few. The aqua fence at Lift Station 85, installing flood panels at the Northeast Water Treatment Facility, installing mobile pumps and trailers at lift stations throughout the city, launching our private lateral rebate program, and elevating critical equipment at our water reclamation facilities. These accomplishments barely scratch the surface of what Public Works has been working on and has accomplished. And I encourage you to view the full list of SPAR projects on our website at stpete.org/SPAR, S-P-A-R, and learn more about how the city is working to increase our resiliency against future disasters. I also want to provide a quick update on our post-disaster emergency permits. As one of the last municipalities to waive permit fees for post-disaster emergency permits, we've waived $2.9 million in permit fees to date. We've issued more than 14,500 post-disaster emergency permits. The total construction value from our post-disaster emergency permits is approximately $299 million. We anticipate that we'll be back to normal blue sky review times by the end of this month. And finally, let's talk about Tropicana Field repairs. We all remember that picture of the roofless Tropicana Field Stadium after the storms. That image really captures the violence of the storms and the significance of the impact. However, a year later, we have made significant progress on our repairs and anticipate the stadium will be ready for the 2026 season. I've been able to get a behind-the-scenes look at the repairs, and I truly admire the workers who you probably see working now, who are fearlessly repairing this roof and very skillfully. 6 roof panels have been successfully installed. I thought I counted 7 on the way in. I know they're working on 2. Are we up to 8? Up to 8. In terms of non-roof repairs, we've submitted permit drawings for interior repairs, and those are currently under review. We anticipate that the roof installation will be completed by the end of the year and will start on turf installation and other major interior work at that time. And again, we anticipate the entire project will be completed by April 2026. And kudos to our team and our contractors. In closing, overall, you'll see it's been a busy year since Hurricanes Helene and Milton impacted our community. I want to thank our city staff for their dedication, tenacity, and perseverance. They've worked to rebuild our community as many were rebuilding their own lives and homes. They've accomplished this monumental feat while also balancing their other everyday responsibilities in the city. We will never forget the lasting impacts these storms had on St. Pete, and I'm honored to be here with you today as we reflect on the last year. I'll now turn it over to Fire Rescue Chief Watts, who has some exciting things to share regarding our brand new high water rescue vehicles. And after Chief Watts, we'll hear from our Chair Copley Gertis to highlight some of the community innovators that I mentioned earlier. It's been a long year. It's been a productive year. I couldn't be more proud of our St. Pete team. We are St. Pete. Chief Watts.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. 1 year after Hurricane Helene challenged our community, St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is proud to announce a significant upgrade in our ability to serve our community during future storms. Helene brought unprecedented high water rescues, which highlighted the need for enhanced capabilities. That experience drove change, leading to the acquisition of these specialized high water rescue vehicles. These vehicles are true game changers, designed specifically to meet the unique needs of our community in high water conditions. Equipped with lift gates, they provide a safe and stable way to transfer our citizens, especially those with mobility challenges, and they also ensure a safer working environment for our responders. These multifaceted vehicles dramatically improve our service. They can move through flooded neighborhoods, establish critical water supplies in areas cut off from traditional resources, and safely transport residents and responders. We're strategically deploying these vehicles based on historical data and can reposition them rapidly as conditions evolve. This investment directly addresses the lessons of Hurricane Helene, ensuring that when our city faces rising waters again, your St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is more capable, more flexible, and more resilient. For you, our residents, this means faster and safer rescues and greater peace of mind, knowing that your St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is prepared to better serve your needs in any emergency. St. Petersburg Fire Rescue stands ready, stronger, safer, and more capable than ever before. I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to everyone involved who played a role in securing these essential vehicles for our community. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Council Chair Gertis.
Good morning, everybody. So before I start my comments, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to close your eyes. And I want you to think about a year ago this morning. And I want you to imagine, maybe you were lucky enough to wake up in your own bed that morning. But there were some people who woke up in their bed and water was on their floor. They were on their kitchen counters. Maybe they were miles away at a friend's house or a VRBO or a hotel because they evacuated. Some of the staff here today woke up in EOC. Our emergency management department were out in the streets inspecting to make sure that it was safe for our residents to use those roads, to get to a hospital, to get to food, to get to gas. That's what that morning looked like. Now fast forward to this morning. The sun's out. It's a beautiful day, right? But we still have people not in their homes. We still have people in campers in their front yards and VRBOs on friends' couches. Let us not forget that. Let us not forget that. It's hard to believe that it's already been a year since Hurricane Helene. And while we're still finding our footing from that storm, Hurricane Milton struck soon after. For many of us, it feels just like yesterday. And in truth, the impacts of both Helene and Milton are still being felt across our community, just like I said a second ago. Even today, many are still recovering, rebuilding, and working to put their lives back together. First, I want to begin by recognizing my colleagues at City Council who have demonstrated time and time again their ability to come together, focus on the issues at hand, and ensure our city recovers stronger than before. And these trucks, Tropicana Field behind you, are just a few examples, and I'll talk about a few more in a minute. That spirit of unity has been essential in guiding our community through some of its most difficult days. I remember driving around the city the day after Helene, and specifically in District 1, I saw firsthand the damage these storms did to the hearts and souls of our community, not just their homes and their property. It was astounding. And in that moment, it became very clear to me just how much work lay ahead of us. But in that immense uncertainty, I saw something truly remarkable. Neighbors helping neighbors clean up their yards. strangers checking in on one another, acts of kindness and generosity beyond compare. In a moment that could have felt dark and overwhelming, the best of humanity shined through in the city of St. Petersburg, like the sunshine did the next morning after the storm. And Mayor, I have to say, Sunrise St. Pete is the perfect name for our disaster recovery dollars, because the sun will continue to rise in St. Petersburg. Fast forward a year. I couldn't be more proud of staff. I will double down on this. I could not be more proud of staff. The departments across the city, there are too many to name, that went day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute to make sure that our community was safe, is one of the most remarkable things I have ever seen in my life. I want to give one shout out, like I did a couple of weeks ago, to our codes department. Our codes department in a normal year sees about 35,000 codes violations. This year to date, they are dealing with 55,000 because of continued investment in the storms from a year ago. That means over the last year, they have not been able to do the regular work of their department. They continue to invest on storms that happened a year ago. I could not be more proud of that department. Together, we've removed 2.1 million cubic yards of debris. You've heard me describe that. I won't do it again. We've installed an aqua fence at Lift Station 85. Greenlit high water vehicles. Vice Chair Hanowitz, thank you for your leadership on that. And hardened the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility. You've heard me say it before. It's not how hard you get hit, it's how hard you can take the hit. But our recovery has not been led by government alone. The back-to-back hurricanes demonstrated the strength and resilience of the St. Petersburg community itself. Over the last year, many local organizations have stepped up, finding innovative ways to support families, rebuild neighborhoods, and reimagine what recovery looks like for all of us. Today, I want to highlight some of those recovery innovators who have joined us today, and if you would please stand. Radio St. Pete, Sarah Hips, Show Up Relief Alliance, I Care, Disha Marshall with Kenwood Neighborhood Association, Matt Thorne with Shore Acres Neighborhood Association. Personally, from me, all of you, we could not have done it without you. Frankly, I would not have wanted to do it without you. Thank you for your partnership and your continued investment into the resiliency of this community. The work is not done, but as I look around, I can see the sun rising. I can see things moving forward. And as we carry the lessons we've leaned into today, into the future, we continue to shape the decisions that make our city safer, stronger, and more resilient. Thank you.
That concludes our press conference. We'd be happy to take any questions you might have. Hi. You know what? I guess the logistics. Can you say that again, like louder? So we think we've got a handle. It's the high water bills is what you're asking. So we've got a handle on that. It was a combination of metering, the impact where some of the houses were unreadable, old technology that was used for estimating. So that combination really caused that spike. With 95,000 accounts, you're going to have always some high water bills. In fact, we have a bill commission that reviews those. So we think we've got a handle on the causes. In between new meters, the new system, the Tyler system that will replace Navaline, which is a legacy system, we think we've got a handle going forward. And also the changes that we made in the code with City Council's support give us a much more flexibility in dealing on those one-off cases that seem, illogical. Why can't you deal with a $1,000 bill? Well, the code restricted us in some cases. All those things have been in place. So we think we've got a handle on it. There will still be high water bills when you've got almost 100,000 accounts, and we think we've got a way to deal with those on an individual basis. Well, like I said, it's a case-by-case basis. We've done all the things that I just outlined. If someone has an issue, contact my office if you can't get a hold of anyone else, and we'll take a look at it. But each case is really different. We are looking at that as a priority. We've been committed to that, and we'll continue to be committed to it. Yeah. You want to? Okay. Assistant Administrator Tom Green has some comments on that.
Good morning. To the mayor's point, you know, we track and monitor a couple of different metrics with respect to bills. And one of them, or a combination of them, is 2 times and 4 times the 3-month prior average. And so the numbers that we're seeing show that we have normalized to pre-storm readings from, let's take July of 24. The numbers in July of 25 are very similar with respect to 2 times and 4 times the 3 months prior consumption. So we believe that it's normalized. There are certainly cases, individual cases that we're working with customers on, but the 2 times and 4 times has normalized to pre-storm. Yeah. And we're working through all those individual cases on a case-by-case basis. It's really difficult to answer all of those at one time, but we are working with our customers to address those issues.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Chief?
So I will bring up Deputy Chief Brett Siskowski, who can answer in detail more about the high water vehicles and the number of rescues that we had last year.
Thank you. I'm sorry, from standing over there, I didn't hear your question. If you could just repeat it. How deep of water can they travel through? Sure, absolutely. So during Hurricane Helene itself, we had 430 citizens that we rescued using our one high water vehicle that we had at the time, and then we were borrowing from other departments within the city, dump trucks. These vehicles themselves can go into 4 feet of water. As you can see, the exhaust is snorkeled out. So that's the highest safe distance that we can bring these vehicles into. So we have 3 new, and we had 1 existing, and with City Council's assistance, we were able to acquire the 3 new ones for approximately $300,000. 2 of the 3 will have fire pumps on them, with the capability of taking that pump off at a moment's notice if we need additional citizen transport units. Yeah, so we did have areas of the city that were inaccessible to our normal fire vehicles, normal fire engines. So adding these to our fleet is going to make us be able to respond to those areas that are flooded out. They do have fire pumps, they do have water tanks, fire hose, and then the ability to draft from a static water supply. So if we're in an area that has standing water, we can drop that drafting strainer in and use that as our hydrant. So the capabilities to attack a fire in those situations, that's something that we've added that we didn't have the capability as of before. Milton was a different storm, and we had the unprecedented rain with Milton, but the rescues for Milton was between 75 and 100. Helene, in that 3-hour period, we had 430. We were just inundated.
Mayor, hi. Wanted to ask, I think you mentioned $40 million in FEMA reimbursement. Is any of that for Tropicana Field?
Let me ask Tom to come up and give you the answer on that.
No, none of those are No, zero of that is for Tropicana Field. We're still in the process of, as you can see, it's under construction. And when this project is completed, then we will have all the information that we can submit to FEMA for reimbursement. But we have been in long time communication with FEMA and the state of Florida, FDEM, to ensure that we're in the right position so that when we are concluded with the project, to submit that for reimbursement.
Okay, so that would be submitted next year.
When the project is completed, yes.
Okay, and is there a limit on, you'd have to get a response within a year or a calendar year? Or what's kind of the time frame for reimbursement?
That is a very good question, and it really varies. It is so hard to forecast how quickly projects move through the process. Mayor mentioned in his opening remarks that some of the reimbursements we got were for things that we did prior to the storm. So sometimes those projects move very quickly. On big projects like this, it'll probably take longer just because of all the moving parts and all the different pieces of analysis that needs to go into it.
Thank you. What is the backup plan just in case Tropicana Field is not ready by opening day?
I'm not sure there is one. We're going to do everything we can to make sure it's ready. If it's not, if there's some act of God, then we'll have to adjust to that. But we plan to be ready for, I don't know if it's opening day per se. I think they open at home. Right.
Yeah, home opening.
Right. But everything is on schedule. Don't jinx it, Colleen. But, you know, the plan is to have it ready. If there's an act of God, we'll deal with it.
Okay. And do you have have you met with the new prospective buyers yet, or do you have a meeting scheduled?
As soon as it's appropriate for us to do so, after the sale is finalized, we will.
Are there any other questions?
I think it's a positive development. I know they have a future here through at least 2028. I think they'll probably have a future here beyond that, just given logistics, even if they do want to move. So we're looking forward to having a conversation with them about what their priorities are, what ours are. But this other 60 acres to the east of Brooker Creek, due to our staff's work and the termination agreements, we want to start moving on that and turning this pavement into jobs and housing has been the promise. So I think it's a positive development. We look forward to the conversation. Absolutely. I'm sure Beth has all kinds of spreadsheets on that. Absolutely. Any other questions? Yeah. We've done a heck of a lot even before the storms in our permitting office. We had a business process improvement project that, for example, created the ombuds person, had created some online access. That was before the storms. And certainly after that, we've augmented staff. We've done everything we could possibly do, as you know, those examiners and inspectors were in wide demand across the Southeast. So yeah, our team has done a lot to try to meet really an unprecedented need in permitting. Any other questions? I know y'all are hot, but all right. Thank y'all for being here, and we're moving forward as a city. Thank you.
Before I got to Whispering Pines, I was actually in the process of being evicted from my apartment in Largo. I had just lost my child care and then I lost my job, so we were kind of scrambling to figure out what our next steps were gonna be. I first heard about Whispering Pines from an outreach center that I went to in Clearwater to try to help with my eviction. Whispering Pines has been one of the best things that has helped my life within these last few years. There is so much help from the people here. You never feel alone. You never feel stranded. You always have someone to talk to, always have someone to work through your problems with. So I am very grateful for that. It's given me an opportunity to work on myself and become someone that I can be proud of, someone that my kids can be proud of. They've given me the opportunity to go back to school. I should be graduating next year, so I'm really excited about that. And I don't think that any of that would have been possible without affordable housing. There's just so much help in this city. There's so many people that care about people and families that are going through a rough time. Go to outreach centers, call 411, anyone that you need to speak with. There is so much help out here for us. You just have to find it.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. It's called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're gonna encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so, so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had two pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the two biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there. You never know what's gonna happen.
My name is Jeremiah Daniels, and I am the first African-American male salutatorian for the Boca Ciega High School. My definition of a trailblazer is somebody who breaks away from the norm to create their own path. They're not a trend follower, but they set their own trends. And the big thing about it is that not only do they do something new, but what they do is something that allows more people behind them to follow in their steps. Growing up, I would say the trailblazers in my life, I would say Jackie Robinson. When I was growing up, I played baseball, so that was a big part of my life. And knowing the role that Jackie Robinson played that was obviously a big trailblazer to me. Throughout my 12 years of school, I've had pretty impactful mentors. My Algebra 1 honor teacher, her name was Miss McAlpine. She gave me advice that would be greatly used during my high school career, even when I was back in middle school. And even now, I still keep in touch with her. I would definitely say there probably are some who see me and are inspired. I hope that by me doing just what I do, that I do inspire others. So that way not only they accomplish what I did, but do greater things above what I did. It's a phenomenal opportunity to be able to give the last few words to our graduating class and those in the stands.
Please welcome the first African-American male salutatorian in Dover City history.
It was a great experience. A little nerve-wracking being on the stage and seeing everybody, but once I did start talking, it all came out pretty smooth, and I'm just glad for the opportunity.
No matter where we go from this point, we must be tenacious.
Obstacles are in your life for you to overcome it. It's down to you to overcome it. There's support everywhere. You just gotta know where to look, and they can help you overcome the obstacles so you can do it. It's when you say you can't that you won't.
Like Moneybagg Yo said, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. However it comes, just know that I'm ready. Thank you. Have a great holiday.
We're here for the ribbon cutting for the reopening of our Florida Holocaust Museum. It's been a long-awaited upgrade, and the exhibits really speak to the atrocities that happened during World War II and that actually are happening now after October 7. It's great to have that shining light of truth right here in St. Pete. I really was touched by the Thor exhibit, which was a Danish boat that was used to move folks into safety, and the whole story behind that. That is something that really sticks in my mind about in the midst of a war when millions of folks were losing their lives, individuals made a choice to do what they could do.
Today, we thank the courageous people of Denmark who saved our parents' lives and the lives of over 7,200 Jews by ferrying them to safety in Sweden. This history and having Thor in our midst reminds us that doing the right thing begins with ordinary people like you and me, one person at a time.
What we really hope this experience lends for all the people who come visit us is to learn the lessons of the Holocaust and to realize that forms of bigotry and hatred are very terrible for all of us in our society, no matter who they're directed toward.
When I was a fifth grader, I came to this museum as we were reading Anne Frank, and I think about that experience and how important it was to understand that my life was relatively sheltered, but you get to see outside of it. You experience the history of not only the good things, but the bad. And it really forms who you're gonna be early, what kind of person you wanna be. Places like the Florida Holocaust Museum, I think, help form the person I am today. I hope it does it for generations on. That's what history does.
A lot of these baseball fans that go to the Rays games, and we see these, unbelievable great players come through St. Petersburg and play. But it's not the first time, and a lot of people don't realize that all these legends that they hear about, these Hall of Famers, would just walk the streets of downtown St. Petersburg.
Absolutely. I think the first baseball team came here for spring training in about 1914. 1914 was a huge year.
It was a huge year for us.
When you think about it. So it was the St. Louis Browns, and they played here for a couple of years, but they presaged those Roaring 20s, and part of the Roaring 20s was the coming of the New York Yankees. And they had all the big names. They had Babe Ruth, they had Lou Gehrig. They played here and they partied here at the Gangplank, probably.
I'm sure.
Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig stayed at the Florenton Hotel, which is still downtown. And the Yankees played here until I think it was 1961.
My name is Joel Hostler. I'm one of the owners here at 7C Music. My father and I opened this business in 2016. I'm a Florida native. My father moved back here, retired in 2015, started doing some guitar work. Quickly found out that he didn't want to do it all on his own, and so he called me that later on that year and asked if we would want to move back to Florida from California, Southern California. We literally moved here in September of 2016, and we opened the doors of the shop in October of 2016. We were in a smaller shop, and then we were there for about 4 years. So 2016 to 2020, we signed a lease here in the Warehouse Arts District and opened this location here. Expanded quite a bit. Of course, we opened a coffee shop that my wife runs. Now we're here. It's 2025, a new year. It's been good. This place has become, I think, a hub for musicians. We have a lot of times guitar players will come in and somebody else comes in and they're in the room and they just start talking and get to know each other. Then they're having coffee the next week. There's a ton of bars and a ton of restaurants that have people playing music in the corner. We knew we wanted more of a listening room type of experience where people are able to listen and actually engage in the music. Between the coffee shop, the concerts, the guitar repair shop, and the sales, I think it's a really fun place for community for people to come and hear music, get coffee, and even learn more about guitars and stuff too.
My name is Sylvia Rosario. I am the first Hispanic, Latina, female chief plant operator for the city of St. Petersburg. You don't wake up wanting to be a chief plant operator or a wastewater operator. This is a job that you are either born into, your parents did it, or maybe a family member did it, or it falls out of the sky for you. It fell out of the sky for me. I was a nail tech, and I came to my wastewater interview with beautiful long nails, fancy hair, all the makeup, and the operators and the team behind the table, they looked and they were like, what is she thinking? We sat down, we had a great conversation, they had confidence in me, and it happened. I was like, I don't know if I want to do this. This is crazy. The change is so big. I decided to go for it. I figured, I had 4 sons at the time, and they deserved better. I looked up to my mother. She also was a single mother. We were living in New York, in the Bronx. She went back to Puerto Rico with me, where I went to school, went to high school, some college. I looked up to her, and she was always so proud of anything I did. That was very encouraging to me, to see that no matter what, how simple something I did, she was always a big cheerleader. 2 of my sisters were older than me, and they also were accomplished. So I had that to look up to. So I had a lot of females to look up to. Of course, my favorite color is pink. This is a very male-dominated field. I want to say I've met 4 to 5 females operators. So I always keep my office as girly as I can because I tell the guys I am part of this team, but I'm still a girl. I'm very proud of what I've done. I'm very proud to work for the city. I'm very proud of what we do. I'm proud of the water we put out. We do it for the environment. We do it for our children, for your children, for our families, for the families out there. You have to be driven in life. There has to be a goal and there has to be a reason. There will be obstacles, but you have to be the person sitting back figuring out how you're going to approach those obstacles and how you're going to get through them. My definition of a trailblazer is a person that has a vision and can see an opportunity come their way. Just grab onto that goal and know that you have a meaning and a reason and go for it.
Wardsville, that was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until, you know, the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about, you know, a coin flip where, you know, Peter DeMenz and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets the name of the city, loser gets the name of the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter DeMenz is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. And the postmaster wanted a name. Peter DeMenz had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise, said, look, we have to name this after Peter DeMenz, and so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
Okay, Kojak, going out. I'll see you later tonight.
We used to live in a world where dog and dog owner only hung out at home or on walks. What if there was a city that treated dogs like people?
Hey, Kojak, you ready to go? Let's go.
In a city where humans' best friend can pretty much go anywhere. Where you can sip a hot cup of coffee and get an ear rub. Where you can shop for fresh vegetables and a bone. Where you can stroll and shop and be called a good boy. Where you can have drinks with your two-legged friends and your four-legged friends. Together.
Good boy, Kojak.
From the city that brought you Dog Swim Day and 6 dog parks citywide, comes a movie where we will play, fetch, go to work, meet friends, fall in love, and grow up. We all fall in love with our dogs. Now watch our dogs fall in love with the city. It's a great time to be a dog in St. Pete. now playing.
All right, Kojak, good boy.
Evan?
My name is Evan. I graduated from St. Pete.
St. Pete High. All right, good to meet you.
My name is Mario.
Mario.
St. Pete.
Another Green Devil?
We have a license A, B, and C that allow you to move up through the ranks of a treatment plant.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, everybody.
The Mayor's Future Ready Academy is an innovative approach to providing opportunities for our young people and also fulfilling some of our workforce needs in city departments like Parks and Recreation, Sanitation, and Public Works. This was an innovative way that our departments thought to open the doors of opportunity to let our young people know about the career path, not just a job, but a career with the city of St. Petersburg.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. There you go. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send y'all with a field group. I think one is going to be manhole inspections.
Our Future Ready Academy really consists of going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. You get to learn a lot.
Well, I'm with Water Resources Department right now, and we came out here to this manhole to see if the float should be moved.
The blower is ventilating the air right now, pushing all the toxic gas out and bringing fresh air in.
Today, we're trying to get the flow meter changed from one manhole to the next one. And one manhole, there's a lot of sludge, and then the other one, we just found out it is sludge in that one as well.
We have to use a blower to blow all the toxic gas out and put fresh air in the manhole so it's safe for somebody to go down there.
It's a good way to look at what they do behind the scenes. Coming out here, you actually see like they test the waters for how fast it's traveling, and they test the waters like to see like the gases and what's in it.
They clean out at the lift stations things that come through the toilet filtration system. That's like the flush wipes. They're really not flushable or biodegradable. There's just a lot of things that people flush that don't need to be flushed.
Today I'm with Park and Rec, the construction crew.
They building a clay pit. We had to stack all the bricks up and then make our own mix, spread it in so it can lock.
Cadets have opportunities to earn some other certifications outside of the classroom. These cadets were working on their CDLB, which means once they complete this particular program, they will be CDLB certified, which means that they'll be able to operate certain vehicles that you have to have the CDLB permits for.
So y'all did it. I'm proud of y'all. I swear I'm so proud of y'all.
Today I'm with the SPTO department and I'm with their traffic group.
Across the road, there's another pole box. Once we pull it through there, we're gonna run it up the pole and out onto the arm.
Today we were setting up radars, which kind of scan the cars when they pull up to the lights, giving signals to the lights so that they could turn.
We have sensors that will see cars. And what we did is we needed to add 2 sensors for north and south coming out of the dog track and coming out of apartment complex.
I've never been up that high, other than in like an airplane, but seeing the wires and how everything works was really cool. I want to have a job with the city so I can start my career, and then from that point on, just keep moving up.
You are a leader. You are important.
You deserve everything that you desire. And St. Petersburg is a great place for you to achieve those things. Is that right?
The program was good. At some points it was a little hard to kind of, I guess, keep going, keep pushing through it. But being here today, it's really good. I feel very accomplished.
He started out and he continued and completed everything that he set out to do. So I'm proud of him.
I just think it's incredible when we talk about this program. 9 graduates, 6 full-time opportunities, 3 CDLs, 1 part-time. I mean, it's just incredible to think about what you've accomplished in that time period.
I feel like I'm real proud of myself. I feel like I did a good job throughout the whole program, not giving up and just keep working so I can better myself in life.
I'm just so thankful for the program. It gives him a start in life, and I'm really, really proud of him.
You are the first. You set the standard, and you've proven the concept of this program. We want to make sure that whether you're with us for 5 years or for 50 years, that you know that you have the foundation to move forward in life and achieve anything that you all want to achieve.
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620. And I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? Mm-hmm. And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm inluminated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's this makes complete sense.
How would you write a love letter to your city? The Sunshine City Mosaic is that love letter. The Mosaic celebrates so much of why so many find St. Pete an awesome place to call home.
3, 2, 1.
Today was the unveiling and the grand opening of the Sunshine City Mosaic. The Sunshine City Mosaic is comprised of 9 different unique vignettes that celebrate our native Florida wildlife. It tells the story of the sunrise on Tampa Bay to the sunset out on the beaches.
It's the longest mosaic in Florida, 175 feet long, 750 square feet, 15,000 pieces, 3 artists. 931 days from the signing of the contract to today. There's really no words for today, for finishing it. It is now out in the world. We did what we could, and it is not ours any longer. It is everyone else's.
I had the opportunity to visit this mosaic one late afternoon around 5 p.m. in the middle of the summer. It didn't take long to realize what a true labor of love this project has been. What I remember most is my children running along the tiles, crouching down to examine the tiniest of details, tracing the shapes of the animals, with their fingers laughing and smiling as they explored and discovered. To them, nothing else mattered except the art beneath their feet. To me, that's what public art is all about. Capturing attention, sparking curiosity, and nurturing imagination.
Art is for our entire city, and we want it to be in every corner of the city, not just downtown. And that is our approach to inclusive progress for everyone. Everyone ought to be able to enjoy the best of St. Pete right in your neighborhood.
I hope that it may not be obvious at first, but after spending some time with it, kind of do notice the underlying story of the east side versus the west side, and the different motifs that really point towards the unique ecological situation that we have here in our county.
What makes Florida so special is our ecology, is our water, is all of these wild and beautiful animals we have just right out in the bay. So I hope each and every person walks along this sidewalk, takes a moment to meditate and reflect on that, and that impacts their future decisions. That to me is really the power of public art.
My name is William Clifton. I work at the tire shop for the city of St. Petersburg. I'm a tire and wheel specialist. My general responsibilities are to make sure everything rolls. We just make sure everybody's rolling safe. We deal with garbage trucks, fire department, wheelbarrows, forklifts. We pretty much deal with anything that has a tire. Some days it's 10, 20, and some days we're just non-stop. I know there's over 100 sanitation trucks. I think there's roughly 300 police vehicles, upwards of 1,000 or better. We have the big loaders. I think that's probably the heaviest, the biggest tire. Smallest, I've worked on probably forklift tires, the rear tires on a forklift, or wheelbarrow tires. I love the work. The work is fun. I mean, I like working with my hands. I feel like the tire shop is an integral part in the city because without us, nothing rolls. No fire truck, no police department, no water department, no tractors, no backhoes. All that comes to us. Well, right before Hurricane Irma came here last year, we were the last group of people out of the compound, and we were the first people in the compound back to work. We got somebody that needs tires right away. You can have all the running vehicles you want, but without tires, they're going nowhere.
Sign painting was a very blue-collar job. It wasn't a glorified art by any means. The people that were practicing sign painting, they had to find the most efficient means of going about it. So oftentimes they would draw it directly on and paint from there. And when you take that approach, it's prone to accidents. Sometimes you'll have the proportions a little bit off, or you'll see a little bit of these imperfections. And I think that's really charming. I think that catches people's eye. They feel a little bit more connected to the personality of the lettering or of the sign. I had an art studio, it was a warehouse, and there was a lot of other great artists, and I realized no one there was really focused on lettering. In that time, they asked me to start painting signs for each different art show that came about, and that really got me the experience and working on a large scale. I totally fell in love with crafting the letters and building them up from scratch. There's reverse glass signs, there's wall signs, A-frames, we have blade signs, hanging signs. There's a wide array. One aspect of the work I do is gold leaf work. It's pretty magical to watch it happen. You're applying these thin sheets of gold to either glass or on the surface, and you paint the background and then remove the excess of the gold, and it kind of reveals the lettering that you painted. St. Pete has a really great small business community, and I've had the opportunity to work with so many great people that started out as clients and become good friends. I really appreciate the trust that people give me to help them and advise on what sign's gonna work best for them. At the end of the day, you eat with your eyes before you do with your mouth, so having a good sign will leave a lasting impression. And you might not always know why you like it or dislike it, but it sticks with you.
When you look at the top concern for residents in an urban city or even our rural communities, a growing number of Americans list affordable housing at the top of the list. Here in St. Pete, it's no different. I'm standing here at the Shores in South St. Pete with 51 new affordable units made possible by a county-wide collaboration. Understanding the relationship between our quality of life and housing is critical. That's why I'm launching the Housing Opportunities for All plan, an intentional expansion to our existing housing plan that addresses the current state of our city. The plan aims to produce new affordable housing units, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect tenants. Housing Opportunities for All is more than a priority in our administration. It's a foundational part of our mission, a pillar for progress. This year, we've designated more than $40 million to build new affordable housing units and plan to help thousands of residents preserve their current homes over the next several years. We've also implemented powerful protections for renters with our Tenants' Bill of Rights. There is nothing more important to me and our City Council than improving the quality of life for the people of St. Petersburg. And these are just a few examples of the impactful work that's underway right now. I will continue to keep you updated on progress made as we help more families settle into their new homes and stay in their current homes. So working together and listening to each other with our eyes on inclusive progress, we will continue to move the needle on affordable housing. To learn more about the Housing Opportunities for All plan, visit www.stpete.org/affordable housing. We are St. Pete.
Hi, I'm Jane and I work at Sunken Gardens, and my job is to take care of the parrots, 2 kookaburras, and a flock of flamingos, interact with them and just really enjoy the little slice of paradise at Sunken Gardens. What we're doing is, before we open at 10, getting everything done so that when the public arrives, all the birds are out and fed and happy. They're all unique. They all say different things, and it's just a lot of fun to interact with them. I love this job because it's unique. I don't think I'd ever find another one like it. It's just a really fun experience for me. Flamingos are very sociable and like people, love the people that handle them, and they're very sweet. So the fact that we have 2 that have been here over 62 years, it's kind of amazing. We also take care of the tortoises. We have South American red-footed tortoises and a huge old alligator snapping turtle. Sunken Gardens is an incredibly beautiful place. If the city hadn't bought it, who knows what this would be like now. To me, it is just an incredible, beautiful place. And when you're in here, you don't even realize that you're in the middle of a busy city. At the end of the day, when I leave, after they're all back inside in their cages, they all tell us bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. The worst part of my day, I guess, is pulling out onto 4th Street. It's just really fun to work here and incredible, good, fun job.
Hi, I'm Sarah De La Torre. I'm a firefighter paramedic with St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, and I'm here to talk to you today about being wise with your lithium-ion batteries before, during, and after the storm. So first of all, you want to make sure before the storm that your batteries are fully charged just in case we lose power. You want to make sure that you have good quality batteries, and you want to make sure that they're not damaged, that they're not swollen, leaking, or cracked. You want to make sure that anything with a lithium-ion battery, such as e-bikes, cars, even your power tools, that they're moved up and to higher ground, and preferably that they're out of your home and away from your property. A lot of times when the salt water mixes with these batteries, that's how fires begin, even up to 2 weeks after exposure to the water. Well, during a storm, this could result in a structure fire, and the fire department may not be able to get to you to put that fire out. So it's important to always get that to higher ground and away from your property. Have a plan for your electric operated devices or vehicles. In the event of a battery fire, water will not help, so don't use water. Make sure that you use either a Class B extinguisher or an ABC dry cam extinguisher. As a pro tip, make sure to follow @StPFL for all your up-to-date information before, during, and after a storm.
District 5 is at the southern end of St. Petersburg. It's bordered by Tampa Bay to the south, Bogosiega Bay to the west, 4th Street South to the east, and as far north as 18th Avenue South. I'm Deborah Figgs Sanders, your council member for District 5, an immensely diverse district that is home to many of our city's treasures. To get in touch with nature, you can visit Maximo Park or Boyd Hill Nature Preserve to enjoy waterfront access, nature trails, all with family-friendly activities. Then there's Lake Vista's popular walking trail, playgrounds, and a dog park that encourages you to participate in a city initiative known as Healthy St. Pete. Also, education and academic excellence is important for our city. And in District 5, you will find 3 of Pinellas County Schools' finest in Bay Point Elementary, Bay Point Middle, and Lakewood High School. Not to mention the mighty Tritons of Eckerd College, a liberal arts waterfront campus which sits on the Gulf Peninsula of Florida's west coast. District 5 is a diverse makeup of cultures, communities, and socioeconomics that can be seen throughout our neighborhoods. Lake McGorry Shores offers a sense of community, or the pink streets in the Pinellas Point neighborhood that are a unique feature not seen anywhere else in the city. Our growing economy, friendly residents, and beautiful coastline showcases our best about living in St. Petersburg.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that, so that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. Unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was gonna fly on a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanics / engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22.5 minutes later, landed in Tampa in the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
My name is Jacoby Chambliss, and I'm a traffic signal technician here with the City of St. Pete. We maintain our traffic signals here. We have the signal heads, we got the cabinets, we have the controllers, we got the conflict monitors, so we just make sure that everything stays operational and safe. This is a very important job. We make sure that people get to work on time. We make sure you get there safely. That's one of the most important things, is just being safe. Without traffic signals, life would be chaos for us. We come in, we get our orders from our manager. We check our trucks and make sure we have everything we need for today. Our orders can be anywhere from maintaining a cabinet where we go out and clean it out and just make sure all the timing and everything's up to par. From there, it could be calls we get in from citizens saying, hey, you got lights out, and we'll take care of different things. That you got poles that get hit, it's always something different. It's a highly hazardous job. We're dealing with electricity, high voltage you're dealing with, the weather. It's a rough job to be out there. You got traffic coming by you, all types of speed. But I can tell you that the City of St. Pete, they take pride in what we do as far as taking care of our signals, and we're out here swapping our equipment out at a rapid pace here. We're trying to change out all these cabinets. We're putting in new controllers. We're doing a lot to make sure the city stays safe and to upgrade and change with the times. Every day is just always an adventure. It's always something more to learn. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the City of St. Pete. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the citizens. I just enjoy what I do, man. It's a great job.
District 7 is central to the city and includes the Deuces Live Main Street, the South St. Petersburg CRA, and a majority of the Skyway Marina District. I'm Corey Givens Jr., your council member for District 7. We're standing in front of the Carter G. Woodson African American Museum of Florida, a cultural institution here in St. Pete, named after African American historian and civil rights activist Carter G. Woodson. The museum is located just off 22nd Street South, next to Jordan Park. And fun fact, plays a special role in my family's history. It's where my grandparents got married over 50 years ago. 22nd Street is a corridor rich with cultural history and includes the historic Manhattan Casino. Originally known as the Jordan Dance Hall, the Manhattan Casino opened in 1931 and played host to legendary performers like James Brown, Louis Armstrong, Ray Charles, and many more. And the arts still thrive in District 7, almost 100 years later. From recognizable murals spread throughout the district to institutions like the Marian Center for Clay, where you can browse their wide selection of local artists' work or take a class to participate yourself. As far as rec centers go, I'd like to think that Childs Park is one of the best around. Serving as a central meeting point for Childs Park neighborhood, the center also hosts a swimming pool, a gym, and lots of playing field and open green space. You can take in a round of golf or a bucket of balls on the very friendly Twin Brooks Golf Course, a city-owned 3-part golf course in the middle of the city. District 7 is a thriving artistic hub. It distinguishes itself as a center for art, history, and community gatherings with a wide range of cultural events. This charming district has a lot to offer, whether you're interested in art history or just exploring the small local businesses.
District 6 encompasses downtown St. Petersburg and includes the Edge District, the Innovation District, and neighborhoods like Coquina Key. I'm Gina Driscoll, your council member for District 6. I'm standing in front of one of the many murals you can find in this area. For over 10 years, the Shine Mural Fest has contributed an indelible mark all around our city, and many of those locations are spread throughout District 6. Another great event in this district is the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. This 3-day race draws in big crowds, some of the best car racing in the world, and takes place along our beautiful waterfront in downtown. Waterfront is a big part of this area with a number of waterfront parks, from Straub Park to Lassing Park to Grandview Park with its popular boat ramp. These are just a few of the many parks you'll find in District 6. Many of these also have fantastic art installations. That's what I love about District 6. The arts are everywhere. You can see it on countless murals, in our museums, our galleries, and in our theaters. You'll also find the art of food, the art of beer, the art of going full force or taking it easy. District 6 is all about the art of being who you are, the art of being St. Pete.
Hello, my name is Bob Turner. I'm the Assistant Director of Sanitation for the City of St. Petersburg, and I'm here to talk to you about a very important issue called hot loads. Historically, hot loads for us were centered around hot coals that folks had put into the garbage cans. Now the new culprit is rechargeable lithium batteries. These batteries actually combust when crushed. So as soon as they go into our garbage trucks and we compress the load, either the batteries themselves or the devices that contain these batteries are crushed, they ignite, and they set the load on fire. The important thing for our residents to know is that these types of batteries and the devices that these batteries are in can't be thrown away in the regular garbage. They need to be taken someplace where they can be recycled, where they don't cause a hazard to our trucks or our drivers. The best way to find out information about where you can take a particular device or a battery is to go to the Pinellas County Solid Waste webpage and use their Where Does It Go tool. It's a great resource. You can type in the item that contains the rechargeable battery or the battery itself, and they'll tell you what to do with it. It's important for our residents to please keep these items out of the trash so that we don't have trucks catch on fire and we don't risk our employees.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our good neighbor guide. Let's talk about something stinky. Sewers. Not just sewers as a whole, but specifically what we put down our drains. The city works hard to keep things smooth. Here's how you can help. Remember, every drain in every building citywide all goes through our sewer system. So, when it comes to the bathroom, the only thing that goes down our drain is, well, number 1 and number 2, toilet paper is A-OK too, but not flushable wipes. They might flush down your drain, but they do not break down in the sewer system. And depending on where the clog exists, the expenses might be on you to fix. Use dental floss, any kinds of wipes, baby diapers, adult diapers, and Peppa Pig toys also do not belong down the drain. Also, don't forget, the sink in the kitchen can be the worst offender for a city sewer system. Never, ever put fats, oils, or grease down the kitchen sink. This includes butter, frying oils, and other cooking fats. Once these items go into the sewer system, they congeal and contribute to sewer blockage. Guys, there's a word for this. It's called fatbergs. You know, like icebergs, except these won't sink the Titanic. Google at your own risk. Collect grease in a container once cooled and dispose in the trash, not down the drain. Remove grease and oils from your pans before washing. Dispose of food scraps in the trash. There's a bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. Guys, it's so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part to take care of it the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1, Copley Gertis, District 2, Brandy Gabbard, District 3, Mike Harding, District 4 and Council Chair Lisette Hanowitz, District 5, Deborah Fig Sanders, District 6, Gina Driscoll, District 7, Corey Givens Jr., and District 8 and Council Vice Chair Richie Floyd.
Welcome everyone to the April 16th, 2026 City Council meeting. Clerk, could I please have a roll call?
Hanowitz?
Here.
Sanders?
Here.
Driscoll?
Here.
Here. Floyd? Gertis?
Here.
Gabbard?
Here.
Harding?
Here. Today we're going to have our invocation given by our council member Corey Givens Jr. So if you can please stand and then remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Chair. Let us pray. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, Thou who hast brought us thus far along the way, Thou who hast by Thy might led us into the light, keep us forever in Thy path, we pray. We come, O God, God in many forms and many fashions, to say thank you for this day, thank you for this hour, thank you for another opportunity for us to do the business of this great city that we all call home. We thank you, O God, for leadership, both at the local level, the state level, and the federal national level. We thank you, O God, for those who have been willing to step up and to accept the call to serve. We ask, Lord, that you teach us to put aside our differences and to embrace unity. We pray, God, that you allow us, Father, to do your will and let your will be fulfilled. We pray right now that you continue to make a way for those who have no way, mend brokenness, provide a roof over the homeless right now, Father God, and food on the table for those who are hungry. We pray right now that you will continue to get the glory out of all that we say and all that we do. In the mighty matchless name of Jesus, we do pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. Thank you, Councilmember Givens, for that beautiful invocation. Council members, we have an agenda before us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously with Councilmember Floyd being absent.
Clerk, I see we have speakers today for open forum. Could you please read the rules?
The consent agenda, Madam Chair.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Forgot the consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approval.
Second.
And we have ours for
Okay, Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I just wanted to call attention to item CB5, which is regarding the fire training complex project. Again, this is always, it's been one of my favorite and most passionate items for many years. And every time I see something come up, it reminds me that we're taking another step forward in making this come to fruition. So I just wanted to point that out and thank everyone who is working on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Motion in? We have a motion?
I think so.
Motion second? Okay. Clerk, you please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve the consent agenda passes unanimously with Councilmember Floyd being absent.
Do we have speakers?
Yes, we do.
Clerk, please read the rules.
And before I read the rules, Madam Chair, I just want to make the audience aware that we're having some technical difficulties with the clocks, so you'll be able to see the time on the screen for your 3 minutes that you're speaking.
So your 3-minute time clock is going to be on the screen up here because the clocks down here aren't working. Thank you, clerk.
If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individual wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents or owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed under open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government.
If you are speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. Applause is not permitted except in connection with awards and presentations. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the raise hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments or when you reach the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments, the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comment is disrupted by violations of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comment by alternate means, including by email only. Call the speakers 2 at a time, Madam Chair, and at the moment we have none in Zoom. Dr. Perry G. Washington and Trevor Mallory, please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
It seems that Dr. Washington wants Mike.
It's not on.
It's on.
I can't hear.
We hear you. We hear you.
You can hear me. I can't hear me. My name, someone needs to hold this. My name is Dr. Perry G. Washington. I've been in Pinellas County since I was 2 years old.
Mr. Washington, can you give us your cross streets, please, in St. Petersburg?
175 North Street, St. Petersburg, Florida.
That's not a complete address, sir.
What do you want, the zip code?
Can you give us your cross streets?
5th Street North and 2nd Avenue.
Thank you.
Now my time starts, right?
Your time has already started. We go through this.
Okay, now you're gonna give me 3 minutes and tell me what to say in my 3 minutes. Does that make sense to anybody? Today's sermon is about send help, it's time. Back in the day of slavery, the slave had a communication network. They said things their white masters couldn't understand, such as send help, it's time. He's killing me. But they didn't say, send help, it's time. You had to understand the language. S, H, I, T. This shit is killing me. It means send help, it's time. During my travels around the world, I understood you had to search, theorize, analyze, network, and defend yourself. S-T-A-N-D. Take a stand. I was arrested last year for stopping people from putting a fence in my yard by the city police. This day is awards day. That's why you have this many people here. I have an award. First to the mayor. This is the boot for a jackass. Second boot for the chief of police. And all you, I'm going to make sure my people do their job. I'm going to make sure everyone knows. I told you last week I'm running for mayor. Why? Because no one else will stand for everybody in this city. Gord, you didn't speak to me all last year. You think I forgot? You threw me out.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Council. Trevor Mallory, 4501 6th Street South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33705. Happy Fair Housing Month, you all. I'm here to speak on behalf of a three-year member of PCAR, which is an affiliate under the umbrella of NARAB organization. And I'm pretty sure you guys will hear more about that history as today goes on. So as we observe fair housing this month in April, we also have to recognize that housing is just not a commodity. It is a fundamental pillar for our democracy. The core promise of a democratic society is equal opportunity, and that promise begins at the front door of every home. True democracy requires that every individual has the freedom to choose where they live, where they work, and where they raise their families. When discrimination creates barriers to certain neighborhoods, it limits that freedom and silences the potential of our citizens. And I see this on a daily basis, not only in the city of St. Pete, but all around our country. Stable housing is the anchor of civil engagement. A resident who has a secure home is more likely to vote, more likely to volunteer, and more likely to invest their time and energy into the betterment of their local communities. Democracy thrives on the exchange of ideas between diverse groups of people. Fair housing policies dismantle the geographic barriers that keep us apart, fostering the kind of inclusive, integrated neighborhoods that are essentially for healthy representatives, that are essential for healthy representation in government. Fair housing is the realization of a Fair Housing Act in 1968, a landmark piece of civil rights legislation that reminds us of our community is only as strong as its most vulnerable residents across the country. And it also is most vulnerable to residents' access to an opportunity to create generational wealth. As we celebrate this month, let us recommit to the idea that in true democracy, your zip code should never be a barrier to your dreams. By ensuring housing is fair and accessible, we aren't just building houses, we are strengthening the very fabric of our republic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next two speakers.
Next two speakers, Madam Chair, Keandra Darling and Manny Williams. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record, or cross street, and you have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good afternoon. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Much shorter than Trevor, but my name is Keandra Darling, and I live at 873 Newton Avenue South. I am a proud fourth-generation resident of this city, and I am raising the fifth. Good afternoon, council members. I am so grateful to be here with you today. This Fair Housing Month, I am here on behalf of Pinellas County Association of Realtors, this beautiful group that sits here to my right, and I proudly stand as their political advocacy chair. Not to just inform, but to call for urgent action and accountability. In 1968, the National Association of Real Estate Brokers helped lead the fight for the passage of the Fair Housing Act following the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. That law made it illegal to discriminate in housing based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin, and it has since been expanded to include disability and familial status. This was not symbolic, it was a mandate to dismantle housing discrimination in all of its forms. And yet today, here in St. Petersburg, where the sun is supposed to shine on all, we are falling short of that mandate. Black residents make up approximately 20% of our city's population, but receive only 4% of new mortgage originations. That's a 20-to-1 disparity. And we know that this is not a coincidence and it's not accidental. It's a measurable outcome of systems that are not working equitably, and it demands our intervention. And here's why this matters. Generational wealth, home ownership is the #1 way for American families to build wealth. At the current rate of the mortgage originations that we're seeing, the racial wealth gap in St. Pete is going to become insurmountable within a decade. Economic stability. High disparity in origination suggests that Black residents are either being denied loans at higher rates or being priced out of the city entirely. And community retention. If long-term residents cannot afford to buy homes, they are forced to remain renters, leaving them vulnerable to rising costs and eventual displacement. A national poll reports an estimated 70% of Gen Zers and 53% of millennials are struggling just to pay rent. So the question before us is not whether the problem exists. The question is, what is this council, what is our city prepared to do about it? Because without direct policy intervention, the market is not going to correct itself. It's going to continue to exclude. Accountability must start with data, and we are calling for formal lending audits to examine approval rates, denial patterns, and institutional practices. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, I'm tall.
That's fine, you can raise it.
Okay.
You don't have to be sorry, be tall.
Okay. Can everyone hear me?
You can raise it.
Awesome. Okay. Hello, my name is Manny Williams. I live at 308th Street North, apartment 1202. My thing I want to discuss here today is there has been some various big housing issues within my building, to the point of where I don't know whether I'm going to be unhoused in October. Currently, there was a problem with a flood that happened on my floor, and they had water all over my apartment, and they sent people to come out, yet there is still mold in my apartment. I am asthmatic, so I'm watching it sitting there growing, and I'm wondering, like, is this causing health issues? There have been bugs in our place. They have tented the place, not really tented it, but they've kind of came in and sprayed, and still, things are still happening. They don't go away. And it really is, currently I live with my father, and it really is causing a strain, at least on our relationship, depending on what's going to happen as far as, do we leave, do we stay, do we go? It's just really hard, and I've lived there for practically 15 plus years, and I have just watched that building go down and down and down and down. And it's a really beautiful location. It's a wonderful location. It's a wonderful place. St. Pete, was supposed to be a place for people like me at my young age to sit here and start a life and get a house and all of those fun things of being an adult, but it just seems like now that it's not possible. And I would just like something to happen specifically for that building, for that location, because all around there is life. And I think it makes St. Pete. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe someone from administration is going to make contact with you, if you can just wait here a minute. Next two speakers.
The speaker, Madam Chair, is Greg, I think it's Wiseman.
Wiseman, thank you.
Please state your name, address, or cross street.
And you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. Good afternoon, council members and representatives. My name is Greg Wiseman, and I also reside at 308th Street North, apartment 1202, with my son, the Portland apartment building. I would like to address a couple of serious issues that have been happening in the last years. We were very fortunate to be able to move in when it was first built in 2011, and it was a shining beacon of affordable housing. We've been, as I said, is very fortunate to live there all these years. However, the habitability and safety crisis in our building now has become almost unbearable. Our building advertises a key fob security system to prevent unauthorized entry, but it hasn't worked for several years. This failure has allowed unhoused individuals to access stairwells and elevator lobbies, creating health and safety hazards. These conditions violate Florida's implied warranty of habitability under Statute 83.56, which requires secure premises. I lost my space, sorry. A couple of years ago, a repeat intruder was sleeping under the stairways, entered multiple floors, and repeatedly defecated and urinated in the 12th floor stairwell. It took management 6 months to finally trespass this person despite tenant complaints. These incidents have created health hazards, fear, and violate Florida's implied warranty of the statute, as I mentioned. We recently received a note on our door that the affordable housing program, the 35% that we've been fortunate to have, has expired, and our rent will increase an additional $600 per month in October when our lease ends. There is no way that we can afford to stay there at that rate. I don't even know how that's possible that they can raise the rent that much and $600 more per month for affordable housing. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm just urging City Council to please do a full inspection of the building. There are many violations that have not been repaired. It recently was bought again for the third time. We've always been told every time that it's been bought that these things are gonna happen, but they never do. And I just would appreciate it if you would take some action and, as I said, do a full inspection of the Portland apartments. Thank you.
Thank you. And sir, if you can go with Joe over there, and you can talk to him about it. He's with administration. Thank you so much. No more speakers. Okay. We move to awards and presentations, and the first award and presentation is Fair Housing Month Proclamation, which I believe Amy Foster is here, the housing administrator is here, who is going to present it.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, we've already heard that it's Fair Housing Month, so we're excited to present this proclamation on behalf of Mayor Welch. We have the city's housing team with us here, a small contingency of them, and then we also have the Pinellas County Association of Realtors. Whereas the Federal Fair Housing Act, enacted in April 1968, was a landmark piece of legislation designed to eliminate discrimination in housing based on race, ethnicity, national origin, religion, and sex, and to expand housing choices for all Americans. And whereas April is observed as Fair Housing Month, both nationally and locally, to honor the progress made and reaffirm the ongoing commitment to fair housing for all. And whereas the fight for dignity and equal opportunity in housing remains a shared responsibility, requiring action at the local, state, and federal levels to address persistent barriers to access and equity in housing. And whereas effective local efforts to combat housing discrimination and expand affordable housing options are critical to ensure that all residents have access to safe, decent, and affordable housing. And whereas discrimination in any form, whether based on race, color, national origin, religion, disability, veteran status, or family structure, undermines the fundamental right to fair housing and diminishes the rights of all people. And whereas the City of St. Petersburg is proud of its efforts to further fair housing and recognizes that this can only be accomplished through forging partnerships with other government agencies, corporations, for-profit, and nonprofit organizations, entrepreneurs, and all persons interested in furthering fair housing. Now, therefore, I, on behalf of Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg, Florida, do hereby proclaim April 2026 as Fair Housing Month.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mayor Ken Welch, council members, and community. My name is Tamisha Darling Roberson. I am the president of the Pinellas County Association of Realtors, called PCAR, a local board of the National Association of Real Estate Brokers. On behalf of myself and our members, we thank you for this recognition. We receive this proclamation with gratitude, but also with understanding, because this moment represents more than today. It reflects legacy. NARAB was founded in 1947 out of necessity. And since then, realtors have remained committed to expanding access to home ownership and advancing what we call democracy in housing. This mission is still very real today. And for me, this work is personal. I was raised in this city. My ties run 5 generations now deep. So I don't just care about housing. I care about who has access to it and what it means for families right here at home. Through PCAR, we are in the community every day, educating, advocating, and helping people move from credit to keys, not for recognition, but because the need is real. Because housing is more than a transaction. It's how families build generational wealth, creating stability today that carries forward for decades. Through our alignment with NARAB and our MOU partnership with the African American Mayors Association, we are part of a national movement. And it's powerful to see that same commitment reflected here in my city, the city that I love. So we accept this proclamation with appreciation and with continued commitment. Committed to the work, committed to the people, and committed to making sure this city grows with every family who built it. 5 generations brought me here, and we're making sure the next 5 have a place to stay. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council. Dr. Avery Sliker, Housing Community Development, and I cannot follow that up. I'm sorry. But on behalf of the department and on the 2026 Fair Housing Symposium Planning Committee, we do express our sincere appreciation to you all for your unwavering support, your advocacy. All of this is essential to us to advance fair housing practices across our city. Through our work, we are strengthening neighborhoods and expanding opportunities. I thank our fellow city departments who help us each and every day. I especially give great gratitude to the staff who every single day use their professionalism, diligence, and ongoing efforts to uphold all of these principles in their daily work. I thank our community partners so very much for helping us spread this word. All of this commitment from the council to the staff throughout the community plays a vital role in making a very meaningful purpose of ensuring that we have access to not free, but safe and affordable fair housing standards. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone for coming out today, and thank you, Amy and the entire team, for the proclamation. Looking forward to joining you all at the symposium next week, and I just want to thank NARAB and the members of the Pinellas County Association of Realtors for your advocacy. It does not go unnoticed, and I have, in my other life as a real estate broker myself, I do have a member in my organization that is part of NARAB as well, and I'm very familiar with the work that you all do every single day, the legacy that you leave to fight for fair and affordable housing for, to your point, Tamisha, generations to come. And that is critical to making sure that St. Petersburg remains a vibrant place to live. And so I just want to thank each and every one of you, from one realtor to realtist. And thank you all for continuing to keep up that fight. It takes all of us to continue to move forward, remembering history, but making sure that we have a vibrant path ahead of us. So thank you all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward, and for everyone who joined us to celebrate this together, and not just to celebrate what's been done and how far we've come, but also to remind ourselves that we're in this together, to link arms and keep moving things forward. When I was contacted about PCAR and trying to make sure that they were included in today's proclamation, I had a chance to look into the history of the organization and what it really means. And it just made me so proud to know some of the people who have been rolling up their sleeves and doing the work as part of the organization. So wanted to take the moment to also thank you for all that you do and for all of the inspiration that you're spreading out there for others. Not just to move towards home ownership, but to look into this opportunity as a career possibility and how they can be what they see. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Schuyler. Amy and your team, you always do wonderful work. Thank you. Next up, we have D2, Arbor Day Proclamation. And I believe Barbara Stahlberg is going to be reading the proclamation. Hi, Barbara.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having us.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to take an opportunity to recognize some of our tree superstars in the department. Managers Adul Yates, Lynn Gordon, and Taylor Thornton. So with our upcoming Green Thumb Festival, Adul and Lynn have really taken a lead role on planning this event, which is a huge event. It takes all year to prepare for, and they have put countless hours into it. So thank you to them. And also to Taylor Thornton, who plants the majority of trees that you see going on in our parks. She oversees the horticulture department and forestry. So thank you to Taylor for being such an ambassador for our tree canopy. She does a great job. So whereas trees enhance the quality of life by cleansing air and water, providing critical shade, and serving as a natural and vital habitat for a variety of birds and foraging fauna. And whereas trees help moderate temperatures by creating a cooling effect, which can counteract the heating effect of pavement and buildings in an urban environment. And whereas trees promote social, economic, and environmental health by capturing and slowing stormwater runoff, filtering air pollution, reducing nutrient loading in water systems, and flooding of neighborhoods, and contributing to the character and aesthetic beauty of neighborhoods and business districts. And whereas the City of St. Petersburg wishes to create awareness and appreciation for trees among all the residents in its community. Whereas Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas the City of St. Petersburg supports the concept of Arbor Day and wishes to enhance its tree resources through commemorative plantings on an annual basis. And whereas the City of St. Petersburg supports being designated a green city through programming to conserve water, plant trees, preserve estuaries and sensitive lands, provide earth-friendly recycling programs, and the city's initiative to reduce its carbon footprint. Now, therefore, I, Barbara Stahlberg, on behalf of Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg, Florida, do hereby recognize the observation of Arbor Day through our annual Green Thumb Festival held on the 4th weekend of April, and encourage all residents to join us in this observance.
I just want to take a quick minute and thank Barb Stahlberg for all of her hard work. She thanked everybody else. She is one of the few arborists that we have in the city, and she does an amazing job of protecting our trees, making sure that we're planting the right trees in the right spot. She works day in and day out to make sure that we're continuing to have our canopy. She does have the responsibility of removing those trees when a storm rolls through, and so she does that with grace as well. But Barb is absolutely fantastic, and I wanted to make sure that she got recognized as well. I will say it before Councilmember Gertis says this, but we are in the West Side with Green Thumb. I happen to live in the West Side these days, so it is the best side. So we'll go with that. So, I'm getting some eyeballs. I'm losing some friends on the dais. So. But again, we are so excited about Green Thumb. It is one of the events that is all hands on deck. You're looking at the leadership of Green Thumb, but almost all of our staff work Green Thumb. We have something for children, for adults, for seniors. There are many departments that are involved in Green Thumb. If I started to name some of them, I will miss some of the others. But I think, Administrator Gertis, I think every department is there represented. So it really is an amazing event. Plant people are good people, and they are fun to be around. And we look forward to welcoming you to Walter Fuller for Green Thumb. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the entire team. We do this proclamation every year, and I always say I actually think it should be called Green Thumb Festival Proclamation, right? Because that really is our celebration of Arbor Day and being Tree City, USA. So I think that, it's kind of apropos that today in our HERS committee this morning, it was all about trees. And so just want to thank you because you weren't there for any of those presentations this morning because those were specific to a different department. But I think that it's important for all residents to understand how many different departments focus on our tree canopy, how many different people within the city that is part of their DNA, and everything that we do to make sure that we are promoting trees, planting trees, protecting trees. And so we missed you this morning, but we're glad to see you here today and really just wanted to shine a light on the number of people within the city who really take our trees and our Tree City USA designation to heart. So thank you for everything that you do, and I look forward to being there with you on the Green Thumb Festival. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you for the proclamation. I'm so glad that you were able to read it. That makes it extra special because I know just how passionate you are about this topic, and I know how much you've done in the last few years to bring a focus on trees in our parks, honestly, like we haven't seen before. And I just appreciate you so much. And Abdul, the rest, everybody, you are just an amazing team when it comes to this and just in taking care of our parks overall. We're so fortunate to have you all here. I do wish that we had this as part of our discussion this morning in HERS. I know, yes, that is from a different department, but we don't operate in silos. I just want to make it clear that, Maven from OSR, Stormwater, everybody truly works together with that common goal of increasing our tree canopy. And I love seeing how it's not so much, it's this department or that department. It's, here's what we can do in our department. Here's what we can do over here. It's about how we can and not whose job it is. But the work that you do really just stands head and shoulders above any other city around. They've got to be so jealous of us. And what you all have done to recover our parks since the storms is nothing short of miraculous. So you're all my heroes. I cannot wait to see you at the Green Thumb Festival. It gets better every year. I'm bringing my own wagon this time, so I don't have to wait my turn to borrow one. Oh yeah, it's on.
I was going to ask if you had a budget this year, Councilmember, because I know that you buy a ton. You almost buy us out.
And I gave up buying plants for Lent, so it's time to make up for all that. Yeah, I'm saving it all for Green Thumb. So get ready. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just picturing on the 39th day of Lent, Councilmember Driscoll itching to get to Home Depot. Councilmember Driscoll, I'm really glad you brought up after the storms.
Yeah.
I think I've had this conversation with Mike where having the largest debris site that we had kind of in my backyard, watching all of the branches and debris come in truck by truck, and understanding that yes, we were doing such good work clearing, but knowing what work it was going to get back because of everything we lost. You know, when you heard me as chair last year talk about the 2.1 million cubic yards, you know, a lot of that was tree canopy. And I'm just so thankful for the work that's already completed in just a year after that. Not just getting it all out, because I know that's what we talk about a lot, but working our way back towards getting back to our tree canopy back to where it was pre-storm. And so I'm very thankful for Councilmember Driscoll to bring that up, because I think it's really important not to just talk about, you know, the 90 days and all that, but now a year later, all the work that's gone in to getting it back and all the dedication that's taken, not over just 90 days, but 18 months. And so I'm just so thankful for all of that work. So thank you. What I really wanted to talk about was I'm obviously super selfish about the Green Thumb Festival, but I'm just so thankful because when I walk the Green Thumb Festival, it is one of those times where you see just this wide swath of our city come together, all ages from all across the city, just happy, all because of plants. And, you know, and it just tells you like how passionate people are, not only about getting together as a city, right, but celebrating what I think makes St. Pete so special, which is being able to celebrate something. You know, I say it's simple. It's not. It's so complicated because it's part of our ecosystem, and it's part of what makes St. Pete special. But just the ability to walk through, and whether it's a flower or whether it's a cactus or whether I'm going to run out of names because I'm not good at it. That's what the arborists are for. But like all birds, I mean, all of the things that we do at Green Thumb, it's just such a celebration, and we're so blessed that we have teams willing to put that type of investment in to make sure something like that happens for our city. And so I'm just so thankful for all the work. And Mike, thank you for bringing up that it's a year around. We talk about it year-round. And I'm just so thankful and so pleased to the whole department, leadership down. Please give all of our thanks for all the work. And we'll be out there celebrating with you. I was going to talk about Councilmember Driscoll's wagon, and so I'm happy to hear it'll be making an appearance again in District 1. If you need a map on how to get there, Councilmember Driscoll, a reminder, I'm happy to provide one. But thank you so much for all the work, and can't wait to celebrate with you in a couple weeks. I was going to do it at announcements, but happy we can talk about it. Thank you so much. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, my colleagues have said everything, but I have to say there has to be some data how much the festival has grown, because I remember going to that festival when I first got to the city 20 years ago, and I'm just curious at some point, Mike, because the growth has been incredible.
It absolutely has been incredible, and I will tell you that there are some vendors and some folks that aren't happy with us because they don't get in. I mean, we are at the place. We're at the place now where we're at capacity, and there is a mad rush to get in, and we constantly hear from vendors that, well, we want to get in, we want to be part of it, and we have limited space, and we want to make sure that we're respecting the park and we're respecting the neighborhoods as best we can. So it's a balancing act, but it's definitely an event that's at capacity, both vendors and spectators and participants. So it's a success story, and it has absolutely grown.
Yeah.
We appreciate the patience from the residents that are around Walter Fuller, because it's an impact. It's definitely an impact, and we don't take that lightly. We do our best to be good neighbors, and we look for ways to work with Pinellas County schools and churches for parking. But you're exactly right. This festival has grown and is just unbelievable. We get calls regularly from folks that want to emulate it in their city. And it's kind of a special event and a special time. So we appreciate all of your support. You all, each and every one of you, have been nothing but supportive of this event and our department, and that absolutely is appreciated, and we're so thankful for that.
Thank you. And I also, the other thing I wanted to touch upon was the storms. Great job, obviously, with the trees and all the debris. Barbara, we met, and the first time we met, we talked about trees because that's what your role was, and I was the neighborhood president. So I'm happy that you're part of this endeavor, with your background, because, the saying goes, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. And back then they were planting laurel oaks. And now we just know much better, right?
And it's an opportunity. So as devastating as it was to lose the number of trees we did in those storms, it actually created an opportunity to replace those trees with more diversity.
Yes.
And with a new generation. And it's always very healthy in any urban environment to have generational trees. So it is an opportunity as well.
I'm glad you said that, because that's extremely important. A lot of people don't understand that, and that's just much better for our city, our environment, just the canopy, the whole thing. If there's disease, all the things. So good to hear. Well, thank you, and it's great to see your smiling faces. Okay. Next up, we have E1, new ordinances, setting May 14th, 2026 as a public hearing date for an ordinance approving amendments to City Code Chapter 6, Aviation, updating terminology and regulations to comply with federal and state law. Clerk, if you could please read the ordinance.
Proposed ordinance number 635H, an ordinance of the City of St. Petersburg, amending City Code Chapter 6, Aviation, updating terminology and regulations to comply with federal and state law, creating consistency with primary management and compliance documents and the Albert Woodard Master Plan, providing for severability and providing an effective date. The public hearing for this item is on May 14, 2026, and we do not have any cards.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item E1 passes unanimously with Councilmember Floyd being absent.
Thank you. And next up, we have E2. Clerk, if you can read that ordinance.
Proposed ordinance number 634H. An ordinance in accordance with section 1.02 subsection C5B, St. Petersburg City Charter, authorizing the Public Transportation Grant Agreement, PTGA, and the assurances, grant assurances, which are attached to the PTGA to be executed by the city as a requirement for receipt of a Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT grant for the design phase of the Taxiway A Rehabilitation Project 21266 at the Albert Woodard Airport, authorizing such encumbrances or restrictions not to exceed 20 years from the effective date of the PTGA, authorizing the mayor or his designee to accept the grant in the amount of $9,600, authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute all documents necessary to effectuate this ordinance and providing an effective date and providing for expiration. And the public hearing for this item is also on May 14th, 2026, and we do not have any cards.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Sorry. Okay. Seeing that all council members that are present have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item E2 passes unanimously with Councilmember Floyd being absent.
Thank you. Next up, we have I1, and you're not Ken.
I'm not Ken. That could be good or bad, depending on how you want to think. Council, Madam Chair. In fact, I was going to say, Madam Chair, last time I saw you, we were both surrounded by police officers. I'll let everybody else ponder that. I'm here covering for Ken McCollum, who's dealing with a personal issue, settlement regarding Charlotte Heft versus the City of St. Petersburg. You may recall Mr. McCollum, I believe, sent a memo around. The garbage truck ran a red light, struck a vehicle. Ms. Heft suffered a fracture. We could settle the case for $125,000. I independently reviewed the file as well. I completely agree with Ken's assessment of it, and so I would recommend that we, in fact, approve the settlement.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item I1 passes unanimously with Councilmember Floyd being absent.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Next up, we have reports. We have F1, a resolution accepting the 13th Street Heights Neighborhood Plan. Hi, Kaylee.
All right, good afternoon, Council. Here today to talk about the 13th Street Heights Neighborhood Plan. I know we were just together talking about Palmetto Park, so today's PowerPoint might seem a little familiar. Okay, so starting off by talking about some of the benefits of conducting a neighborhood plan. Again, these things not only help us identify residents' priorities, but they also give us a chance to get out in the community and talk with our citizens about existing programs. And then we can take some of their feedback back and know what kind of projects we should be funding as we discuss our annual budget priorities. This neighborhood plan was completed as part of the Neighborhood Planning Program, or NPP. This is a CRA program created back in 2022 to help neighborhoods reduce blight, preserve their identity, balance their growth with long-term stability, and improve public infrastructure. And within the NPP, there are 3 separate funding opportunities. The first is for neighborhood planning, so that's what allowed us to hire a consultant. This plan utilized Kimley Horn and Associates. And then there's also 2 buckets for funding, one for project implementation and another for traffic plan implementation. And we'll talk at the end of the PowerPoint about some of the things that those funding mechanisms could pay for. Community input is obviously very important. When we're writing a neighborhood plan, we want to make sure we capture all the voices of every resident in the community. So to that end, the consultant, along with the Neighborhood Relations Department, completed a variety of different outreach methods, including neighborhood walk-in talks, a community survey that was online and available as a hard copy at community events. There was an interactive mapping tool on a project website, and we utilized postcards, door hangers, flyers, and even street signs to help get people out to these meetings. And then we also hosted 2 community workshops this past January. So when I took this position, I met with the president of 13th Street Heights, and he expressed some frustration and just wasn't that happy with the outcome of the plan based on the work that the consultant had done. Felt like not every voice had been heard and that the neighborhood needed a little bit more time to come to the table and really evaluate the recommendations before the plan was finalized. So we scheduled these 2 workshops in January to do exactly that. And the neighborhood is much more happy with the finalized plan as you see it today. Here's a look at the timeline of events for those outreach initiatives I just discussed. Neighborhood meetings starting back in February of 2025, the 2 neighborhood workshop dates in January, and then the bottom 3 bullets are our approval schedule. So I will go ahead and talk about the CAC. We went to the CAC on April 7th, but they did not have quorum. So that's why you have a new resolution on the dais in front of you today. It just has the line that we had in there previously about CAC approval removed. And my understanding from legal, correct me if I'm wrong, is that doesn't impact your ability to approve the plan today, but we will have to go back to the CAC sometime this summer before we can use any CRA funding. Okay, so before we get into plan recommendations, I wanted to just kind of give you a look at the neighborhood. So this map really highlights 13th Street's location within the South St. Pete CRA and its proximity to a lot of other landmarks. So the Gas Plant District, 22nd Street South Business District, and Deuces Live. I also wanted to touch on some of the neighborhood demographics. So in the past 10 years, there's been some pretty significant investment in this neighborhood, which has led to some demographic and cultural shifts. So compared to the city overall, 13th Street Heights residents are younger, more diverse, and earn nearly half the income as the city's average household income. So stats like these not only highlight the need for economic opportunity, job growth, and income advancement, but also the fact that we need to ensure we're bringing long-standing residents and new residents to the table when we're working on initiatives like this. So a brief look at the community engagement summary that was conducted with the consultant. These 6 things were identified as the greatest strengths of the neighborhood. So residents reported liking the sense of community and culture, the parks, playgrounds, and community centers, schools, volunteerism, gathering spaces and proximity to downtown, and places of worship. And then these 6 things were identified as the greatest challenges in the neighborhood. So accessibility to grocery stores and affordable food options, safety and crime, transportation, housing, and accessibility to services and job opportunities. Okay, so getting into some of the recommendations that we worked kind of hand in hand with the neighborhood to tweak based on the consultant's initial ideas. Residents said that they would like to see improved tree coverage and landscaped medians throughout the neighborhood. They'd like to enhance their neighborhood signage. Right now they only have 2 welcome signs, and so they'd like to do a little bit more placemaking, and we can likely pay for that through our neighborhood partnership grant. They'd also like to work with the city and the neighborhood association to continue to provide education on proper waste disposal and the code enforcement process, and encourage the development of vacant lots throughout the neighborhood for green space, recreational uses, businesses, housing, or other mixed use. In the Parks, Green Space, and Community Spaces domain, residents had some recommendations for Silver Lake Park that are pretty simple and we can likely do pretty quickly. So they'd like some trash cans with lids so litter doesn't fly around when the wind picks up. Some cleaning and repairs to the existing gazebo and water fountain, and then potentially adding some additional seating, shade, or pedestrian scale lighting. There's also some flooding concerns in the front of the park. And then, as you all know, the Davis Johnson Community Project will be huge for this neighborhood. So that the neighborhood was very involved in the community input sessions for that project, and I believe the project is in design right now. And then finally, in this category, they'd like to increase education and outreach efforts about existing city housing and renter support services. In the transportation and mobility domain, residents would like to see potholes filled and paved alleys throughout the neighborhood where feasible. They'd like the city to continue their partnership with PSTA to improve bus stop locations, seating, shelters, and shade, and then implementing a lot of the improvements that we've already identified, either through the South St. Pete CRA Mobility Plan, Complete Streets Implementation Plan, or the forthcoming Sidewalk Master Plan. And then our last slide here of strategies for community redevelopment and safety. Residents would like to see some grants for local businesses to help improve building facades, expanded opportunities for skill building, trade schools, education, and networking. The Neighborhood Association is working to continue to engage those new and longstanding residents. They'd like to grow and maintain fruit trees and improve local food options and awareness. And then for safety, request additional park walks and talks and expand the awareness and use of the Eagle Eye program. So I won't go through these next 2 slides line by line, but these were presented and discussed at the CAC meeting as well as the CPPC meeting, which was earlier this week. But these just kind of show some of the recommended actions from this plan and their alignment with the South St. Pete CRA plan and comprehensive plan. And so with your approval today, as I mentioned, we'll have to go back to the CAC this summer before we can utilize any CRA funding. But once that's official, we can start talking about prioritizing some of these projects based on the neighborhood's feedback and getting some of these projects into the implementation phase. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kaylee, thank you for the presentation. I know you mentioned that CPPC was earlier this week, so that 2 days ago obviously wouldn't be a part of our backup. Can you give us any feedback or that they had? Did they provide any feedback?
There were a couple comments. It was generally positive. Nothing specific, really.
I just, obviously, having been on that commission, rely pretty heavily on their feedback, so just wanted to double check. And again, like, I know in the past I've talked about CPPC backup, but it was 2 days ago. I'm not worried about that part. I just was wondering if there was any overarching themes.
The really only feedback they provided was that they were happy with the time of resident engagement meetings and that kind of thing. It was more focused on the resident engagement component.
Thank you very much. That's actually the only thing I was going to bring up. Thank you very much for seeing the opportunity to re-engage the neighborhood in a different way. When I hear that, I love seeing that. That means we're being nimble enough to make changes in the process that allow us to do that. And so I'm just very thankful for that. But otherwise, very excited to move this forward, and I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Do we have anyone from the neighborhood here at the meeting today? I know it's the middle of the day.
Invite them, but I don't think that anyone is here.
Yeah, it's hard. But I know that they will watch this later, and I hope that what they see is a city council and a city staff that fully supports the work that they're doing. This is a neighborhood that the neighborhood association itself has been building for quite some time, and to be able to do this plan is a huge achievement for the neighborhood. I applaud how thoughtful they were as they went about doing this, and I hope that they continue to see support as we start moving through the budget and what those capital needs might be, what the funding is that's needed. But there were a lot of things on here that that really don't cost extra money, or maybe just a little bit, that can really make a difference. If you go back to on slide 9, when you did the community engagement summary, the second, 49% of the residents listed safety and crime as one of their top challenges, as one of the neighborhood's top challenges. And then a little bit later, when you talk about solutions, requesting additional park walk and talks, expanding awareness and use of the Eagle Eye program, which is a personal favorite of mine, has the police department, has the CSO, and the others, you know, in the District 1 realm, have they stepped up and said, we can help with this part? My point is, there are things that we can start doing right now, and they don't have to wait for the next budget year or anything like that. I mean, and I'm just using, I'm using PD as a great example, because they're always there and engaged, including our wonderful Chief Holloway.
I think you were seen, Chief.
Well, while Chief Holloway is coming up, Councilmember, I will just mention that I happen to have been on a number of emails before Kaylee's tenure with the Neighborhood Association and their CSO, as well as others in the police department. And so I know they've been very engaged. And they've even come to some breakfast with the mayor that Chief and his representatives participated in around violence, and talked about solutions. So I know that they're a part of the solution, but since Chief is here, I'll let him speak to it.
Yeah. Hi, Chief. Thank you so much for being here.
I'll just continue to add on what Director Falls said. Yeah, we'll be more than happy to engage with more park walk and talks. And again, the CSOs are out there, and we'll make sure that we continue to do those. The Eagle Eye program, the initiative that you started, continues to grow, and as we have more contracts with one of our vendors, we're going to be introducing more where we can look at more camera footage when people give us access to those.
Oh, that's great. That's great. I know that's been a big part of solving some of the crimes that have happened throughout different neighborhoods, and you can combine the two like we've done in some of the other neighborhoods in my district, I'm sure elsewhere too, where you have sort of a community park walk and talk with residents, and we have those eagle-eyed info door hangers. So it's a canvassing with the police and the residents together. So it's like a special edition PWT.
Sure. I'll check with the district commander today and see where we are with that, make sure we increase more.
Yeah, and if you do something, I always love joining in if I can. So I'd love to do that. I just know from talking to some of the residents that public safety and just feeling safe when you're in your neighborhood is extremely important. And you've got the best people right there in that area working on that and engaging with the community, and I appreciate that so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
So didn't the 13th Street Heights Neighborhood Association win one of the Mayor's Neighborhood Awards this year?
They did. I believe they were Neighborhood of the Year.
Yes. And we hadn't even approved this yet. So look, I mean, overachievers. It's just fantastic, and I'm so proud. And their president is the vice president of Kona this year. I mean, they've just got it going on, right?
Been great to work with.
Yeah, and they say the same about you. And I wanted to take a moment to thank you for all of the work that you're doing with our neighborhoods. I'm hearing nothing but positive, just extremely positive feedback on the work that you're doing with our neighborhoods. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for all your hard work on this, Kaylee. I appreciate it. I think Councilmember Driscoll was looking at my notes, excuse me. One of the things that I was going to bring up was code enforcement and then also police, because again, I think there's ways for us to work together. How do we work smarter, not harder? So I want to talk specifically about Silver Lake Park. Because I know that's a perfect public gathering place, and they can do more there than what they're doing, but a lot of complaints have arisen as far as the conditions of the park, safety concerns, that sort of thing. So I see that was one of the number 2 strengths that was listed in the presentation, was their parks. So how do we plan beyond just beautification to make that park a place where this neighborhood can start hosting more public gatherings?
Yeah, the neighborhood did say they think some lighting, additional lighting in the park would go a long way towards the safety concerns. And then just having like the additional police presence in the neighborhood, I think would be helpful. But no other specific suggestions.
Good afternoon, Council. The only thing that I would add to that, Councilmember Givens, is, similar to something I think you brought to our attention recently, or even from a codes compliance standpoint, we can look at the immediate area around there and see if there's any issues that we can address, use that education assistance to go out, touch base with those residents, let them know that these are code violations, how that can impact the surrounding neighborhood, and really work with them on getting those resolved. So that way that gathering place becomes, a better place for everybody to be, so.
Thank you for that, Joe. I appreciate it. And then lastly, I think it's the community liaisons. Do I have the correct title? How do they fit into this plan? Because I feel like there's a lot of benefits from both the position and also where this plan is going to take this neighborhood. But I want to see if there's a way for perhaps these liaisons to help fill some of the gaps so that way we don't fall back to where we were before.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. So there was a few slides or a few bullet points in there about the education opportunities. So to me, that's where I see the liaisons really kind of stepping up and filling in the gaps. So they are planning, as we continue to evolve their positions, to carry resources about all of the city programs in their trucks. We're rebranding the trucks so people know to flag them down, ask them any questions like that. So when they're out in the neighborhood, they'll be educated about all of our programs. So whether it's code enforcement, housing, whatever someone else might need, they'll be able to provide a phone number and at least some initial information about those programs.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item F1 passes unanimously with Councilmember Floyd being absent.
Well, thank you, Kaylee, and congratulations to 13th Streets Heights neighborhood. You got a plan. Okay, next up, we have F3, which is Parent Protect. Councilmember Gabbard, I believe this was your item.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Very happy to bring this item forward to everyone today. This is really an awareness campaign, and so it was important to kind of bring it here to all of you and start here because the power of partnerships with the city being a key player in the success of this program, really wanted to help JWB get the word out. So I'm going to just give you a quick history lesson as to how we got here today. So back in September, October or so, Miss Becca Gross-Teeter reached out to me and had kind of a shared concern over, as moms with kids in our public school system, about how we could work together collaboratively to keep our kids safe online. She's going to talk about, a lot of the issues, but specifically as it relates to human trafficking and how, people have all of these predatory practices for our kids online and how scary that online world is and how little control oftentimes parents have over that sort of exposure. And so, kind of fast forward, we talked a little bit and we decided to reach out to the chief and bring him on board because all of his work in combating human trafficking specifically, we wanted to make sure we were having some cohesive conversation. Fast forward to where we are today. In a very short period of time, the JWB was able to partner and bring forward this program, which they have rolled out to our public schools. And I want to recognize that in the audience today, we do have a couple, I think one member at least of the Juvenile Welfare Board. And also we're joined by the St. Pete Chamber because the business community is a very important partner in this as well. And so we're coming to you together with this idea that's already been implemented in the schools, really looking for your help and your awareness. And so with that, would love to go ahead and introduce Rebecca Gross-Teeter and Rebecca Albert with the Juvenile Welfare Board to teach us all about Parent Protect and how we as the city can be a partner in getting the word out.
Man, and I thought the Arbor Day stuff with the tree festival was going to be the highlight, but Brandy, you nailed it. Thank you. As the Honorable Councilwoman Gabbard said, I am Becca Gross-Teeter, and the other part of R Squared is Becky Albert, and we are honored to be here. And I got to say, I mean, I'm a bit of a governmental nerd, but I've had a blast. Thank you for a wonderful meeting. Why is this a priority for JWB? Well, obviously, we're focused on youth and families, but we were trying to address two problems. Number one, life is hard, right? Everybody needs a little more breathing room, and technology moves so quickly. We wanted to be able to get something that subject matter experts told us was going to make life easier and better for all of our neighbors. I like it. So the schools, all the smart people who have a lot more degrees than I do, sat with it and said, this is exactly what we've been looking for. And I was like, all right. Problem number two, as was referenced, the city of Clearwater years ago, about a decade or so ago, had won all these incredible awards for their efforts in fighting human trafficking. And we hear about it, but I didn't know of any local solutions. But I did know one of the brilliant minds who, from my city, you were right to take him from us, the honorable and remarkable Chief Holloway. So I had reached out to Councilwoman Gabbard and I said, will you tell me, or would you kindly try to get me with your honorable chief to say, can I kill two birds with one stone? And what he said we needed was exactly what this was. And he kindly, with limited bandwidth, had his officers investigate to make sure it would be a valuable product, because that is not my expertise. And so we were delighted to be able to say, we negotiated so every household, there's no limits. Every household in Pinellas County has access to this. There is no cost. Every household. If you have a zip code in Pinellas County where you live or work, we want you to access it. And that's one of the things we're most excited about, is that there are no limits on this.
Thanks, Becca. So really what we would like for you to do is help us spread the word, because this resource is available to all parents and caregivers throughout Pinellas County. Why is this important? Well, heading into the months of summer, we know that kids are out of school. They're going to be spending more time on screens. We also know that kids are gaining access to technology and devices at an earlier age. So really we're trying to offer a resource to parents and caregivers to make it easier for them to keep their kids safe online. We had heard for many years that it's just too much to keep up with the changing climate of technology. I can't possibly monitor everything my child is doing. Well, here's a resource that actually is working and helping not only parents but grandparents too. And I want to share a nice little short email that we received from a grandmother who said, I just want to say thank you. I'm a great grandma, and keeping up with technology can be hard for a lady 72 years young. It's simple to sign up, and really, that's where we need some support, because we can talk about this all day long, but when we walk away, it's one more thing for people to do. But you should have a postcard in front of you. We have many different varieties of them, so depending on the audience that you're serving, we can hopefully meet that need and make it relevant to the area that you're serving. But help people get signed up. It's simple. Scan the QR code, visit the website, and once you're in the platform, you realize this is useful. From Snapchat to TikTok to, we know locally that the topics that people are searching for the most is how to parent differently in a world filled with technology, how to keep my child safe online from cyberbullying, TikTok, Snapchat, and Roblox. So gaming platforms, social platforms, all of the things where kids can become victim to predators.
And one of the things that we really love about this relationship with Parent Protect is it's very symbiotic. So if you are hearing from your constituents a concern, they address those in real time. So when we find there's a new fill in the blank, we reach out and communicate with them because they want to meet our needs as a community in real time. And that, to me, is just a wonderful partnership. Additionally, they previously were only speaking really to children 6 to 16, and they've been working with the Juvenile Welfare Board to integrate even earlier. So again, it is very symbiotic, and it's very St. Pete, if I can say so, as a non-resident but super fan.
So ultimately, we're working to bridge the gap between the knowledge that children have with technology and helping someone like myself, or I hate to say the older generation, but keeping us in tune with the ever-changing climate. Technology changes so quickly, and this company, Parent Protect, is actually keeping up. So if you have a subscription and you log in, you can see the updates that they're making in real time. You know when they update the material, and they're really keeping pace with the technology companies. I think we've covered a lot of it.
I mean, I feel like we tried to be efficient and respectful of these fine people's time.
Absolutely.
And just for the people who are concerned, but what about my business? You give away very little personal identifying information. We don't have access to it. All we do have access to is, and I'm going to give a little drum roll here so you can see how successful this has been in our first quarter since we kicked this off in December. Becky, what do our numbers look like?
We're at 900 subscribers so far, and really with this rollout in December, we're seeing some progress, but really we need more people to sign up for it because it's actually working.
And you have our commitment to show up, whatever you need. We want to be your partner in making sure that this is the best place to live, love, and grow. So, what questions might we be able to answer?
Oh, and maybe get a tree.
Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much, Becky and Becca. I
Yeah,
think
you
I got it right. So great to see you both. And thank you to the Juvenile Welfare Board, Melissa and the rest of the group for what you're doing. I appreciate Mike and his team. I do have a question as far as outreach, because you said you're looking for more people to sign up, more subscribers. What is your outreach? What's your marketing look like? How are you trying to get people to enroll?
Well, it sounds like we missed an opportunity at the Green Thumb, but maybe we can get there next year. We do a lot of outreach throughout Pinellas County. So from neighborhood family centers to some of our out of school time programs. I know there's several here, Walter Fuller being one of them, TASCO programs. We're in the community doing Grand Families events, and we have one of those in North, Mid, and South County. We're bringing computers and we're helping people to get signed up in real time because that's what we find is most effective.
We're also doing outreach with scouting organizations, PTAs, any kind of parent-based group or caregiver or concerned citizen, right? Like my father's a really engaged grandfather, and so he has interest. Plus that you can find things just how to protect your modems and give yourself more online security. But Becky is really the brains in this operation, and she oversees our Children's Mental Health Initiative. And just to give scope, how many events did y'all have last year?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot. I don't have the number in front of me, but yeah, we had close to 300, but that's, in conjunction with our partners.
But we try to make all of these things available because the Juvenile Welfare Board is truly a benefit of residency in Pinellas County. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And each of us, we have newsletters and other streams and methods to connect with constituents in St. Pete. So I certainly hope others will do what I'm going to do, which is share this with our neighborhood associations. I'm even thinking about, you have groups like Family Support Services, the Children Home Network, even the Junior League, and these groups, they focus specifically on educating parents. With technology continuously transforming the way that it is, it's hard to stay in the loop and up to speed with things as it progresses. So thank you all so much for making sure that our children remain safe. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation and all the work. I was able to get, and Councilmember Gabbard, thank you for bringing this forward. I was able to get a little bit of a sneak peek the week before Parent Protect was announced. And so I just want to say, just from being the father of a 8-year-old and a 7-year-old, this is certainly a gap that needed to be filled. My wife constantly asks me, how do we fix XYZ in our kids on iPads and televisions in a world that are completely connected pretty much at all times? And, you're always very hypersensitive to what they're trying to do and what they're trying to accomplish, and frankly, what somebody else is trying to accomplish when your kids are online. And so we are constant Googlers of how to figure that out. And so this gave us the opportunity for one place to try to help navigate that. So I just wanted to say thank you from me, because we certainly experience this all the time. And I know at the end of it all, when my kids get through this learning how to deal with technology and all this, I know this will have helped us navigate that. So thank you so much. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation, and thank you for your passion for our children. Very, very important. And as a parent, just thank you for continuing to bring resources and guidance so that, we can really protect our kids, because at the end of the day, that's our shared mission, right? And so we are coming up on summer. We are coming up on that time of year, as you mentioned, kids in, more screen time. But it also gives us an opportunity because we have a lot more kids engaged with our rec centers. So I wanted to ask the administration, is it possible, if JWB gets us enough of these, that these could go into all of our rec centers where we have summer programming? Because this would be a really great way to get this information in front of those parents. My child has since aged out of our summer programming, but I know, in those summer months, I relied a lot on our rec centers for information, activities. So if we could get enough of these, could we get these all in the rec centers this summer?
Yeah, we'd certainly be happy to do that. Let me
Yeah.
talk to the team, the communications team, just make sure that there's
Yeah.
no issues with that. But
Perfect.
That would be fantastic.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And if you'd care for them in a digital format, or if with the City of St. Petersburg's logo, because we're proud to be able to work with y'all, we will. Life is our favorite team sport, so let us know how we can,
Yes,
can be of
digital
service.
format, if you could send all of that, that would be fantastic, because to Councilmember Gibbons' point, we all have newsletters, and the easier we can drop that stuff into our newsletters, the better off. The last thing, Madam Chair, is, I don't want to put you on the spot, Chief, but you were instrumental in all of this, and so I wanted to ask if you had anything that you wanted to add, because I don't know that this would have taken off without you. So,
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for getting it together, and thank these ladies behind, because again, once we came forward, we introduced it to the other police chiefs and the sheriffs, and as they said, we did a kickoff to this program. Just so you're aware, and the council is very supportive of it, we still here at St. Petersburg average somewhere between 9 to 10 hits a week of child predators online. We have a unit dedicated just toward that called ICAT, Internet Crimes Against Children, and those detectives work on this all the time. This program, I told them, I'm not sure. That's why I asked the experts to take a look at it. This program is only going to work if parents get involved. Councilmember Gertz, I love what you said. If we were to get parents to take the time to look and see what their kids are doing, we could solve this problem. We don't let strangers into our home, but when you get this technology, you let strangers into your home every 5 seconds. So please be a parent, look at it. I'm sorry I'm preaching to you, but again, this was the best part of it, getting this program. Like I said, I wasn't really sure it was going to work, but after seeing it and talking to the other police chief, if parents sign up and get it to go, it will work. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So first of all, thank you both for what you're doing and for JWB. Melissa, thank you for taking the time out of your day to come here as a board member representing JWB. And thank you for the support of the city of St. Petersburg, because there are programs that we have that are supported by JWB. I sit on the Shirley Proctor Puller Foundation also, and you all support Shirley Proctor Puller. So you do so much great work, and this is fantastic. In another life, I was a prosecutor. I did child crimes. This was 16 years ago, this was happening. And I had a case where it was To Catch a Predator thing, where the police took over the computer because a child had made a relationship. And the number one threat online is online predators and the grooming that happens. And it's a building of trust with children, and they pretend that they're minors, and eventually that's how they get the kids, and parents don't understand that. And if that risk was there 16 years ago, I think it was an eye touch. Imagine now. And this was someone in Georgia who traveled to Florida to meet a minor. So you're exposing, like the chief said, not just to individuals here, all over. And I think it's incredible work, and I think it's true. Parents are the ones that need to get involved. So the outreach is great. Get us that digital information, and we'll get it out to our outlets. And hopefully, Chief, I don't know if they have it on the St. Pete Police website, but this could also be something that maybe they can also have as a resource. And the community service officers could share this at the neighborhood meetings, and I think that would also get the word out. So thank you all for being here. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Next up, we have F4. This was an item that I pulled for good news. This is the construction that's going to be happening on Beach Drive and North Shore Drive Northeast. It's going to be a huge water main replacement project, and part of the reason I pulled it is because the area, as you will see, is a very heavily trafficked area. A lot of people are going to be affected, and we may start getting calls, and it's important for everyone to know what's happening with this project. So thank you, Brajesh, for being here.
Good day, Council Chair and City Council, Brajesh Preman, Engineering Capital Improvements Department, and thank you for making the time to attend these meetings. Your support in these meetings was astronomical with the amount of questions we were getting from the residents. And also thank you for bringing this forward as well. So this is such a major project for us because, this is really a network. The Old Northeast and the entire water system is a network, interconnected, but the entire network feeds Old Northeast, and even within that community dates back to the 1950s and 1960s. So it's a mix of PVC, cast iron, and galvanized pipe, which at this point, due to its age and the environment, which it's been exposed to, may be corrosive, may have resulted in corrosion, but also the pipes are approaching the end of their service life and in need of replacement. So this project is a continued commitment by the city for improving and replacing aging infrastructure, and this project is obviously located within the Old Northeast Neighborhood Association. This project will replace approximately 14,000 linear feet of pipe, 6-inch and 8-inch water main, within the community itself. While the engineering department is administering the project, we did conduct 2 public meetings, and we did have a decent turnout from residents, which we were grateful for. And we also did facilitate quite a bit of feedback through our questions and our website, as well as the telephone numbers. Now, this is the general location of the project. I am not really going to go into detail on this because we do have a project website that is gathering information and any feedback on the project itself. But as the council chair mentioned, it is along a major roadway section, which leads towards, and I'll touch a little bit on before I get into it, but really the project goals and the objectives. Improving water service reliability, capacity, and the operational efficiency of the system while reducing the loss and risk of water main breaks or failures or service interruptions. Improving the fire service protection and maintaining that quality of drinking water supply. So what can we expect during construction? To be honest, the road in these sections are about 40 feet from curb to curb. 40 feet with major construction equipment, backhoes, it will have operational impact. So during the day, we expect construction between 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 a.m. really is where the contract is going to start staging. We don't anticipate lane closures at that time. We try to keep our lane closures to after the rush hour traffic and reopen lanes before the rush hour traffic. But again, this is just where residents may hear the beeping of the trucks because they're staging. They're getting ready to start working because we want them to start as soon as that rush hour is done. So there will be heavy equipment within the right-of-way during construction. We do not anticipate any service interruptions. Typically, water mains are constructed by constructing the new line, then we clean it, disinfect it, test it, get our clearances through our water department and then the Department of Health, DEP, before we can actually put in the service connections. So again, we build